did something that hardly ever is done. He took the time.
Yeah.
He said, well, if the Republican and the Democrat are both in favor of this bill, I take my prerogative to take the time. And he stood down there on the floor and was making the arguments against successive speakers on the other side for why we should not be honoring the drug war, why the drug war is actually causing great harm and should be ended. And that was an incredibly gutsy thing to do, something, you know, even people who feel strongly on an issue would hardly ever do, because you're really going against the way the system works there. And he was willing to do it because he had such strong principles, and he saw his mission there to educate the other members of Congress and to educate his constituents and the people across America that that there's a different way to view things, that there's a way that goes back to the Founding Fathers, the development of the American Constitution, that stresses liberty and that stresses peace. And that was his motivation for being there, and that was just probably the single example that stands out as to me of him and his super powerful dedication to that mission.
And it's also an answer to people who say, well, how many bills did Ron Paul pass? Mm-hmm. He was very ineffective in the House. That's the most effective thing he can do, and you're right, and it shocked them. The R's and the D's were both for it. It was going to be a great show. They're all going to shake their hands, and we really got this one passed. And here comes Ron Paul walking down saying, is the Republican gentleman opposed? No, I'm for it. The Democrat opposed? No, I'm for it. Well, then I claimed time in opposition. So he claimed, say the rule said there were 30 minutes, he could claim 15 of those minutes, and anyone who agreed with him could come down. But as you say, he could just refute speaker after speaker. And that's an absolutely powerful thing. I remember he did that a few times. He didn't like doing that because it's fairly confrontational. But there were several bills where he felt it was so important that he would go down and take time in opposition. And later on, especially on the war issue, if you remember, he would get together with Dennis Kucinich and Walter Jones in a bipartisan anti-war coalition that we sort of put together, and they would together claim the time. And so finally, the R's and D, the leadership, the official guys are over here, rah, rah, war. And here's this growing group, you know, saying we're against war. And that was powerful. I mean, that's how, from 2003, when the Iraq War started, slowly but surely, the opinion started to change against it. And none better than Walter Jones himself, who was enthusiastically in favor of the war, but came to realize that he was duped. Jimmy Duncan, both of them were on, sadly, Mr. Jones is dead, but Jimmy Duncan in the same way. He was duped. You know, they brought him in for a dog and pony show. Here's the intel. This is why I cringe when I hear them say, well, I went to a classified briefing and I know this is true. Representative Duncan said, they lie through their teeth at these briefings. You know, that's what they do, and that's what they did to me, and I'm mad about it. So I think that's a great story, and it's very important about what he did. What would you say the most stressful thing about the office was?
Oh, the most stressful?
I mean, what was the thing that you're like, I mean, crunch time?
I guess the most stressful it would be like you're saying, the crunch time is that in the House we couldn't control the schedule. The schedule was controlled by leadership, and that meant that we had to help Dr. Paul to understand the legislation and craft his arguments regarding it, and to produce the product of that research and that work in a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
Often the same day you find out about something, you have to have you know, Dr. Paul ready to speak on it and Dr. Paul ready to vote on it. And a lot of the offices, that part was easy.
Yeah.
Because the leadership and the special interests, they all provide you with talking points. They'd even provide representatives with columns that they could put in their local newspapers, everything they wanted. And most of the representatives on almost everything would be happy with using those boilerplate, you know, provided press releases and columns and speeches. But in Dr. Paul's office, it was different. He was unique.
Yeah.
That stuff was largely useless. Maybe you could find a little information in it, but it largely useless, and you had to start from scratch. and having to do that every time, that could be stressful.
Yeah, it's like best book. We used it to make fun of how dumb they were. But that's why when people see members of Congress going down and saying the same thing over and over, well, that's why. It was produced, like you say, leadership and special interest. That's how it came about. Well, in the little bit of time we have left, let's jump ahead a little bit, because we worked there. I worked there for, 11 years or so, 12 years, something like that. You about the same, a little bit less. So then here comes the campaigns that were crazy and wild and exciting. For us from a distance, we had nothing to do with them. It was sort of weird. I always say it was sort of like Dr. Paul got a mistress, a very exciting mistress. And we're sitting here in our office with our old junky furniture, feeling like we've been left behind. And that was all exciting and everything. But then it came time, he decided that he wanted to retire. He'd gone through 2 heavy campaigns. He built his house here in Lake Jackson. He was tired of being away from his wife and family during the week, the 5 days of the week, every week for years and years, which is understandable. And so he said he was going to retire. And for us, our hearts sort of sank because we liked what we were doing and everything. But then we got the idea, well, we have to keep going. We have to keep going. And that's when I was talking to Lou Rockwell all the time, and I asked him what he thought about maybe starting an institute to, especially on our legislative side, to keep Ron Paul's intellectual ideas moving ahead and expanding, and it was difficult but exciting at the same time to start the Ron Paul Institute.
Yeah, and a couple of people you mentioned just a few minutes ago, Representative Dennis Kucinich and Representative Jimmy Duncan, they were from the beginning on the board of the Ron Paul Institute, and they show the breadth of what the Ron Paul Institute is about, in that, Dr. Paul's a libertarian constitutionalist. Jimmy Duncan is more of an old style conservative, mm-hmm. and Dennis Kucinich is a progressive. And what the Institute is largely about is working in the interface of their 3 perspectives. If it's something that Jimmy Duncan, Dr. Paul, and Dennis Kucinich would all agree on, the same types of things that they were working on together in coalition in the House of Representatives, those are key focuses of the Ron Paul Institute as well.
I think a lot of people may not realize that we're not a libertarian institute. We're not a libertarian think tank. We represent that coalition that Ron Paul worked so hard when he was in the House to put together. And we remember when he went down and spoke about the war to people on the progressive side, conservative side, and it was good fodder for the newspapers. Oh my gosh, Ron Paul and Dennis Kucinich agree on something? Well, of course they do. And that really is our focus, and so we've done it for 10 years. And in fact, I counted them. Next week we have our 9th conference in Washington, D.C. It will be our 19th total conference that we've been able to put together. Thousands of people have attended and heard great speakers. We hope we have a great turnout next time. But we're both looking forward, I think, to the future and to keeping what Ron Paul has done that's excited all of us, keeping it going, moving it ahead, and make sure the next generation understands and learns about peace, prosperity, liberty, freedom.
Well, and part of that next generation is involved in the conference we're doing next week. Successively over the last few conferences we've had, in addition to the main conference, before it we've had a event for college students, upper division and graduate school students, and they learn about the ideas of liberty and the ideas of non-intervention in foreign policy. And they have an intensive class with great lecturers the day before the main conference, and then they're able to attend the conference as well. So this year we have 15 students who are participating in that. And, we get a lot of applications, and we get some of the best of the best. And, those are people who in the future, in various different capacities of their own choosing, will be advancing, the legacy of Dr. Paul.
And this will be our 6th. And we've looked back and we've seen what some of these young people have done. They've done great things already, and so we're excited about the future. Well, I think it's about time for us to tune out. I want to mention that our friend Gary Franchi is going to be up next, and we want to thank all of you for tuning in to the Liberty Report. Please come back soon.
And we are live at the Ron Paul birthday party, 90 years old. A historic milestone for the former congressman, a man who impacted my life. I wouldn't be doing what I am doing today if it wasn't for Congressman Ron Paul and his message of freedom and liberty that literally lit a fire under me, and I have not stopped since. I'm Gary Franchi, and you are watching the Ron Paul live stream, and I'm honored to be here. Now, if you're not familiar with me, I run the Next News Network. We have a YouTube channel with over 2.25 million followers. We're on X, we're on Rumble, we're on all the things. And we're also now White House credentialed news outlet. So we go to the White House, we cover the press briefings. And if you'd asked me this 10 years ago, would I be here today at the White House presenting news and confronting in the halls of power? I would have told you, no, not a chance. But that is how we are challenging authority today, right there on the grounds of the White House. So I've got some breaking news. If you don't know what we do, we cover news and political events all across the world. And right now, we've just got some big news. I don't know if you've seen this yet, but we now have learned that Project Veritas has just come forward. A whistleblower has come forward. Now, we've been tracking the Russiagate, the Obamagate story, everything that has happened since the 2016 election, President Trump getting elected. Now, with Obamagate and how that has unfolded, and with Tulsi Gabbard coming forward, she's actually going to be here this evening, the Director of National Intelligence. So she came forward with documents, and they found evidence in burn bags. Kash Patel at the FBI, they find all this evidence. Well, now whistleblowers come forward with handwritten notes that implicate the former Attorney General Bill Barr in the attacks against President Trump. Now, President Trump, of course, with the impeachments and the Russia hoax, it's been layer after layer of attack. But what is interesting is that what we know, you remember what happened with Letitia James up in New York. Well, now we're finding out that there's that Pam Bondi has subpoenaed her, bringing forth a grand jury. But also down in Georgia, the other tract, you have the indictments and the RICO charges. Now, of course, we all knew that this was a hoax. President Trump called it a hoax from day one. These were all politically motivated attacks designed to hamstring him and his presidential campaign. So they did not want him to get elected by any means. They would put up every single roadblock, and of course, all the way up to Butler when they tried to kill him. So what we're finding out now is that Project Veritas has just released a whistleblower report, and you can see here, I mean, this whistleblower, it says in here, you took my documents and phones. You never returned them. Let me be clear. Time is running out. This whistleblower has come forward with all the evidence that they need to go after Bill Barr as one of the architects of what happened with Fani Willis. The text messages from, she was a secretary. The text messages actually say, I should have killed you. I mean, think about that for a second. You have a secretary who's sitting in meetings with Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams, and they're plotting against President Trump to use RICO charges. That is what we're talking about here. And the handwritten notes are terrifying. Like here, you can see right here on the screen. Here are some of the handwritten notes that have now been released by this whistleblower. And she's now come forward to Project Veritas to present this information. Now I'm going to go ahead and play you some. Here's some more of the handwritten notes you can see right here on your screen. I mean, this is damning information, play by play, on how they would go after Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, the Proud Boys, some of these names, Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Mo Brooks, Stop the Steal. I mean, the name goes on and on. Alex Jones and more. So when you have a secretary who is an eyewitness to these crimes taking notes, they don't want this information ever getting out. And apparently she had to flee the country because her life was being threatened. Now, let's go to the clip here of her. This is Bill Barr. It says Bill Barr held secret meetings to plot prosecutions of Trump and block his political comeback. Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO charges because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend. Her name is Patricia Lalis. Pray for her. Listen.
It's very easy to know why I am being persecuted and no one else it's being charged or persecuted. It's very easy. I called the FBI to report Bill Barr and Armstrong Williams. I have notes of every single meeting. One meeting can be about visa for someone, or another meeting can be about January 6th or RICO case. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will go to Trump House soon. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. One thing that I learned very fast and very in the beginning is like Bill Barr is someone extremely important. And I remember the biggest conversation they had at that point, it is like what kind of charge that we can bring against Trump. And that's when Bill Barr, and I will never forget that, Bill Barr was like, we should bring RICO because it's a very difficult type of charge to defend.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit more of this in just a moment, but you're watching the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream. You're watching it on the Ron Paul channels. You're watching it on the Next News Network, and if you haven't chipped in yet, make sure you do. The website is ronpaulmoneybomb.com. So we're breaking some news here for you on this live stream. Project Veritas has just come forward with a whistleblower who implicates Bill Barr in the Fannie Willis Georgia RICO case against President Trump. You all remember that famous mugshot of President Trump. Well, now we know how that entire event was orchestrated. We're going to play some more of the whistleblower right now.
Willis, at that point, the RICO charge is one of the most hard to defend in court because under the American law, the RICO charge can be anything. Like, it's not very specific. So people who is charged with RICO case, they have a very hard time to defend themselves. We had this meeting with Fannie Willis. At that point, I didn't have idea about her, what she worked with. I just don't know her. And she presented herself as like someone who's close to Armstrong, someone who is attorney. And all the time I was like, okay, it's just like one more meeting that we had. And then in these meetings, that's when I started to take notes and like try to keep everything that to prove that what's going on. One thing that I understood very well is like Bill Barr and Armstrong and all the politicians too, they're very focused like in how they go to stop Trump. And one thing that I heard a lot is like how they go to prevent America to have Trump again. So in my views of politics, what I think it is, they probably realized very soon that if Trump runs again, he probably will win the election as he did. So in that point, they just want to like prevent that. One of these meetings, for example, was launched in March 15 of 2022. And this meeting was at Sinclair Broadcast. And in this meeting was when I like started to learn more about Fannie Willis and about some guy called Jack Smith and about investigation involving January 6th. I have a quote here that was like, Barr believes the FBI will raise, and I put it in parentheses, go to Trump House soon. That's when was like, I start to learn and to be sure about what they're doing. Was like they're planning and they create crimes and situations to go after everyone. In that meeting, we also spoke about the meeting that we had with Facebook, and the person in Facebook was helping us and giving us direction to create content against Trump and against the January 6th was called Daniele.
So what you're seeing here is a bombshell revelation. We all knew, we all felt it. You felt it, right? When the social media companies are coming out and assisting with content creation or content removal about these cases, we have crossed the Rubicon. And that is one of the reasons why I do what I do. I'm here to correct narratives that are being pushed out by the fake stream media. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't woken up by Congressman Ron Paul in the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. When I saw him on the silver screen, it changed my life and put me on a trajectory to challenge authority. And now, here we are learning from Project Veritas how the social media companies, how the former Attorney General colluded to take down a president who would soon take office once again. Let's continue.
That was like one of the first meetings that I had about this plan they had to go after everyone who works or supports Trump. And that was back in September 13 of 2021. So in this meeting was me, Armstrong, Shermichael, and Bill Barr by phone. And they spoke about January 6th committee. They authorized the committee to investigate the events about January 6th. We started like with some names. They also gave a lot of names here. We have like Michael Flynn, Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Jeffrey Clark, Oath Keepers, Proud Boy People, Proud Boy Group.
You remember those pictures? Remember those mugshots? I will never forget reporting on the RICO case. I mean, I even interviewed the Patriot pastor who was from my state of Illinois. He came to my studio and talked. He was indicted alongside President Trump. So now the fact that we have a whistleblower who is in on the meetings to set this whole thing up is going to change the entire dynamic of all of these new attacks, or I'm sorry, all these attacks, I guess, on the deep state, if you will. Now, taking it back to the burn bags, right? When they found that Hillary Clinton and her aide, Julia Smith, whispered in her ear, okay, this is what we got to do. We're going to make up this Trump-Russia hoax. I mean, all this stuff goes way back to that meeting with Barack Obama in the Oval Office. Everything. They had to stop Trump at all costs. And now we have another name we can add to the list for this bombshell investigation. I mean, it's really time for accountability. It's time for perp walks. If we want to keep our republic, as Benjamin Franklin instructed us to do, it is our responsibility to demand full accountability. So now you can add Bill Barr's name to the list. You can add Armstrong Williams' name to the list. Thanks to this bold whistleblower who stepped forward with Project Veritas. When I see these mugshots, if you could bring up those mugshots on the screen here, when I see these mugshots and I look at the faces of these individuals, these people were victimized by the deep state. And this is just a small portion of these people, of those victimized. My own personal YouTube channel, victimized, suppressed. Your Facebook posts, your X posts, all being suppressed in order to preserve the establishment agenda, to keep the status quo. Because when you speak truth, it's dangerous. They can't handle the truth, and that's a fact. And that's something that Congressman Ron Paul has been doing for his entire career. And if you haven't donated yet to the Ron Paul Money Bomb, I want you to do so. I want you to open up your wallet. I want you to find your credit card, and I want you to give Ron Paul some fiat. I know it's fiat money. It comes from the Federal Reserve. We're still working on that. All right. But make sure you give. Right now, looks like we've got $149,151 already donated. The goal, $250,000. I have a feeling we're going to blow way past that. This stream is going to run all the way until 8 o'clock tonight. I have the list of all the people who are going to be presenting. It is amazing. I'll be giving a toast from the main stage about 3:15, so I don't want you to miss that. But, you know, when I see these mugshots on the screen, and it makes me so angry, because those mugshots should be Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, James Clapper, Comey, all of them. And now you can add, like I said, Bill Barr, you can add them to the list. Now, we could keep playing this. There's more information that has just come out, and I want to jump to what John Solomon just posted with Steve Bannon just a couple hours ago. That Barack Obama apparently gave an interview to NPR and accidentally gave the conclusion of the CIA intelligence report saying Russia helped Donald Trump win the election before the CIA even started the report. It was all Barack Obama, literal treason. Wall Street Apes reporting this, and this is Real America's Voice, John Solomon.
Tries to walk it back. And
Obama may have given us a smoking gun, sir.
he did, yeah. He's either the first clairvoyant president in American history because he seemed to know on December 19th, before the CIA had redone the Intelligence Committee assessment, what its outcome was, or more likely, he knew the fix was in. This is an interview he gives NPR, and I guess he forgot that they hadn't done the work yet. So he tells NPR he expects the CIA to reverse itself and conclude that Vladimir Putin tried to help Donald Trump. The problem is the CIA hasn't really even started the work. It just got going. And he's so embarrassed, he comes back later and tries to walk it back a little bit. Oh, things are still going on. We'll have to see where it goes. It is the sort of proof that John Durham should have found in his investigation, but didn't. But for this point going forward, when you try to prove, let's just say, long 10-year conspiracy, this is a really, really significant piece of evidence. And I'll walk people back to Watergate because you mentioned it for a second. The moment Republicans bolted on Richard Nixon, the epic event that caused them to do it, was when they got the tapes and they realized that Nixon had asked the CIA to try to stop the FBI from investigating the burglary. By the way, the CIA didn't do it, but the mere fact that a president would consider asking the CIA to do something political was enough for an entire party to bolt on their president. Here, Obama asked the CIA to come up with a concocted thing, and he seems to know the outcome before the work's even done. You've got the FBI pressuring the CIA to put a bogus Christopher Steele document in the intelligence assessment. And, of course, you got the FBI helping Hillary Clinton carry out the whole dirty trick. It is epically, just on the standards of Watergate, it is epically worse than anything we saw in Watergate. And the Democratic Party just yawns at it in our face every day. That's why consequences matter. If we don't punish this behavior, we're going to go from the greatest constitutional republic the world has known to a perennial banana republic.
Obama.
And John Solomon is right on point. If we do not hold these people accountable, we will descend into a banana republic. The crimes are too great against the American people to sit back. And if you're watching this right now, you're pretty much awake. I mean, you wouldn't be watching the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream if you didn't already have these seeds planted so long ago, like me. So I know you are feeling exactly as I'm feeling, that it's time for full accountability. Well, we may have some. Listen to this. This just coming in. Tish James, in the crosshairs. The empire is striking back. And this time it is aimed at New York Attorney General Letitia James. Big Tish! Multiple sources confirm the DOJ, under the watch of Pam Bondi, has launched a full-blown grand jury investigation. Oh, and Ron Paul Forums liked my post. And they reposted our post. Okay, it's launched a full-blown grand jury investigation into her office for deprivation of rights. legal speak for abusing state power to violate an American's constitutional freedoms, and that American is Donald J. Trump. The DOJ believes James weaponized her office to go after Trump because she didn't like him, openly campaigning on getting Trump, and in doing so shredded his First Amendment rights. Now, we all remember that moment. Let's listen to this quick Fox News hit.
Against the with the probe tell Fox News that New York Attorney General Letitia James and her office is under investigation by the DOJ here in Washington. We're told that Attorney General Pam Bondi signed off on the probe. Subpoenas were sent to James's office, and there is a grand jury investigation underway in the New York State Capitol of Albany. The specific investigation, my colleague Jake Gibson, Ashley Oliver, and myself are being told involves deprivation of rights, which in plain language means someone in a position of legal authority violating someone else's constitutional or legal rights. Those sources tell Fox News the DOJ is going after James because she took then former President Donald Trump to court, quote, simply because she didn't like him and campaigned on getting him. DOJ, led by Bondi, believes she violated his First Amendment rights dealing with free speech. James has said before she believed Trump inflated his net worth to get good deals on loans from lenders and other financial benefits. Ms. James won in a court judgment of over $450 million against the Trump organization. Trump is appealing, and it's pending. The entire scope of the grand jury probe in Albany, Dana, is unclear. Grand juries are secretive, but we've learned from these well-placed sources it stems from a recent strike force set up inside the Justice Department to investigate an alleged plot to tie Trump to Russia in 2016. Sources say that strike force has expanded to other topics. Now, to recap, the Justice Department has initiated grand jury proceedings in Albany, New York, against the Empire State Attorney General Letitia James. But remember, this is important. A grand jury simply decides if there's enough evidence to indict. To be clear, we are told this is very early in the process, and no one, as I speak to you right now, is facing any charges at this time. Fox News reached out to Attorney General.
Nobody is facing charges at this time. The grand jury is now seated, and they're going to be investigating. Well, it's time for charges. Okay, can we just all agree on that? Now, I want to jump to Mike Davis here, who had this to say with respect to Letitia James. If you have some children in the room, maybe earmuffs.
Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump and his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights, and I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
And now it's happening. Now, Pam Bondi, say what you will. I understand. I know. Listen, I know. She dropped the ball with the, that DOJ memo and the Epstein thing that never happened. There's no evidence. But, of course, there's another grand jury. They're trying to unseal those documents. So just give it all some time. But the fact that we now have action being taken against Letitia James, and it's not just what she did to Donald Trump. Now, if you recall, she's also under investigation for mortgage fraud, having multiple properties and listing what her father as her husband, changing the number of actual dwellings inside of a building to get a better rate. I mean, and then she goes after Donald Trump. Like, these people are acting criminals in the highest offices, and then they go after Donald Trump. Why? Why do they want to go after him so bad? It's because he's challenging the status quo. I mean, they're even freaking out over Donald Trump expanding the White House to add a big, beautiful ballroom. I mean, if you've ever been to the White House, it's kind of cramped there. It's a beautiful place, but it's kind of cramped. And I can see, you know what? Let her rip. Turn that place into the even more beautiful than it's ever been. And I can only imagine when they put the Donald Trump ballroom title over that ballroom and the entrance, how many people are going to be triggered having to walk through that as the years go on, especially the Democrats who've been working tirelessly, and the deep state, to undermine everything he's ever done. So this is all really huge, big breaking news, and I want to get back into some of this other stuff here because we could take a closer look. And now here we have, I think this is I want to find the message that she actually says, I'll come for you myself. Give me back my phones and notes. I will come for you myself. Now, what I'm speaking about at this moment is this whistleblower that just came forward and has blown the cover on Bill Barr's complicity, alleged complicity in going after Donald Trump using Fani Willis. So you've got this stuff going on in New York. You've got this stuff going on in Georgia. And now that we have President Trump back in the Oval Office, he has put key players in place who are going after all these people who created all these fake charges against him. Just like ripping back the curtain on the deep state actors and taking them down one by one. But again, we still haven't seen the perp walks. I mean, how many of you out there, raise your hand right now if you want to see Hillary Clinton in prison? You want to see her? You do, right? Of course you do. I want to see her in an orange jumpsuit. Now, the other day I reported some other profound news. Bill Clinton is now Bill Clinton, Hillary, and a whole host of other members of the Obama administration, Biden administration, have all been subpoenaed to go before James Comer's oversight committee to find out exactly what happened on Epstein Island. Now, like I said before, Pam Bondi, they dropped the ball. Whoever issued that memo on that Sunday about nothing happening with Epstein, no evidence to speak of, they should be fired because of the backlash. But at least now people are demanding more and more visibility because we have to get to the bottom of who was on that island, who was doing what to who, because there are victims that still need to have justice. And if you do any amount of searching, you will be able to find victims who are still crying out. So we need to demand justice for those people. So the fact that you have Bill Clinton, I mean, what do you think's going to happen? Do you think that Bill Clinton is actually going to show up or something? Oh, maybe he'll end up on his own list. Right? You know the list I'm talking about. But I kid. But I don't. All right? So what happens? Bill Clinton going to walk into Congress? Is he going to plead the fifth? I never went to Epstein's Island. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We have the flight manifests right here. You were there 26 times. But what about other flight manifests? What about other witnesses? We don't know what's going to happen, but I'm looking forward to it. And I know that Ghislaine Maxwell, she is supposed to be testifying under deposition with Comer's committee on Monday, as a matter of fact. Now, she was just transferred to another prison right here in Texas. I'm in Texas right now. I just drove down from Illinois, and as luck would have it, right before we left, Texas Democrats fled up to Illinois. And they literally went to a location that was about 5 minutes from my studio. And I got a call. The Texas Democrats that fled so they couldn't vote and they would disrupt the quorum, they went up to Illinois, and we caught them. We caught them. As a matter of fact, my associate Chad went to the location the night before, investigated, found that this place was lit up like a Christmas tree. It's called the Q Center. So I went the next morning with my press credentials because we knew that Jasmine Crockett was there, Al Green, all these other Democrats, because they don't want to redistrict Texas. Well, I decided to show up, show my press credentials, and ask to interview Jasmine Crockett. I'm here for an interview with Jasmine Crockett. They pull out a list. The security guard comes to my car, and he's holding the manifest of all the people who are who are staying in the facility. And I take one look at it, and I can see the spreadsheet of every single name of every Democrat who's there. And right before their name, it says representative, representative, representative. I mean, that's just right before we came down to Texas. So we were able to disclose the location of where they were hiding out. We're in that facility. It's called the Q Center. It's a Pritzker property. It's a Hilton property. So and it really is the perfect location because you can lock it down. It has security access, and that's where they were all hanging out. And apparently, they've all been moved. There were some bomb threats that turned out to be, anonymous emails with, no validity. But of course, they got a threat, which was probably a false flag to begin with, just so they could play victim. And then they evacuated the building. All 400 people had to be evacuated. They swept the building, and there was no threat. But that's where I just came from, like just the other day. We filmed the report right outside, and as I was filming the report, a huge white bus of all the Democrats leaving the facility. So, it's disgusting when you see how legislative officials just skirt their own responsibility. And then they call it, preserving democracy. Well, if you want to preserve democracy, go into your state house and cast your vote, because that's what the people elected you to do. And we're here at the Ron Paul Money Bomb live stream, and that's what Ron Paul has done. His whole life is upheld our republic, upheld the values of our Constitution, planting seeds of liberty everywhere. And his son, Rand Paul, carrying the torch. I would not be here, again, without Ron Paul's message of liberty and freedom that I saw on the silver screen with Aaron Russo and Freedom to Fascism. I would not be able to walk the grounds of the White House and ask the Treasury Secretary about the illegal application of the income tax. I wouldn't be able to talk to Stephen Miller and ask him about my own governor declaring that Republicans should know no rest, no sleep. They should be. And then when Pritzker said that, my governor said that, shortly thereafter, you're seeing violence in the streets. It was almost as like he was in New Hampshire when he said it, Pritzker, giving the green light to the radical left to just start disruption all over the country. And then shortly thereafter, you had 2 Israeli students gunned down in Washington, D.C. Blood on the streets. These are things that are happening because of the violent rhetoric that comes out of people like J.B. Pritzker. But then my ability to ask Stephen Miller on the grounds of the White House, what is your position on that moment, is all I draw a direct line back to Congressman Paul and his message of liberty that started me on this journey. Working with Aaron Russo, working with the film America, Freedom to Fascism, all the volunteers. I don't know if you guys know this. I started the first Ron Paul Super PAC back in 2012. And if it wasn't for that Super PAC, I wouldn't have parlayed the energy and the media understanding into the Next News Network. So everything is connected, and you are part of that connective tissue. And if you want to see more seeds of liberty planted, there's one thing I need you to do right now, is I want you to open up your wallet, find your credit card, and I want you to donate to the Ron Paul Money Bomb, ronpaulmoneybomb.com. If we can get a number, we can see where we're at on screen. I'd like to see what we're at right now. But the goal is $250,000. There we are, $150,668. Now I don't know where we were last time we checked in, but we're $100,000 away. And if you remember years ago when we would have money bombs, Ron Paul was one of the first politicians, and his grassroots the first to pioneer such a thing. 4 million, 5 million in a day. It became an action, an event that you could celebrate, and everyone focused. It became a media event. The media covered all these things when Ron Paul was doing it. Now all the politicians are doing it. So it's because Ron Paul's been right all along, from his campaigns, from his speeches, even to campaign strategies. And, of course, Donald Trump wouldn't be in the White House if it wasn't for Ron Paul as well. And I firmly believe that. Because Ron Paul started a massive populist movement that has grown and grown. Because the message of freedom and liberty is pure and it's true. And when you really understand it, it does flow into where we are today. Now, Donald Trump may not be perfect. But when I heard, when I was in New York, and I heard at the MAGA Madison Square Garden rally, and I heard them talking about ending the IRS, ending the Fed, challenging these things, it made my heart sing. Because those are the words that we have been echoing since the 2008 Ron Paul campaign. To see it come full circle into such a massive event at Madison Square Garden. I never thought in my life that I would hear those words. The External Revenue Service? It's genius. Now, of course, we haven't heard much about it lately. And, of course, I know how everyone feels about tariffs, all right? I get the libertarian angle on that. However, if we can just figure this thing out, and I can go back, I can ask the questions. In fact, those are the questions I want to ask. I was able to ask the Treasury Secretary about the income tax, but we do need to figure out how they're going to get this External Revenue Service. We need to fire Jerome Powell. We need to hire Ron Paul. We need to audit the Fed and the Fed. I mean, what, they've got a $3.1 billion cost overrun on a facility? Are you kidding me? I mean, when Donald Trump went into the Federal Reserve building, and he's there with Chairman Powell, they're wearing hard hats. You saw it. I know you did. It was epic. And when Chairman Powell said about the overrun, Trump asked him specifically, and Powell goes, "Don't worry, we have a reserve for that." My mind was blown. Like, these are the guys that print the frickin' money, and they don't care. That's why they can go with this massive cost overrun. So with respect to the Treasury Secretary and all the other members of the administration, they've already declared that Donald Trump has cause to fire Chairman Powell. He does. So why wait? Why wait 8 months until his chairmanship's up? All right, we need to turn the American economy back on. We need to get the interest rates down. We need to get the housing market on fire. That's really the last piece of the puzzle. And Chairman Powell, he's a Biden holdover. He cooked the books for Biden and for Kamala. But at this point, it's time to fire Powell, hire Ron Paul, and make sure you donate to the Ron Paul Money Bomb. I want to thank you for joining me. I'm Gary Franchi. You've been watching the Ron Paul live stream Money Bomb. You're watching it on the Ron Paul channel. You're also watching it on the Next News Network. You can follow me on X at Next News Network. You can also become a subscriber at YouTube at no cost at Next News Network as well. And I'll be back later, and I'll see you soon.
Liberty in our lifetimes in a free state of our own. That's the vision. That's the dream. We are building it in New Hampshire. I'm Eric Brakey, your host and renegade statesman for the Porcupine Report. Welcome to your source for porcupine news and free-range conversation on matters of liberty.
Hey there, all you porcupines, you. This is your host, your renegade statesman, your executive director of the New Hampshire Free State Project. I am Eric Brakey, and thank you so much for joining us today for a very special episode and a very special broadcast of the Porcupine Report. We are broadcasting to you from Ron Paul's 90th birthday celebration in Lake Jackson, Texas. I'll tell you, I'm so glad to be down here. Fun fact, my birthday, I just turned 37 yesterday. Ron Paul's overshadowing me a little bit, but you know what? I think he's earned that. And it's actually a real honor to be here in Lake Jackson with so many friends from the Ron Paul Revolution, those who fought hard for those presidential campaigns in 2008 and 2012, which really planted the seeds for the liberty movement as we know it and understand it today. And of course, in New Hampshire with the Free State Project, we lead the way by having a place to concentrate libertarians. Libertarians from across the country and the world have been moving to New Hampshire for over 20 years now and building libertarian community and having a big impact on the culture and the politics of the state. We're now a quarter of the state legislature are Ron Paul-style libertarians, probably more than any other state you could point to in the country, and we're leading the way on issues ranging from abolishing the income taxes to universal school choice to constitutional carry for gun rights and so much more. But of course, so much of the energy and momentum of both our movement and the liberty movement at large really began with the seeds that Dr. Ron Paul planted in 2008 and 2012. And myself personally, I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the good doctor. He, of course, so many of us were kind of drinking the Kool-Aid of cable news and regurgitating the things that Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity told us back in the day. Certainly that's where I was until this humble country doctor ran for president and was fearless and stoic in his ability to tell the truth against very powerful institutions from the military-industrial complex to the central bankers. And that inspired so many to take the torch and continue carrying it forward, even after he retired from Congress and said, the revolution is yours now to carry on. Well, the revolution lives in New Hampshire. I'm and I certainly want to invite anyone who might be not a regular viewer of the show, because I know we're broadcasting live right now through Young Americans for Liberty. I certainly would like to invite everyone to come and visit sometime in New Hampshire. We have regular events that are well known around the libertarian world, including the annual Porcupine Freedom Festival, also known as PorcFest, every summer, and the New Hampshire Liberty Forum, which will be coming up again this early March. You can learn more about the Free State Project and sign up for our weekly newsletter, which I personally write every week. I promise you. It's a great newsletter. You're not going to think it's like more junk mail. You're going to love getting this newsletter every single week with news about what's happening with the tip of the spear for the liberty movement in New Hampshire. So you can learn more and sign up for the newsletter at fsp.org. Now, for our conversation today, I'm so glad to be joined by a great friend of mine who I've gotten to know over the last decade, I suppose. She's been a regular attendee at the Porcupine Freedom Festival, advocating for the freedom for her son, and now advocating for freedom for so many who have been unjustly incarcerated with cruel sentencing. Her name, I'm sure you know her because she's a hero to so many. Her name is Lynn Ulbricht, and she has started the new organization Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, or MACS. And let's welcome her to the show, and I'm looking forward to talking with her. Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
It's good to see you in person again.
You too.
I guess, first of all, let me ask, how was your experience at PorcFest this year?
Well, it was great. It was so exciting to have Ross there.
Yeah.
And walking the Silk Road, that path that was built, I guess, a few years ago, created through the grounds.
Yeah.
It's a great shortcut, too.
Great shortcut through all the campsites, and of course a lot of, in the spirit of the Silk Road, a lot of people, vendors set up and sell their wares around on the Silk Road. And I know it was, I think it was a real culmination of obviously, I mean, you've worked more tirelessly than anyone on this, but I think so many people, you know, over the last 10 years have pitched in and helped out where they could. And I know PorcFest was one of the first communities to really be that first kernel of support. And I know it was a great fulfillment of all that work for Ross to come and visit, and also to have you back as well, Lynn. You know, we always love having you.
Yeah, it's always fun. I highly recommend it. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so if you could tell me a little bit more about Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing. So you achieved this great goal for yourself and your son and your family, and you decided not to just say, well, my family's good, we're going to forget everyone else. You decided, no, there's more work to be done. Could you tell me about your thought process there and what led you to found this new organization?
Sure. Actually, I had the idea a few years ago.
Yeah.
When I got a message from a mom who's just talking about her son, and he got 16 years in prison for a fairly minor drug offense. He was young, and I just thought, God, somebody's got to do something about this. And this voice said, well, maybe you can. And I thought, I'm too busy, I got to get Ross out, you know. But I never forgot that. And I thought about it, and then I just thought, no, I can't take on another thing right now. But now Ross is out, thank God, thanks to President Trump and so many others, so many people in the Liberty Movement, and so grateful that here he is. And so I cannot forget these people I met over the years and the sentences they had, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
And so starting a new organization, very, very nascent. It's just getting started, but I want to call attention to these sentences and what's going on, because as Ross said in a speech he gave at Freedom Fest, easily over half the people in prison do not belong in there.
Yeah.
And are not any kind of threat to anyone, and they have these sentences that are just unheard of since really the drug war started in the 1980s. That's when things really ratcheted up, and it's just un-American, flat out. And it's actually, it's in violation of the Bill of Rights, because in the 8th Amendment, it prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. And it's definitely unusual, because before the 80s, nobody got sentences like these kind of offenses. And it's extremely cruel. Yeah. And it's just against our values. And there's also something called the sentencing, oh gosh, now I'm going to go blank on it, Reform Act that was passed by Congress. And one of the things it says is that a sentence should be sufficient but no longer than necessary. And it contains something called the parsimony clause, which is basically saying if you're going to err on the side of a shorter sentence, less punishment, not more. And they're doing the opposite, in violation of Congress and the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. So I feel like, you know, it's a big part of why we have such horrible mass incarceration, because people are staying in for ridiculous amounts, decades and decades longer, even lifetimes, as the, you know, like Ross is the poster boy for crazy sentences.
Yeah.
And, you know, double life plus 40 years for nonviolent offenses. Hello?
Yeah,
no chance for you know, restitution or, you know, reform.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you hear people who commit murders and people who commit rapes who don't get sentences like that.
Oh yeah,
and people
lots.
Facing charged with nonviolent crimes. It's the disproportionality is certainly seems crazy to me. Now, when Ross says, as you just kind of reiterated, that, you know, from his experience, like 50% of the people that he knew shouldn't be there, is that just based on assessment that these are people who are not a threat to anyone else? Maybe they did what they were charged with doing, but just the length of the sentence is disproportionate to the crime?
I'd say generally that's right. He said, look, there's people that need to be in here. They're dangerous people. They're dangerous to us out here. But over 50%, he said, easily, and he's pretty good at assessing numbers and things like that, don't belong in here. They're not a threat. If you were walking down a dark alley, you would not be afraid to have them walk by you.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. It's like they've never been violent.
Yeah.
And they're living out these horrible sentences, and it's hurting their families, it's hurting, of course, them and their communities. It's just overkill, way overkill.
Well, I imagine something that's often underestimated, too, is, I mean, obviously the primary thing we're concerned about here is the fairness for the individual who's rotting away and maybe has a lot to contribute to society, just like Ross has much to contribute, and we're really glad that he's out. But there's also I imagine there's also the effect of how much money is this costing the taxpayers to put people in a cage for years and years on end when they aren't a threat to society. I mean, I remember seeing statistics when I was working on these issues in the Maine Senate that it costs more to house an inmate for a single year than it costs to put someone through like 4 years of an Ivy League education.
Oh, really? I didn't know that one. I've got all these different statistics in my mind. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a waste. And so many of them, okay, if you want to restrain them or have them do community service or payback or whatever, house arrest is a good idea. Put an ankle bracelet on them.
Yeah.
It's very expensive to run that whole thing. Very expensive.
Now, why do you think we are in this situation? Obviously, you mentioned the war on drugs, and kind of there's been certainly a tendency among politicians for the last 50 years or so to want to show that they're tough on crime, they're tough on drugs, including you hear horror stories about people just for possession offenses or getting very, very harsh sentences. But I imagine there's probably a lot of money involved too. That if there's a lot of money being spent, there are special interest groups. Maybe it's I hear talk about the prison guard unions sometimes, lobbying for these kinds of...
They're very big lobbyists in DC.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So are the private prisons.
Yeah.
So are the police unions. That's about marijuana specifically.
Yeah.
And not, hey, don't decriminalize it. It's,
Yeah.
It is, it's
always seemed to me...
It is a big industry.
I feel like I remember a friend of mine, Andrew Heaton, who has a show... talking about, if we were going to have private prisons, we should at least maybe give them bonuses for people not when people get out for not reoffending, for the success stories and actually helping people get out and become productive again, rather than just paying them to warehouse people. And the longer you warehouse them, the more money they make.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And the more of them you have. I read an article one time. Hey, the prisons put out word into their town because most people worked for them.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got a lot of empty beds in here. We need to fill it up. You're going to be out of a job if you don't get, it's a business.
Yeah.
And people are the inventory. But it's not that different in my mind than a publicly run prison.
Yeah.
The whole thing seems to me that there's a lot of money involved. It's an industry.
Yeah. Bad incentives all around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as MACS, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, what are some of the strategies you're looking to do to help some of these individuals?
Yeah. And by the way, you don't have to be a mother to be involved. It's a good brand, and I'm a mother, so, we went back and forth. But I think a lot of times it is the mothers who will stick by their loved ones, and not always at all. But so that's what we came up with. But, it's, like I said, very new. I wouldn't have even launched it quite so soon, but all these summer conferences came up, and it was such a great way to launch it and talk about it. And I want to learn a whole lot more about what's the most, effective thing to do. One of our visions is to have different inmates, loved ones, like mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, do a little video and talk about their loved one and what they did and what their sentence is. Because when you hear these sentences, it shocks you. And I know a lot of people were shocked at Ross's sentence. I would talk about him, and then I'd tell them, and they go, what? But I felt like that over and over again, meeting people in the prisons.
So what are some of the sentences we're talking about here?
Well, a lot of the most horrific are a result of the third strike law that was a result of the Clinton
in California
crime bill. No, it's a federal.
Oh, federal.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was instituted in 1994, and basically it's, I may go wrong on this. This is part of what I need to do, is really get solid on a lot of these things. But it's basically, because I know people who are there as victims of this, and what it is, and Ross knows them, of course. It's third strike. So this is part of Clinton and Biden, 1994 crime bill. They were involved in this, where if you do 2 offenses and you get out, you say serve your time or whatever, but then you do a third, you automatically get a life sentence, no matter what it is. So, for instance, Ross knows a guy, and I've met him in the visiting room, but also I know his sister, and he'll be one of the people we will feature. He had his third strike was user amount of meth in his pocket. He was an addict.
Yeah.
He's serving life sentence in a maximum security prison. He's not violent. Ross says he's a good guy.
Wow.
That's one. Another one, Jose, who I also met his sister, because people come and visit, we get to know each other, that kind of thing. He had residue on a dollar bill, and he got caught, and he's serving life now because of it's a third strike.
Was it confirmed that, like, you think about how much money passes hands?
Oh,
they say it's one of the dirtiest things.
Yeah, exactly.
for so many reasons.
Yeah.
That seems crazy to me.
Yeah.
Unless they could, I wonder if they could even prove that it was him who was using the dollar bill for that purpose.
Well, and I brought it up to a guard because I was so upset about it, and the guard was, now not all guard. There's whole guards like anybody else. There's different ones, obviously.
Yeah.
But his was well, he shouldn't have been around that. That's all. It's like he defended it, and I'm like, okay, but like you say, I could have that in my pocket.
Yeah.
So but another person that has come to our attention is a woman named Tanika, and I never can grasp her last name. She's actually the Libertarian Party of Mississippi has become aware of her as well. She had 2 crimes. She served her time, and then she got apprehended for a bag of marijuana in her car, which, okay, that's not really smart to do that, but it's a bag of marijuana. And she's serving life, and she's got 4 children, and then it's come out that she recently got cancer. This poor woman.
Yeah.
It's too much, It's just too much. And then how do you, if I don't know, it's like you serve your time and you make a mistake.
Yeah.
Life?
Yeah.
It's way outdated. But with the First Step Act, that was, my understanding is that it was reduced to 25 years, third strike, which is still a long sentence. And that was under Trump. And but what I hope I'm right about this, but what happened at the time was, oh, great, we've got 25 years and I've done 18. I can get out in, 7 years or whatever. And then it turned out that they weren't making, if you already were in there for that, you still had to serve life. It wasn't retroactive.
Just looking forward, not looking backwards.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, well, slavery's bad, so we'll eradicate slavery, but oh, so sorry, you were a slave before, so you have to stay a slave.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially that's what it is, and that makes no sense.
Yeah.
So this kind of crazy stuff, I mean, it seems like it just is hurting so many people and children and communities. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the hardest things to think about is kids whose parents are taken away from them. And I certainly understand it if that parent is a violent person who's a danger to themselves or to their family or to others. But you better have a pretty good reason for snatching a parent away from their kids, because that's going to have an impact on that kid's life.
Oh,
I mean,
totally.
And probably don't be surprised when that kid ends up in the system 20 years later without good parental figures to guide them.
Statistically, they will.
Yeah.
And when I would see these kids, you know, I would see them coming to visit their dads. In my case, because I was a men's prison. And they were so excited to see their father, and, you know, I love my daddy, and T-shirt, and crawl all over him, and it's so happy. And it was such a wonderful thing to see them get this time, you know. And then this happened to be in New York, and so we rode an elevator back down, and this kid had to be pried away from his father, and, you know, was shattered, crying. It was just awful. And this one mom I talked to, she's like, you know, before he got arrested, her husband, it was like the kids were doing great, straight A's, all of this. And she was really a good, hardworking mom, keeping their kids on track. Just everything's fallen apart now. And, you know, it's crazy. And, of course, the sentences are so outrageous that they're gone for so long. They miss their whole... I know several people personally who didn't have a dad in their lives because of these crazy sentences. Nonviolent crimes.
Yeah.
Often drugs.
Yeah. You know, and I know so many in the liberty movement, including Dr. Ron Paul, have been talking about this for a long time, that it's not to condone abuse of these drugs, and certainly recognize that these drugs can ruin someone's life. But what absolutely ruins someone's life is taking them and locking them in a cage for decades on end. And if someone has a drug abuse problem, then, you know, maybe we should be looking at that more as a health and a medical issue, and not necessarily a criminal justice issue.
Right. And it's not like they can't do drugs in prison. There's plenty of drugs in the prison. The drug war does not work.
Yeah.
I can't even work in the prison.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
If you can't keep drugs out of the prisons, which are like literally a police state.
Yeah, literally.
Then where can you then how will drug prohibition ever work?
Right. Exactly.
I've talked to so many people who they say, "Oh, you want to be, you know, more lenient on this or that." It's like, don't you know how bad these drugs are? It's like, well, look at where things are right now. Have these policies worked out? Like the heroin, we're not even dealing with heroin anymore. We're dealing with fentanyl. Things have just gotten worse and worse, and that's been under a prohibitionist regime.
Exactly.
So obviously this has not worked out. And I think, you know, Ron Paul has always pointed out that the war on drugs is really, it's a war on the people. It's a war on the citizens. It's a way that kind of this militaristic police state kind of turns inward on the people. And a lot of people who never threats to anyone else have clearly gotten swept up in all of this.
Yeah, and their families. And Ross actually talked about this at Charlie Kirk's TPUSA event recently. Yeah. And how, you know, he really got to see the effect of hard drugs on people really for the first time in his life, being in prison. And, you know, it really hit him. You know, look, he helped people get off drugs before they were leaving prison and that kind of thing while he was in there. But he also says the drug war doesn't work.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he's had a pretty up close and personal view.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not going to happen with the drug war.
Yeah. Well, it's always seemed to me, and maybe this is, you know, speculating a little bit, but it's always seemed to me that, you know, folks who get caught up in abuse of these hard substances, it often seems like it's a coping with some kind of underlying problem that's unaddressed, or a lack of sense of purpose in life, or you know. And anyway, always seems to me that the solution there is to try to help people find, you know, address that underlying issue, help them find their purpose, help them find a sense of, you know, why do you get up in the morning? Do you have a family to live for? Do you have a job that gives you meaning? I know that there's a, you know, chemical aspect of it, but it's certainly we're not helping people by putting them in a cage.
No.
So, if for those who would like to get involved with Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, even if they're not a mom,
no, you don't have to be a mom.
I'd like to get involved, and I'm not a mom. What would you recommend people do to find out more or get involved?
Sure, thanks. Well, we have a website. It hasn't really developed how it will. Like I say, it's pretty new. mothersagainstcruelsentencing.org. It's kind of a mouthful, but just go there, and it kind of at least lays out our goals. And you had asked me before about that. I want to, make a noise about it, like talking to people like you. Let's look at this. I think a lot of people are just not aware of these sentences and how outrageous they are. And then I'm going to consult with different people in the criminal justice world who have been in this world and are already interested in talking about it with me. Like, what is the best way? I have an appointment next week with someone. It's like, what is the best thing and most realistic thing that we can do to mitigate this situation? Changing the law is hard.
Yeah.
As you know.
Yeah.
And so I don't, but also they do respond to pressure.
Yeah. And it is, I imagine changing the law is hard. I was proud my last year in the Maine Senate, we got some laws changed for people with past cannabis convictions where they could get their records sealed and kind of move forward with their life. So it is possible to change some of these laws, but certainly for folks who are already in the system, changing the law isn't necessarily going to create, I guess it depends on how the law is changed, but it isn't necessarily going to create an immediate impact for them. So I imagine for these folks, it's working the appeals process.
Yeah,
or
raising money for have lawyers. A lot of them don't have the means.
Yeah.
It's very expensive.
Yeah.
To fight for your freedom in this country.
Yeah, especially when you're locked in a cage and you can't work a job.
Yeah, I mean, in this, Ross was fortunate. He was high profile, and we had a lot of support, but couldn't have done it without it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was breaking us personally.
Yeah, and imagine it's as a last resort, people can always kind of hold out for a governor's or presidential pardon, but those are rare and hard to come by.
I'd like to see more.
Yeah.
And in fact, we're working on Steve Stockman's idea, which is Forgiveness Fridays, which is every Friday the president gave someone some kind of clemency. And I think it'd be great.
Yeah.
I think it'd be such a positive thing.
Yeah.
Reunite them with their families.
Yeah.
And, obviously good candidates.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be great.
Well, it sounds like there are plenty of good candidates out there.
There are thousands.
From what Ross says.
Yes.
So, it would be a wonderful idea. I would love to see President Trump and governors across the country really consider that.
I know. I really would too.
Yeah.
And it'd be so easy. The research will be done. There are, I think, I'm going to get the number wrong, terrible numbers. I can say thousands of names just languishing at the pardon attorney's files. You submit a clemency petition, it is probably likely to go into a black hole.
Now, I imagine for a lot of governors, and maybe this isn't the case for Donald Trump because he's not, he's term limited, but imagine for a lot of governors, they probably just see the risk of what if I grant a pardon or grant clemency to someone, and what if they go out and commit a crime?
And it has happened.
Yeah, and it has happened, and certainly you've seen it in political ads against folks campaigning for re-election. They gave someone a pardon, and then this person went out and raped someone, which I'm sure those are rare instances, but it does happen. And, of course, politicians are by nature very risk-averse.
Right.
How do you work to overcome kind of that risk aversion of politicians who don't want to do anything that could ever come back against them?
Right. Well, in our case, it was high profile. We had so much support, but we got a lot of people backing it.
Yeah.
Backing, different Congress people and even former Department of Justice people, and we had some backing.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty outrageous sentence. It's like double life plus 40 years, no parole.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. Well, we can go on and on about criminal justice, but there's no parole in the federal system. They took that away with the drug war. So there's no hope. It's death in prison. That's what it is if you get a life sentence.
Wow.
Or it's such a long sentence. This is another thing. It's such a long sentence that you will die in there.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah.
So, but I think, it's tough. I think it has to look more advantageous to take that risk. And also you research, there's plenty of people who've never committed a violent crime that are sitting in cages.
Yeah.
Lots.
Yeah.
I think there's around 100, and I could be wrong. I've tried to nail this down. At least 100 people serving life for weed, marijuana, who are non-violent.
It's just
life sentence.
It's just so amazing to think that that is still going on after we have like so many states. I know the federal government is still dragging its heels on this, but so many states have legalized cannabis and nullified the federal government policies on this, and to just think that there are still people, you know, facing life in a cage for
serving
for cannabis.
They're in it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I wonder what they must be thinking as they're sitting there hearing about people who are opening legal cannabis businesses.
Yeah. Well, a guy that Ross knew in Florence, Colorado, where he was in prison, was in there for marijuana. I think it was fairly large quantities. Don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But he's serving life in the prison, and down the road is a dispensary. Luckily, he's pardoned by President Trump.
Well, good.
Or commuted.
Well, I bet he's
Very
got
lucky.
some relevant industry experience for this emerging industry. He'll be a good contributing member of society. Well, we have I guess we have a few minutes left. Is there anything else you'd like to share, Lynn, or any final thoughts you want to make sure people walk away with?
Well, just as a personal note, I'm just so grateful to everyone who supported and not only mine, Ross's wife, our family. So many people worked so hard and I just am so grateful. And it's like to see him free and recovering and healing, and you know, it's just and it's a tough thing to go through a maximum security prison for years, and for saving him. And I'm just so grateful. And to you and so many people, you know, all these organizations. I don't dare start mentioning people, you know, but I'll forget somebody. Well, but I know so many, and I couldn't have done it.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done it, you know.
Well, Lynn, you gave people an opportunity to help by asking, right? People, you know, people want to help.
Never shutting up. Never shut up. That is.
And I will say, I was really touched by what Ross said at PorcFest this year. You know, I think we were talking about this before we were recording, but, you know, what he talked about in terms of finding that his own personal happiness was within his control, that if this is where he was to be, if he was going to be locked in a cage, he could fight it, he could resist it, he could be angry about it, but all that didn't help anything.
No.
That just made him miserable. And, you know, I know for myself, as I've been, obviously, I'm very grateful I've never been in the situation that Ross has been in, but those principles of, you know, I think Ross was quoting Epictetus, one of the great Stoic philosophers. I think a lot about how those are principles that we could all learn from.
Oh, absolutely.
And certainly those principles helped me in the state legislature dealing with all of these politicians who would never vote to do the right thing. And I have to imagine when I think of like people who embody Stoicism, of course I think about the man who we're celebrating his 90th birthday, who for 30 years was in Congress voting no and being the lone no, and at the end of the day just accepting, I can't control what these other hundreds of politicians do. All I can do is be accountable to myself, my vote, to my constituents. And, you know, we may not be able to control everything around us or the circumstances that we're in, but we can do the best that we can with our perceptions, our attitudes, and the decisions that we make. And I think Ross, in his remarks at PorcFest, which I certainly would encourage anyone who hasn't seen Ross's remarks at PorcFest, they are available on the Free State Project YouTube page. If you look through our PorcFest videos, it's very touching. We had a Jordan Page sang the Free Ross anthem.
That's awesome.
And live, and Ross gave very touching remarks. For those who haven't seen it, I mean, I know he spoke at multiple events, but maybe I'm biased. I thought his PorcFest remarks were my favorite, we were really. It was really a joy to have you and Ross and Caroline at PorcFest this year.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
So
yeah, So thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I look forward to welcoming you back. I hope that you will continue to join us at Pork Fest for years to come. Lynn, you're always...
Too many friends. I have to go see my friends.
a lot of friends made along the way.
Absolutely.
So,
that was the silver lining of this whole ordeal.
Yeah.
It was all the great people I met.
Well, adversity brings out the best in people. Or it can. Or it can bring out the worst, too. I guess it depends on your attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right. Well, Lynn, thank you so much for joining me.
Absolutely.
And to everyone who's watching, continue watching. We're really looking forward to celebrating Ron Paul's 90th birthday, wishing the good doctor well. He has really changed the lives of so many people, including myself. And thank you so much for tuning in for this special broadcast. And Lynn, any final last word?
No, just thanks to everyone.
All right.
It's helped. Yeah.
Well, then my last word is, furthermore, my opinion is the Federal Reserve should be destroyed.
Amen.
Get ready to take a flamethrower to the official narrative and learn what the elites don't want you to know. You're listening to The Tom Woods Show.
Hey everybody, Tom Woods here. I don't know what episode number this is. I usually announce it at about this time, but I'm completely disoriented being down here in Texas for the Ron Paul 90th birthday barbecue. And I'm joined today by our old friend Buck Johnson, who is making what I believe to be his first appearance on the Tom Woods Show.
It is my first appearance. Yeah.
That is an absolute injustice, man. I'm glad we're able to rectify that here in Texas. Buck is the host of the Counterflow podcast and talks about the kinds of things that I think people who listen to me would find interesting. In a way, do you know Steve Patterson?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Well, you and I have to talk about Steve Patterson.
Okay.
Because he has a mind exactly like yours.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
okay.
Let's talk instead about...
Sorry, Steve.
He's such an awesome guy. Because he's the kind of guy who he'll propose an idea, and the first time you hear it, you think, Steve, you've gone way too far.
Yes.
This is not in your wheelhouse. You have no right to make a sweeping statement like that. And then 6 months later, you say, oh, my gosh, old Patterson. Right. So anyway, let's talk about, I have a few items on my mind. Obviously, we're at a Ron Paul event.
Yes.
So Ron Paul's going to come up. But I've been looking at your feed because I follow you on so-called X.
Yes.
That's the closest I can come to calling it by the new name.
It's so-called.
So-called and with scare quotes. But,
yes.
You know, I've talked quite a bit about the Middle East over the years on the Tom Woods Show, but it's not my main focus. I have other topics that are interesting to me that I know more about, and I tend to focus on things I know more about, so that even when I have a guest on, I want to know enough about the subject that I can have an interesting conversation. You know, if he comes on and knows something that is completely outside my realm of competency, then it's not an interesting interview in general.
Right.
So I don't focus that much on the Middle East because I know some things, but I ain't no Scott Horton. But geez, Buck, lately the issue of Israel, you just can't get around it. I mean, it's got to the point where it is so preposterously over the top how much the U.S. government is kowtowing to it. With now they withdrew that thing where the Trump administration was saying that they would withhold disaster relief from states that boycotted Israeli companies. They withdrew that because that was too unpopular even with their own base. But it's one thing after another. I just posted on my feed a photograph of dozens and dozens of U.S. congressmen sitting in Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, that's, like, even if I were a vociferous supporter of Israel, I would find that weird. I would find that weird. Now, you know, I would find it weird if dozens and dozens of congressmen went to the Vatican and spent several days posing with the Pope. I would find that odd. I think Americans should find that odd. So, and yet the funny thing is, I started off this whole thing back around like 1990. I started off as a very committed Zionist because I didn't know any better, because I thought that was the default position because I was right of center, and so everybody takes that position. And I wouldn't say that, you know, I'm 100% on the other side now either. My view is this has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to be implicated in any way. Where has your thinking on this gone over the years?
So, for those that don't know about the Counterflow podcast, at one point I was a hardcore ANCAP libertarian and an atheist, oddly enough. And now I've transitioned through, because of my own life journey, if we can call it, to an Orthodox Christian. And having been in this Orthodox world, we're sort of seeing some overlap between Middle East foreign policy and maybe incorrect theology. And when I was a teenager, I went to the biggest Zionist preacher church probably in the country, John Hagee. That was my pastor.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
He's well known for this stuff.
Yes. And I remember even when McCain ran and Hagee endorsed him, it was sort of like, ooh, he's got this crazy pastor endorsing him. And I thought, he's not crazy. I don't like McCain, but I went to that church. Now looking back, it's like, oh my goodness, Why?
Crazy pastor did endorse him.
Yes, the crazy pastor did endorse McCain, and now it makes sense why, right? Because Zionists are obviously pro-war. The neocon establishment is very Zionist, and a lot of that, if you take out the stuff that just Scott talks about, where it's just foreign policy, war policy, some of it, as we saw Ted Cruz say recently, is rooted in very bad theology. And so I have been doing a lot of focusing on my show, like, why is this all happening? Why did I learn these things that were so incorrect and bad? I want theologically correct Orthodox priests on my show to explain, and just theologians in general, they're not all priests. Please explain to me where I went wrong, where this goes wrong, and boy, it goes very wrong. And it leads to, one of my episodes was titled, Bad Theology Leads to Bad Actions. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. And I think that you can't separate the foreign policy aspect of it, even if they try to say, no, this isn't about the Bible. This is just, I don't want Islam controlling that region. We've got to have a friend in that region. It's not just because of that. It is because of bad theology. Very often that's what it's rooted in. So I've been focusing a lot on that and trying to correct the record. And a little bit, there's a bit of angst within me, like, why did I believe that stuff? Why did I go to that church? Why did I listen to that preaching and think that that was correct? And so now I'm repenting, as we like to call it.
Well, it's not that we have this. Everything we say on this will be misrepresented. It's not that we have bad will toward anyone.
Right.
It's that I want to understand my own tradition correctly. Mm-hmm. And secondly, in this particular case, it is, I feel like my countrymen are being manipulated and taken advantage of.
Right.
Like their good nature, their if I say simple faith, people will think I'm being disrespectful, but I mean that in the sense that it's innocent and authentic.
Yes.
And I think they're being led by the nose down a path they shouldn't be led down.
Right.
And they're being led to endorse things they should not endorse, and that under any other circumstances they would know they should not endorse. So I've done an episode on the theology, the dispensationalism stuff, but I plan to do another one later this year with somebody who is an incredible expert on it. And it just has no... The idea that a Christian is obligated to lend support to the Israeli regime as it exists today, that's a biblical command, that is just not something that would have been recognized by anybody in Christendom. That's not what's meant by any of these verses. And that's not what anyone took them to mean.
Right.
And if you try to insinuate that there's an Israel of God, there's an Israel of faith, you will be that finds its culmination in the church.
Yes.
You will be accused of engaging in so-called replacement theology,
right?
By which they mean traditional theology of the last 2,000 years.
Yes.
But so it couldn't be of greater importance. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist or not an atheist. The way people look at the Bible, Israel, the church, all these sorts of issues and how they're intertwined affects the lives of many people around the world, whether you find it interesting or not. And it's important for us to get it and to get this stuff right. So as I'm watching it now, I mean, I find it very odd that you go to the House of Representatives, you walk down the halls, and there are Israeli flags outside people's offices. This would disturb me if it was any country.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It would disturb, but it isn't.
Right.
That's the thing. It isn't any country.
Right.
It's not Scotland.
Yeah.
That's for sure. It's not any. It's not Japan. It's all this, and then the way, in lockstep, everybody speaks the same way. All these representatives on Twitter, they all say the same things, repeat the same slogans. Their knowledge of the subject is a mile wide and an inch deep. I'm not even sure it's a mile wide. There's something wrong with this, and it seems because there's this theological block that a lot of people have that makes them think I need to support this. It's hard to convey to them what would otherwise be easy to convey to them, that this is abnormal. Mm-hmm. Other countries aren't like this. Other countries don't have foreign flags everywhere you turn. Like, there's something odd about that.
Mm-hmm. Part of I think, looking back on my past and when I talk to people that still have this misunderstanding, is the name Israel of a state is very confusing to people. So you read Israel in the Bible, and it's like, well, Ted Cruz thinks that they're talking about this state concocted in 1948, I believe. And it's using a name that in the New Testament is meant for the church and Christians. And so they're saying replacement theology because they think that we are replacing something that existed with something new. We're not. It's all through the New Testament. That's not the case at all. It's the olive tree is what they use in one of the texts in the Bible. The unfaithful branches have been broken off. The faithful branches have been grafted on. That's not replacing the tree. The tree, the root, Israel is still there. That is the church. And it just leads to more confusion when someone associates a country, a state of Israel, with something that's in the Bible. And that has caused me confusion for many years.
I don't mean to put you on the spot because this is a hard question. I asked this of Sheldon Richman. I probably asked it of Scott. And, you know, we both have some knowledge of this area, but neither one of us has to carry the burden of being known as an expert. So It's okay for us to occasionally be wrong. It's not a huge international scandal. So having said that, suppose you lived in Israel right now, partly because of what your government has done, you are in an almost impossible situation in that you have a seething hatred for you among a lot of people who live close by. And if you were to say at this point, well, we're simply going to discontinue all operations and we're going to try to reconcile, you may have reached a point where, through some of your own actions, you've made reconciliation impossible. Maybe it is not possible to live in peace side by side with the people you have vanquished, in effect. So a lot of times you get asked, what do you want Israel to do in this situation? And a lot of activists say, well, you know, call everything off against Gaza and all that. But I've had some people admit, I don't really know what the answer is, because it seems like no matter what they do, the public in Israel might still nevertheless be in danger. So now they've gotten to a point where all they can think to do is violence. Because maybe there is no other way out. So, I mean, this is a bad situation.
It is, yeah. And I feel love for those people because they're in a predicament that outside negative forces have put them in. I don't know what they should do either. Now, we were in a different situation because we're our own entity over here, sort of apart from everything in America. But when George Bush was doing the stuff he did, a lot of people hated us. And if we were bordering them, I don't know. I mean, it's sad, but because of incorrect theology and bad leadership, we're putting, not we, but these leaders are putting people that don't have much say-so in a bad spot. So I don't know what they're to do either at this point. I find one of the things you said, if it was any other nation, it's interesting because just to get so people understand, Israel is not a Christian nation. So that should worry people. Why are there flags outside of the halls of Congress and people's office? Imagine if it was Russia. Russia's at least a Christian nation, but boy, could you imagine the backlash they'd get if you started putting Russian flags outside of your office. So
yeah. So, you know, given the circumstances of our being together today, it might be worth noting that we're here to honor a man who takes a very hard-line, non-interventionist position with regard to the United States. And now we've started to see something like that position gaining a little bit of traction within a certain wing of the Republican Party. But that traction can pick up only so much, because then you hit the wall of Israel.
Yes, no pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended, right.
Yes.
I mean, because that is like a wall. Because, yes, of course, we want to stay out of foreign wars, but there's always that but in this particular case. But for Dr. Paul, there wasn't a but.
Right.
It was that, and we can make many sorts of arguments, but number one, it seems like the U.S. in its foreign policy is like a bull in a china shop, and everything it does, not only does it make the situation worse for the people on the ground, it makes the situation worse for the U.S. itself. You know, like the Middle East is not better from the U.S.'s point of view now than it was 20 years ago. Is it better from Israel's point of view? I'm not even sure of that. Even that's arguable. So maybe it's best for us to have some humility instead of assuming that we can just remake the world like it's a set of Tinker Toys and step back, not to mention the expense involved, the loss of life, the radicalization of the population. And, you know, I'm going to be talking tonight about, very briefly, contrasting Bill Kristol's predictions for the war in Iraq in 2003 with Dr. Paul's predictions. And Bill Kristol, his predictions are exactly every caricature you've ever heard of the Iraq war. He believed in every one of them. Like, he believed that we'd be welcomed as liberators. We're not making that up. He did believe that. He thought it would be over in about 2 months, that it would be at minimal expense, and that it would culminate in the remaking of the Middle East in the image of the U.S. Now, these are not things I made up. These are absolutely his verifiable positions. We listen to that today. That's absolutely laughable. Dr. Paul predicted the opposite of all those things, and the opposite of all those things came true. So, but yet, his position is still the minority position. And I asked Grok about it, and Grok said, it's interesting that Bill Kristol, despite his dramatically failed predictions, suffered no professional repercussions. He continued to be a respected commentator on cable news shows, whereas relentlessly anti-war people like Dr. Paul were not getting positions on those shows. So the guy has been vindicated a million times over. He's right again and again and again. And what does he have to show for that? Being called names. He's this, he's that. Okay, call me all the names you want, but if I'm right and I'm a patriot and the things I say, if they had been listened to, would have prevented all these catastrophes, call me all the names you want.
It's funny, too, as you're saying that, I'm thinking, it sounds like a topic you were very good on in the last 5 years.
Oh, what would that be?
That topic, and you've done this, all of those predictions, what happened to that? And no one, it's frustrating, and as an Orthodox Christian, I try to fight the urge to hold in anger about some of these things, but it's tough. But for people that are so wrong and never repent, and there's no consequences for it. The consequences come for the people that were right. And it's frustrating. Again, Bill Kristol had at least a large amount of power. Dr. Fauci, same thing.
Yeah.
Yet everything they said was going to happen was the opposite. Everything people like yourself, Dr. Paul, you guys are always right. And it's frustrating to not see, like, why isn't Tom Woods on all of these news shows, you know? But they still go back. I do think people like Tucker Carlson are helping, let's say,
he definitely is, yeah.
Red Pill a lot of people,
Yeah,
if
he
you will,
definitely is.
on all of these topics that we're talking about.
You know, Red Lobster used to have that endless shrimp promotion.
Yes.
And it crushed them financially. Like, it was devastating to them. So not only did they withdraw that, but I believe they went into bankruptcy, and they attributed it to that stupid endless shrimp thing. Now, not stupid from the consumer's point of view. You could eat a lot of shrimp, but I think they underestimated how much shrimp we could eat.
Yes.
You know, that was the problem. Now, I am pretty sure, I could be wrong about this, Buck, but I'm pretty sure heads rolled over that. You know, I mean, like that particular offering to the public was financially devastating to the company. And I believe heads rolled over it. Now, heads rolled over endless blankety-blank shrimp.
Yes.
And no heads rolled over shutting society down for no reason and lying to us and propagandizing us 24 hours a day and compromising people's health and all these other things. No heads rolled, and no heads rolled over, I mean, the estimates are hard to know which one to decide on, but maybe 1 million people died in Iraq. Nothing, I mean, endless shrimp has more accountability for it than a humanitarian catastrophe. That's all you need to know about the state. And I know that there are times when I'm tempted to say, oh, you know, ANCAPism is just pie in the sky. But then I'm reminded, I mean, there's no other institution in society that would have tolerated that kind of atrocity
right.
and not having any accountability for it at all. I mean, if endless shrimp gets you fired, I would think these things should get you fired too.
Yeah, endless war and endless death should get you fired. And it's interesting because when you come from, let's say, the side that we come from often, which might be considered the skeptic side, or Ron Paul's side, the skeptic side, you are put under a microscope, and just the littlest phrase you make that's slightly off, see, he's full of crap, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But you could, again, put Bill Kristol's record out there, and he was wrong, well, but he knows a lot, he's been studying. Yeah, right. We couldn't foresee some of these things,
yeah,
right?
The science, who's we?
Yeah.
Some people did.
Yeah, the science had to change. You don't get how science works. It changed as we got new information. Yeah, okay, right. Well, how come Tom Woods knew it from the get-go? So it's yeah.
So, your Counterflow podcast.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, sometimes people ask me, what's your favorite movie? And I can't answer because I have trouble narrowing things down to just one. Like, what's your favorite song? I would never be able to do that.
Okay.
Maybe I have 12 favorites, but I could never narrow it down to one. Do you have, since I can't do that, I'm not going to ask that of you, what's your best episode? But especially for people who've never listened to Counterflow before and don't know what they're in for, what would you say are maybe the 2 or 3 that you really felt like your mind was blown by?
I think, well, you might understand the paradox I'm in here. My biggest episode that I ever had on Counterflow was one that I messed up as I was recording it, and so it came out visually strange. Yet, it's got the most views of any, and I think the message is important because it's on some of this. It's actually a Protestant preacher came after Orthodoxy and made a video online saying why we're goofy and why we're wrong. Well, I had a priest and a cradle Orthodox guy, Jim Jatras actually is who it was.
Oh,
who's friends with
sort
Ron
of know
Paul.
him.
Yeah. So they were on with myself critiquing that breakdown of us and critiquing that. And I never used Zoom after that again because Zoom really messed me up. So that's on. I've got several episodes with a guy that I call my spiritual father, an Orthodox priest named Father Turbo Qualls. I would check those out. He's a very deep spiritual man. I would check out the episode I've got with Tom Woods where we break down the Diary of a Psychosis, I believe. And those are the ones that pop as you ask that question. Again, we'll be done with this interview,
right,
and I'm going to go, I forgot to mention that
okay.
one.
My favorite expression that I learned about only late in life is l'esprit de l'escalier. It's like the spirit of the staircase. It means as you're walking away from a situation, the perfect response comes into your mind.
Yes.
And I didn't know there was an expression for that.
Yes.
It's l'esprit de l'escalier. So later on, you're going to come to me and say, I forgot that episode. I should have told you.
And for those who love the Tom Woods Show, I got Dave Smith on, and I think it's a conversation that he's not used to doing or that you don't hear from him very often. It was how his views on Christianity changed with the birth of his children. And I think that's a very touching episode. So check out the one with Dave Smith, too.
Now, you've done some conversation, you at least had a recent one pertaining to feminism.
Yes.
Now, feminism's a hard topic because there are different waves of feminism, so which one are you? And sometimes you might be talking past somebody because that person will say, well, I actually agree with you on those things. So it's a little tricky to nail down. It's even trickier than libertarianism to nail down because at least most libertarians will at least claim they believe in the non-aggression principle, but feminism has so many different varieties. And so I've had some feminists on. What I've said to them is, I think when a lot of people hear the word feminism, they think, well, what this means is just that women should get a fair shake in society and that they should have a fair chance at job opportunities and they should be taken seriously. You know, like if they go to the doctor and they have a complaint about something, the doctor shouldn't treat them contemptuously like, well, this is just some uninformed woman and I'll send her away.
Right.
You know, and when you put it that way, you think, well, that doesn't sound all that unreasonable. Mm-hmm. So what would Buck Johnson possibly have to complain about here?
Well, I would have to complain about, I look at all war is based largely around propaganda. You cannot have war without it, basically. And I look at feminism as an occultic-like war on women because it's had the opposite effect, right? So look at the dating pool right now. Look at people, in their 40s, look at people in their 20s. There's this issue where men aren't men, women aren't women. And I've noticed a lot of women I know that were formerly on the left have said, you know what, I now believe in traditional marriage roles. I believe in traditional female, male. But boy, I was ruined for so long with these feminist thoughts in my head. And that was all based on the early feminists were occultists. And then again, it's this propaganda. It's a war against women. It's a war against the family. Some of them specifically said that initially. And you can't have war without propaganda. So it's led us to think, well, of course we want them to vote and to be able to get a job and these things. But it's like, yeah, you believe you don't want to kill grandma, so you should probably wear a mask, right? It's the same sort of propaganda that comes out. It's just that this feminist one's very widespread over a century at least, and they've infiltrated the universities, of course. Now they've infiltrated the schools. The lady I had on's a homeschooler, and she said, boy, if you've got kids, I'm for homeschooling, but if you have boys specifically, please homeschool them, because this feminist thread that's woven into the fabric of education, public education, it's just teaching young men that they're bad. Women good, men bad, and now we've led, you get them out of college and all these women complain, well, these guys aren't anything. They don't build something. They don't want to work. And it's like, right, because they've been disincentivized to do that through their entire education curriculum.
Now, I just turned 53. I am not happy about this. But in one sense I am, that I'm way, way, way out of the dating pool, that's for sure. But boy, do I hear complaints from men of all ages about how difficult it is. And of course, there's a whole movement of men who've just decided to give up.
Which is terrible. Imagine that. If feminism was started to break up the family, the last thing a man right now should do is go, well,
yeah, no, don't give them what they want.
No, don't give them what they want.
Exactly. Yeah. But I don't even know. I don't know what's so difficult about it today as compared to. I'm sure that social media and dating apps are part of it.
Yes.
But is it more than that?
I would say there's for any women I am close with listening, not talking about you, but there has been a large segment of the female population that I would say is extremely vain, expects a lot. It's this sort of thing, I want a man to provide, I want a man to do this, I want this, I want this. And what do you offer? I'm here for him. It's sort of like this, well, I'm expected to be taken care of, but the female role in a household has been diminished and considered like, well, you're a misogynist if you think the woman should raise the kid or should homeschool the kid or prepare the man dinner or something like that. It sounds almost weird for me saying that now. It's like, yeah, that is misogynist, but it's not. And then the backlash of this again is this, I think they call it men going their own way. I forgot how but it's
like,
I
think that is it.
If you're going to go your own way as a man and you don't want a woman, unless you're a monk, the other options aren't very appealing to me either,
Yeah.
Sit around with a bunch of men and then I don't know, it's a bizarre thing. So unfortunately, this feminist wave that started very early on with the first wave has continued throughout the century, and it's led to this. And there's a lot of good women out there. I do say...
let me jump in there.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that in churches that are more traditional,
yes,
there must be young women who are looking for a man, who's compatible with them.
Yes.
And a lot of times what they find, so they'll say, what we find is that the men are a bunch of slobs with no ambition,
yes,
who sit around playing video games all day,
yes,
and you can't expect me to be attracted to that.
Right, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't be attracted to that either. So I think there's this, we call it the royal path, the middle path, that you could also relate to some of the stuff Ron Paul's preached on. There's a royal path. You don't need to be the vain, alpha boss babe woman demanding what you want from the man, and the man that gets tired of that shouldn't just fall back into his couch in a basement and say, I've got AI and I've got video games. There's a middle path to be had here, and with some of my episodes, that's what we're trying to get across.
Yeah. That's really important. This is why part of the reason that my own emphasis and some of the things I do has shifted away from just how do I adjudicate two competing lines of argument in some obscure libertarian dispute. You know, like whether, you know, how would Lockean homesteading work in outer space or something.
Right.
And one position says this, one position says that. I mean, you know, I'm a puzzle solver. That's why I really enjoy doing math. I like solving puzzles. And for me, libertarianism and Austrian economics was in large part solving puzzles. Like, okay, it doesn't seem like this particular service could be provided on the free market, so let me put my puzzle-solving hat on and see if I can figure out how it could. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's a fun exercise. But I think we've reached a point where we need to now kind of do things in the real world because, you know, we're living with the consequences of, you know, a society that is deeply hostile to us, institutionally and on every level. And it's more important, I think, to help people equip themselves to prosper and thrive in that kind of world than it is to satisfy their intellectual curiosity about obscurities. So I admit that I may have put a little too much emphasis on the obscurities in the old days, but now it's more like, geez, this is where we are. You know, because I would get a lot of people saying, so what do we do? I know all the information. What do we do? And my answer was, I don't know, somebody will come along and figure that out. But I think that the somebody is us.
Yes.
You know, the somebody is putting our heads together and figuring it out. Or, you know, a lot, like, for example, I have a couple of mastermind groups.
Yes.
And one of the best benefits of that is that people meet people. They make contacts. They, like 3 of my guys bought a business together. You know, they wouldn't have been able to do that if they hadn't all been together. And I think, likewise, the more we socially get to know each other, well, you know what? Maybe romances develop out of that.
Yes.
You know, maybe deep friendships, maybe businesses. You know, it's important for us to get out from behind the microphone and from behind the speakers, you know, and get out and try and make this world better.
Right. But to your credit, not only with the mastermind groups, because you are doing something, but to create groups, essentially, like the Tom Woods listeners or mine for the Counterflow listeners, you're still putting out issues and asking questions and solving puzzles that the average, let's say, person maybe not find so interesting, right? So then, okay, we've got our listeners. Well, there's the group. Now you get up from behind the microphone, get with these people, and we're supposed to commune. I think a lot of some issues that I had with pure libertarians, or at least libertarian party types in my 20-something years of mixing and mingling with them, there was this instinct to, like, I know stuff, I just want to be by myself out in the woods and not talk to anyone because I hate the government and I hate the world. It's like human beings made in the image of Christ are meant to commune and have community with each other. So I've been trying to preach that more. Now, on my side of things, we find that in the church very often, but we do conferences that my podcast and I'm part of. And like you said, yeah, all of a sudden you think, well, I knew this person's name on a screen, but goodness, they own 2 businesses, and maybe this person can help out with that. And so getting out there, not being the alone guy that wants to live in the woods and just be a libertarian is something that I think that Tom's show has done a lot. And gatherings like we're at right now with the Ron Paul thing has done a lot. Because again, I did know many libertarians that just didn't want to get out there and do things and talk. They just wanted to focus on theory. And so I'm glad to see people like you doing your mastermind class and things of that nature.
So you've had a bit of a transformation in your life, probably more than one.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
48.
48, okay. So
we're close.
You're still a young whippersnapper to me. Okay. So if you're 48, what would be something that if you could speak to your 21-year-old self?
Oh.
Don't you hate that question?
Yeah, because I don't know that my 21-year-old
would have been ready to hear it, right?
Bingo, right.
Isn't that the problem?
Yes.
You're too dumb at that age to listen to good advice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although I was still listening to Ron Paul at that age, so I had that going.
Okay, you had that going.
But my main focus now is a relationship with Christ within the Orthodox Church, and after I first figured some things out, or at least I think I figured some things out, I thought, why did I go to Hagee's church? why did no one explain orthodoxy to me? And then after a few sessions of beating myself up and getting upset with this and talking to some priests, it hit me like, because I might not have been ready then. You know, things come to you spiritually when God puts it in front of you when you are ready for it. And my 21-year-old self, I'd like to say, look into the Orthodox Church, please, Buck. But my 21-year-old self might go,
what?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
No.
Right. It looks weird. They wear weird vestments.
Yeah.
Seems foreign to me.
I hated the term fellowship for so long. Again, I was an avowed atheist for quite some number of years, and I would hear someone say, well, we're having our men's fellowship, and it would just be like nails on a chalkboard, like, what? That is gay. But Lord have mercy, and here I am.
All right, so that's the first one. What would you say was the first time you looked at some issue in the world and said, the truth of this matter is actually the opposite of what the mainstream tells me? Now that's hard to think of, right? Thinking all that.
I would say foreign policy.
Was it foreign policy?
Yes, because so I lived in Austin starting in 1998, where Alex Jones had a public access TV show. Yeah. So I was watching that. And even before that, I was in pretty dissident political groups that Tom's familiar with as well. And so I would say, well, actually, if you go back to some of the Southern stuff, I would say Civil War history. I realized, wait a second, this isn't right. Then I got that book, The South Was Right, by the Kennedy brothers.
Oh, yeah.
And then foreign policy. So in a sense, Alex Jones introduced me to Ron Paul because he would have him on his radio show. And I started listening to Ron, and then I bought the Harry Brown book called The Great Libertarian Offer just before the 2000 election, and then 9/11 happened soon after that. Yeah. And when I saw what was going on, I had already been influenced enough from Harry Brown, Ron Paul, Alex to an extent, although Alex wasn't touching foreign policy as much as he was on conspiracies. And it was like, this is all lies. These people are lying. Like, what did Iraq have to do with this?
Yeah.
And so then that was my first real red pill moment, I would say, where it's like, this isn't what they're saying. These people are lying. And I saw people I loved falling for it. People I work with. I'm a firefighter. I can't say exactly where I'll get in trouble, but I'm in the fire department, and I saw firemen going, we got to go over there and look what they did. And I was like, no, that's not what happened. Yeah. They didn't do this. Yeah. Our foreign policy caused a small segment or a small amount of people to do this. It didn't have anything to do with Saddam Hussein. So that was a big eye-opening moment. It was disappointing and disheartening to see it just spread like wildfire. And I'm like, hello, listen to Ron Paul, you know.
Well, Dave Smith has a bit somewhere where he's talking about talking to people after a little bit of time had passed after 9/11 and saying things like, well, our government or we had done this over in the Middle East and this and this and this. And the response would be, what? That doesn't sound like us. Yeah. Like no one even knew what was going on.
Right.
Like history began on 9/11. Like,
yes.
No one even knew what was going on. That their leaders had been putting them in a position where they were in danger,
mm-hmm.
but hadn't bothered to come clean with them about it. So nobody knew what was going on. So it's funny about Alex Jones and foreign policy, because that's, later on, obviously, he came to have a lot to say about foreign policy.
Yes.
But I think foreign policy became way more important after 2001. I mean, yes, in the 1990s, we had the Balkans,
mm-hmm.
we had NATO bombing Serbia, which was an atrocity. I'm sure especially you would have strong opinions on
Correct.
that. I did an episode on that, too. But this didn't really hit particularly close to home for most people. So no doubt, that helps to explain why all of a sudden he paid more attention to it. But for me, that was hard, because I just thought that I really, this was as sophisticated as I was. I thought that if you were a wimp, if you were a liberal, then you don't like the U.S. military, but you should, because it's defending freedom. I mean, it really, really was a very low level I was at. And I was very good at things like math. I was the co-captain of the math team. I took us to the New England championships. I was 2-time Eastern Massachusetts All-Star at Penn State. I mean, so I was capable of high-level thinking, just not here. But when it was something visceral, like this is my country you're talking about, but that helped me to talk to people more, because I realized that some of these people I'm talking to, they have the same visceral reaction I did, that when you criticize the U.S. military or the U.S. government, it's like you're criticizing them. That's me. How dare you say those things to me? And that took me a while to get over, but what helped me get over it was the first Persian Gulf War of 1990-91. So 1990 was the buildup, Desert Shield, and we were all wondering, are they actually going to go to war? And then it happened in January 1991. And now they say that some of the casualty figures in that war may have been overstated. I don't know whether that's true or not. But what I do know is it occurred to me that even the fighting men in Iraq, I have nothing against those people.
Right.
Well, what possible reason would I have to be? I know nothing about them. They've never harmed me. They don't want to harm me. The thought that they were going to be involved in a conflict with the United States never crossed any of their minds. They have wives and children, and it suddenly this exterior core of mine with the bravado about rah-rah for the U.S. started to melt away because I could not get over the contrast between the yellow ribbons and the Bob Hope comedy special.
Yes.
And all these people mourning their losses. And so I went in and I saw one of my professors. I was at Harvard, supposed to be, enlightened and everything. He had written an article for the New Republic. He hadn't. Here's what it was. I knew he was a left liberal, but an establishment liberal. And I went in to say, I've got real misgivings about this war. And he said, well, there's a cover story in the New Republic you should read called Why Liberals Should Support the War in Iraq. You should go read that. That was what he told me to do. And this article was unsatisfying, I'll say that. So I was ripe pickings for when I came across the Chronicles magazine, the Paleocon crowd, that said, you can be right of center and not go along with these slaughters. You don't have to. And at that point, I decided, I guess I'm not going to then.
Yes.
I'm not going to.
Yes. Thank God for the paleo-libertarian stuff. Lou Rockwell, Murray Rothbard in those days.
They took a lot of abuse for that, but they were siding with people who said no more slaughters.
Yes.
That's good enough for me.
Yep. And Pat Buchanan, Paul Gottfried, all of these voices, just going back and reading the Rothbard, Rockwell report, Rothbard.
No, Rothbard, Rockwell report.
Yeah.
I used to get that in the physical mail.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It's just a treasure of brilliance. And I mean, I could go on and on about that. But some of those writings, when you look back in those Pat Buchanan years, and then Ron Paul, of course, being involved with a lot of those circles, it's just so much better and more informed than the Bill Kristols.
Yeah.
And yet, Pat Buchanan was demonized naturally, and.
Well, one of the great developments of our time is that for a long time, I think some of us thought we have really smart, talented people on our side, and they don't get a fair shake, and they could absolutely eviscerate some of these people.
Yes.
Well, now we've actually lived to observe this happening.
Yes.
Like Scott Horton debated Bill Kristol on a stage.
Yeah.
And it was such an embarrassment for Kristol that when Kristol was leaving the building, I guess Scott wanted to say something to him.
Yeah.
And Kristol stopped, turned around, and said, I don't owe you one more minute of my time.
Right.
And to see Dave smashing people left and right, I mean, it's happening.
Yeah,
something has to come of this.
We owe Dave a lot, because it's not just that Dave goes and makes Archie or whatever this libertarian goofball's name is look ridiculous in a debate. He's doing it now with Chris Cuomo.
Right.
And these people, even Berenson, I don't know what that was.
What happened with Alex Berenson?
I
mean, the thing is, I liked him because of COVID. But
sure.
Then I saw people were telling me, but he's not very nice to even people who are on our side, but not the right form of our side. So he was very nasty to Dr. Malone. All right,
Yes.
maybe he disagrees with Dr. Malone, but there's no reason to be nasty to him. Like he's broadly on our side, even if you do disagree with him.
Right. But for Dave Smith, just someone that you and I have known of for a long time, but, and not to diminish him, but he does this about himself. I'm just a comedian. And it's like, I guess that's just what he is. But to go and see him just take down people that, like Dennis Prager, that I just grew up hearing and thinking, I guess that guy's really smart. And not that I thought Cuomo was smart per se, but he was the voice of COVID.
Right.
And it's just like, we have this guy now that we all know who's just a comedian, and he slaughters them.
Yeah, that's all it takes, apparently.
I guess so, but it goes to show, and I don't want to diminish Dave as a very, very good debater, and he's very wise, but I guess it goes to show these other people that the boomers told us were experts or talking heads we need to listen to, they don't have anything.
Yeah, they were paper tigers all along.
Yes.
They had us fooled.
Yeah, and it makes me look back and think, boy, I wonder who else would have been a paper tiger that's maybe not in the spotlight anymore. Dan Rather, I don't know.
Yeah.
People that I thought I could trust when they told me something.
Yeah, and almost because of the contempt in which they held people like us, there was a part of, at least a part of my brain, way, way deep in the back that would say, they must be really smart. Even if they disagree with me, they must be really smart.
Yes.
They don't even think I'm fit to have a cocktail with them.
Right.
Yeah.
And I heard you say on a podcast, or it was one of your speeches, I believe, with the Mises Institute, and I relate to this. You said you were going to do a debate over COVID with the guy that ended up not showing up, and you're thinking, you who had all of this information, God, I hope he doesn't get me on something.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. And I have that all the time, and then
he didn't get to his position for nothing.
Yeah, why does he think all these things that I'm the opposite of?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong somewhere.
Yeah.
But they don't have that level of humility to say maybe I'm wrong
Right,
somewhere.
no, they don't.
Yeah.
He should never, we were talking, there was a guy named Brent Orrell from the American Enterprise Institute. He should, after I saw his opening remarks, because even though he wasn't able to be at the debate, he had written them out and Gene Epstein read them at the event. After looking at those opening remarks, I can confidently say he should never have agreed to this debate. Because if he'd been there in person, it would have been an embarrassment. He didn't have anything.
But he was certain that he did.
He was certain that he did. Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, he was willing to go to New York and do this live.
Yeah.
He had nothing.
Yeah, it was the Alex Berenson mess with Dave was just, it was actually kind of physically painful to watch.
Well, why don't we tell people what exactly was the dispute? Because they both agree on COVID. What was the dispute between Berenson and Dave?
That's the stupid part about the whole thing is Berenson attacked Dave as a Holocaust denier.
Yeah.
It's like, he's not that. And that was sort of, let's have a debate. And I thought, Dave's not a Holocaust denier, so is it like, I'm not one, debate's over.
It's sort of like Dave's view is, look, I may be a lot of things, but I guarantee you I'm the world's foremost expert on myself.
Yes.
So if I tell you this is my opinion, you can probably be assured that it is.
And then he wanted, once he's on there and you realize, that tactic's not going to work, he wanted to discuss Daryl Cooper's tweets.
Yeah.
Get Daryl Cooper here. Dave is Dave.
But also he was saying, but didn't you, I'm not kidding, it took this form. Didn't you tell a joke in 2017 about...
Oh, yeah.
And didn't you tell a joke about 2017 is something that, Alex, that's over now.
Yeah.
This is 2025. You don't pull that anymore.
Right.
Nobody cares.
Yes.
That doesn't work.
Yes, and boy, when it was Dave was talking to Richard Spencer or someone that was, the alt-right, back in 2017 and made this joke, and boy, for Dave to reply to say, he nailed him, and he said, you're worried about me and who I spoke with 5-10 years ago? You worked for the New York Times.
Yeah.
When they were pushing the war in Iraq, responsible for over 1 million people.
Yeah.
I owe you an apology? No.
Yeah.
You're brilliant. It's beautiful.
Exactly. That particular point about their weird priorities.
Yes.
No one had been making that until very recently, but
Right.
that is very, very important.
Yes.
So, do you have, if somebody wants to listen to Counterflow, they just go to whatever
Go to
podcast.
the YouTube page. Type in Counterflow with Buck Johnson on the YouTube page.
Is there any link, anything else you want to?
I have a website, counterflowpodcast.com. You can go to, follow me on X, so-called X, at Buck Rebel, BuckRebel. Podsworth Media produces Tom's show and my show, so we've got that connection as well. So the production value is going to be great.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say about, Michael Malice, at the end of his podcast, always asks the guest, he says, we're running out of time. what was your favorite part of this interview? Now, Malice will never see this. I am the co-star of half his episodes because he'll drop some reference to me being. In fact, at Freedom Fest this year, he I guess he was using it as a prop or something, but he held up a book and it was called The Mentally Retarded Child, and he had my face on the screen or some kind of crazy thing like that. But anyway, he'll never even find out that this happened. I'm just going to steal that from him. What was your favorite part of this interview?
Getting to talk to you for this long amount of time. I mean, we've almost been here an hour, and I have been a fan of yours since well over 10 years. I've read your books. I take a lot of my style. I at least try to emulate some of you, and Tucker Carlson are my favorite interviewers and the way you do things. So it's an honor to be here, sitting here with you.
Well, I appreciate that, Buck Johnson. Thank you very much. Check out Counterflow, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, but I'm doing this though. I have 2 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Am I damaging the Ron Paul Institute in any way by not filling that time? Okay, they are giving me the thumbs up. All right. Well, so long, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. What's up, everybody? Gary Franchi. We are live at the Ron Paul Money Bomb. It is a revolution of love happening in the VIP room. I'm surrounded by it. Look who's here with me. Look, I got Stuart Rose right here. What's up, Stuart? What brings you here? Liberty. Absolutely. Yeah. Free man now. That's right. I'm working back in the day, and I'm here to celebrate freedom. I'm glad to be here. Kristen Megan's in the house.
Howdy. We go way back to Chicago, and so glad to be here. It's so great because so many of us have been around the country that are still highly activated and engaged. So what I'm excited about here, Gary, is that to learn what everyone's doing to advance Ron Paul's movement. So many of us have gone in different directions, but we were just talking about it. Luke and I in the car were talking about that what sets us apart from the other parties, that we don't agree on everything. We all have different avenues and ideas to advance liberty, and we all share the same goal. So we're like the Liberty Misfits. It's so great to be here to honor Dr. Ron Paul.
Oh yeah, we are now. It's a highly concentrated activity of liberty happening right here. Michael Maresco, come on over. Talk to us. Aloha. What brings you here? Don't go anywhere, Jordan.
I'm available. So, but yeah, happy 90th birthday. So excited to see where people we were doing it.
So we put on signs today.
Yeah, I got to do a sign bomb. I haven't done a sign bomb.
Yeah. 10 years? 10 years. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Besides, I'm out there. Nice to see you here.
And our musician of the evening, the man who creates the anthems of liberty that will move your soul and activate your spirits, Jordan Page himself.
Thank you for that, my friend. And we have the Walter Cronkite of liberty right here. This guy, Gary Franchi. Can you believe it?
Yeah, that's me, I guess.
I'm standing here with Gary Franchi, the anchor man of the revolution.
Thank you for that, Jordan. What have you got in store for us tonight? Any classics? Can we get maybe a set list? A preview?
You really want to hear the set list?
Yeah, I want to know the set list tonight.
Well, I'm definitely going to play "The Light of Revolution," which was the song I wrote for Ron Paul in 2012. And I'm going to open "Message of Freedom," which is my song everybody kind of excited about. Nobody has believed the other two in this video.
Well, I'm sure there will not be a dry eye. And there's one man that knows how to move the soul. And Jordan Page. Find your friend.
Well, if you get on jordanpage.net, I'm real easy to find. Just type in Jordan Page Music. Find me. I'm also launching an education platform to help people exit from the public school systems. So Firefly Education Network, Firefly EDU.org, everything that I gleaned from the Ron Paul experience, I poured into this platform.
So, Jordan and I were talking about shared a lot of the infrastructure, the details of the Firefly Education Program. I've never seen anything quite like it. And if you want to get out of the public school system, maybe you're even in a charter school, you don't like it, keep your eyes open what Jordan has in store, because I think it's really going to be revolutionary.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary. Yeah, we're really excited about it. We have a lot coming. And, I'm also putting out a new album this year, my first praise and worship album. So it's a Jordan Page record. You know, got the guns in it, but it's very much a Christian praise and praise album. So I'm very excited about it.
Awesome.
Yeah, Jordan's good.
All right, we'll check in with you. Right. Stuart, come back over here. Talk to the people here. We're waiting for the next act to come on. Right now, they've raised, you see, $150,000. All money bombs. $1,000. I'm sure they'll make it for the Texitcoin can be done in another value. Very broad, the big man he went there and me and Fisher Rescue and a bunch of us jumped in. So we're back to by the grace of God. Yeah, most of the parties I get it's only to waiting for a party that I think is going to happen. And we want to go to these this month. Like all right, I'm Brian's giving me a note that I'm using the wrong microphone, so let me just do this. Right, how do I fix that?
You're doing the wrong microphone. How long have you been doing this? How long? How long have you?
What are you doing? You are using the phone's mic. Okay. All right. Well, you want me next? Yeah. Let's get some technical.
Is that even live still? It looks like it's stuck. It might not be live. Nope. Might not even be live.
Welcome to MineTexitcoin.com. You're probably here today because you missed the Bitcoin bandwagon. Don't worry, we missed it too. Millions got rich because they got in early on a technology you still don't understand. But the crypto kids messed up. They got greedy, and their mistakes handed over control of the Bitcoin network to China. Their carelessness gives us 1 second chance. You can rest easy because we have a plan. It's called Texitcoin, and you're invited to join us for the journey. We'll hold your hand and guide you through this new frontier so that you too can claim your share of the profits. It is not too late. Don't let your friends get rich without you. Secure your seat on the rocket ship as we take Texitcoin to the moon and beyond.
What's up, everybody? I'm Bobby Gray here. I'm the founder of Texitcoin and the founder of the American Open Currency Standard. Which camera am I on? I'm over here. Okay, got it. And we're here today at the Ron Paul barbecue with a whole lot of other freedom and liberty lovers. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to be joined by my very special guest, Brock Pierce, today. Thank you so much for jumping on the chair and having a conversation with me about the future of money. What a great place to be to talk about freedom, liberty, and money all in one place. Thanks so much for coming out.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, to have these conversations about our collective future, certainly at a time where it's very different today than what it was a year ago.
And we should be very, very thankful and grateful for that for sure, right?
And I'd say that, you know, we're here to celebrate Ron Paul's 90th.
Yeah.
And certainly deserves some credit for everything that's happened here as someone that shed light on the realities of our financial system is the impetus for probably a lot of what we're here to talk about today.
It definitely was for me, that's for sure. Now, you said that you just came in from D.C. What's a quick overview on you for the few people out there watching that might not know who you are?
Well, I've been doing a lot of things in government in terms of the evangelism and education of this technology as well as others. But I've been an entrepreneur my entire life in the field of crypto. I've been chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation, co-founded Blockchain Capital, the first venture fund. I was chairman of Mastercoin. We were the first ICO. Started Tether, or the first successful stablecoin. Started the system where people could contribute to these open source ideas with their crypto. And so it was not that it was the best idea. It was a necessity for the industry's development. And as we've matured and markets recognize the opportunity, venture capital firms emerged that would invest in the equities of these businesses and then eventually into the tokens in these businesses. But, it's been a long road. It's been 12 years, we'll call it 14 years.
Right.
To get to the point that we had access to, call it the world's markets.
And what's your take on the actions that are being taken now by the administration to pave the way, essentially, for more of those doors to open up to the cryptocurrency community? You see those overall as a positive thing, or is there anything that stands out as being strange or weird about the steps that are being taken today?
No, I think it's fantastic. I mean, I think it's, again, the difference between day and night. If you were a pioneer in this industry and on the front line, you were at risk of losing your life or your liberty or your reputation or certainly being sued. Every major project, for the most part, that had any U.S. nexus, and even if they didn't, found themselves likely sued by the government.
Yeah.
if not prosecuted.
Right, of course.
And that's what it was to be a nail that stood up.
Right.
You know, to be a pioneer on the forefront of that change. You know, you legitimately, unless you were ignorant, you couldn't sleep at night knowing that your door might not get kicked in that evening. You know, that's why so many of the best and brightest, so many, you know, of America's finest left to go live and build overseas.
Yeah.
What makes America great is the ingenuity of the American people. We're the greatest innovators alive. And,
of course.
And when we're pushing out the innovators around a critical new industry, that does not bode well to our future. And so what a completely different time to be alive. You know, America's back. Innovators are coming back. We are being supported for the positive change that we're able to bring to the world. And, you know, what an amazing time to be able to build and to do it without fear.
Well,
right?
I definitely
and not that we sought permission,
that.
But to do it with permission,
right.
to do it with acknowledgement, to do it with support, right? You know, to feeling supported for the work that you're doing. It's like we've made it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I can say for sure myself, I definitely would have already been arrested for the work that I'm doing today with Texitcoin. But I see it as a bit of a double-edged sword. You know, with you know, the adoption from mainstream finance, we've got a lot of centralization now that's coming around. You know, if you go out to a big crypto conference, it's a lot of big money there now. It's the same types of guys that we talked about disrupting back in the early days of crypto. So, you know, 10 years ago, if you said Bitcoin, your bank account was getting closed, whereas today, banks are offering crypto and crypto services to their
now they're
their customers.
obligated. The most recent executive order.
Right, with the executive order, right. So do you see any kind of challenge with crypto maintaining or still having a place as a decentralized currency for the people, by the people? Is that, you know, kind of going the way of the dinosaur now with all of this engagement by the institutions and governments of the world?
No, I don't believe that's changed.
Okay.
This is part of a regular process or cycle of things becoming mainstream. You know, in the beginning, something is fringe, right? And if you're part of that original fringe group, generally it's normal to feel uncomfortable when things go mainstream.
Right.
Because they're not pure enough, they're not, you know, principled enough or whatever it might be. But in the end, there is no question that mainstream adoption is a good thing. You don't want to be a fringe group forever fighting the system. You want the system to stop fighting you, but join you. That is the moment that you've won.
Yeah, you did it.
You know, centralization. People have said, "Oh, isn't this terrible? There's ETFs, not your keys, not your coins." Well, if you want mainstream adoption, you have to make it easy for people.
Right.
And I think that ETFs are a great way of expanding the market, allows institutional capital to participate, which then means they stop fighting you.
Yeah.
You know, the reason we can sit here so comfortably today is because the world's, call it major stakeholders, instead of fighting us, decided to join us.
Yep.
We have a crypto president, vice president. We've got a majority of Congress that supports legislation around the things that we're doing. And with that, you know, as someone that's gone around the world talking to world leaders and major financial institutions and big family offices, the number one concern that was always raised is, well, but what's the U.S. going to do?
Yeah.
And governments would be like, yeah, we like it, but we're not going to do anything until we see what the U.S. does. The biggest thing that was holding back this industry's, you know, call it next big step in where it goes was the U.S. saying yay or nay.
Yeah.
Because everybody is terrified of what the U.S. position was going to be. And now that the U.S. position is abundantly clear,
right,
it means the water is warm. And it's an incredible time for foreign governments to be figuring out their strategies, how to, you know, create their legislation to drive adoption and development and economic opportunity for their nations, their people. You know, and there's nothing holding anyone back at this point. And so I think that's a great thing. Yes, the devil is also in the details, right? Sure. You know, one of the big concerns that people have raised is the idea as well, is this going to be co-opted and turned into a CBDC?
Right.
And are we going to end up with some new financial system where we lose our privacy?
And pause right there. What's your take on that? Do you see that as being potential or likely, or just something that, you know, the conspiracy theorists will grab onto as a concern?
I personally think it's more of a boogeyman than reality, and always has been.
Yeah.
Right? Because let's talk realistically about the Federal Reserve,
right, or
central banks, or the U.S. Treasuries. Let's just talk about that for a moment. And I was in a meeting with a foreign government recently, and someone brought me in and said, yeah, but I think the central bank could do this and all that. And I basically told this person, shut up. I go, I'm not even going to get into the merit of it, but let's talk realistically. What does your central bank do? Well, we issue banking licenses and mobile payment licenses, and we try to, oversee the economy. Yeah. And let's talk realistically. The central bank is going to get into running its own tech platform. It's going to build a big sales force and business development and corporate development people that are going to go out there and try and get exchange integrations, wallet integrations, and go sell in conferences. It's not what you do.
Probably not.
It's just, if you actually think through the full logic of what it would entail to do something like that. Now, in a centralized government like China, yes.
Right.
But it's not really feasible or realistic in almost any nation of the world, meaning it's a concept that's scary, but if you actually think about the reality of it being implemented and successful, I mean, even if someone had tried to do it, it would probably be a laughable outcome.
But you would still think that
And more importantly, doing that undermines the entire private sector in terms of the banking industry. Just think about the coalition of constituents that are threatened by it. It's not just those of us that have privacy concerns. It undermines the entire economic market structure. And do we really think in a country like the United States, our government with all the powers that be would let that happen to their industries? It's not just us.
Well, look at
what it would do to the entire financial sector and how they'd be harmed from such a thing.
Right, and
meaning I don't think it was ever a legitimate threat. I know the current
That's what's
administration
knocking on their door,
has also made it clear it's never going to happen.
Well, think about what the Federal Reserve values. It runs the money printer. It makes currency as often as it wants. And, it has to be at least a little bit concerned about this ultra accountable monetary system like Bitcoin, like crypto. It's now the first time that people have direct insight as to the creation of this currency, who gets it, what they have to do to get it, whereas the Federal Reserve largely operates behind the curtain with giving it out to the people that are plugged into that. So I understand that there would be technological hurdles and lots of issues the Fed's going to have to deal with if they wanted to get into that game, but there's obviously a huge upside.
Oh, they were thinking about it
for them to
and
get
there were conversations absolutely going on. But that ship sailed, whatever window of being able to slip that in, certainly here, long sailed.
Yeah.
There's a benefit to that boogeyman's existence.
Yeah.
Even if it was not a likely potential reality. But certainly it made we the people aware of its risk, and it's become enough of our position as a constituency that matters now, with over 50 million Americans that hold crypto and being now large contributors to elections.
Well, that's
we're never going to let it happen.
I see people now having a conversation about money that I've never seen before in my entire career. I mean, I remember going out in 2008 trying to introduce people to gold and silver and copper coins as money, and it was hard work because there was no incentive or upside for them to really take the time to understand what money is, where it comes from, how it works, why the system we have now is broken. And crypto really changed that. It paved the way for people to become incredibly curious about how money works, why the system we have now is ruining their savings through inflation. And when you have something like crypto, like Bitcoin or other good coins out there that give them real insight into how much there is, where it goes, who's holding it, how to get it. I mean, it's revolutionary in terms of a financial technology. And that's the part that I like the most about it. It took me a very long time to take off the gold and silver, blinders. But once I discovered the accountability aspect of it and the honesty that comes along with that, the integrity that's built into crypto, was the writing was on the wall for me.
Well, they were right when they said the revolution wouldn't be televised, but not many would have guessed it would be, encrypted.
Right.
Yeah.
Cryptographically secured. It's a pleasant change for sure. I'm cautiously optimistic that these changes that we're seeing, these acts of Congress and executive orders from the president are leading us in this direction, if not, the exact way we want to go, at least getting people to become more curious and concerned about their money. And I think the more people having that discussion, the healthier the market, the healthier things we'll see come out of the free market. So,
well, there's no question this would eventually, regulations would exist. There's no question about it. The concern is not regulation itself. The question is it going to be sensible regulation?
Yeah.
Good regulation versus bad regulation. And we were very much at risk the last.
It was a close call.
We were very much at risk up until, this year.
Yeah.
Of bad, harmful legislation being passed versus legislation which by nature is going to be imperfect.
Yeah.
But all in all, probably as good as you could hope for having.
With your ear to the ground, is there anything that you see on the horizon that might still be coming our way out of the administration, or is there anything that you could specifically think of wanting to see cooked up by this administration that would continue leading us down the path that we need to go?
Well, I mean, I think the crypto community, clearly wants to see the U.S. have a Bitcoin treasury or a crypto treasury.
Yeah.
And those things this is not a new concept being discussed and looking more and more likely.
Yeah.
By the way, if we're going to print money endlessly, it's not a terrible idea of printing money to invest in America's future. Whether it be giving $5,000 into a savings account for every child that's born. These are ways to invest in America's future rather than wasting money and creating debt that doesn't deliver a return in our future.
When we say money, are we thinking crypto money, Bitcoin
money? Well, they're talking about
printing
dollars to buy crypto. Obviously, right now, the first thing they said is we're going to stop selling crypto that the government has in its possession, which was through confiscation.
Right, sure.
Right? And there's arguments to be made, is that a good thing? But if we're going to be endlessly printing, there is an argument to print, at least for things that are going to invest in our collective future. Whether that be giving money to every child that goes into a saving account so that you can have a different sort of social system where, as Americans, we're all rich, which you'll find often in many parts of the Middle East.
Yeah.
We could have done that sort of thing a long time ago and empowered Americans. We printed money endlessly. We probably could have done some good things with that if you accept that argument.
As the United States and other nations and even U.S. states start looking at strategic Bitcoin and crypto reserves, you look at that having a net impact of driving the price of Bitcoin higher and higher and higher, continuing to push it down this path towards, digital gold, which really isn't that usable in the marketplace. And so are there any other things out there that you see in the crypto space that people are actively using as money? You've got a bit of experience in
Tether, obviously,
stablecoin money, right?
Stable coins, because back to the medium of exchange.
Yeah.
Right. Digital gold or gold is really a scarce instrument to hedge against inflation. Right.
That's
right. It's not, an ideal instrument for day-to-day transactions. Right. Tether, Circle, or USDT, USDC, now USD1. Stable coins clearly are there. I mean, we're seeing just in Tether alone over $50 trillion a year in transactional volume.
Right.
It's changing the way in which trade settlement functions. Certainly, it's extended, I think, the dollar's dominance in the world. I mean, over 90% of all crypto transactions settle in dollars.
Right.
Globally. It's because of its faster settlement functionality, more and more trade that has nothing to do with crypto is settling in these instruments. Similarly, money remittance, lower interchange fees and currency exchange rates, and getting money to people in third world countries that need it immediately.
Yeah.
So we are seeing those sorts of things happen from a call it a commerce perspective, or trade perspective. Now, obviously, we're seeing all sorts of interesting things in crypto. If you can think it, it's probably being done right now.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
The some of the more interesting stuff that people are paying less attention to are what's going on within AI.
Yeah.
Right? Do we want to have centralized AI with, Gemini and OpenAI or ChatGPT and Grok or whatever it is? Or do we want an open source system where effectively we, the people, own it, which you'll see with Tau or Bittensor and Planked and Aether, and there's a bunch of interesting things going on around AI right now.
Yeah. Which
clearly, I think there is a role for decentralized AI. There's the one argument of it being censorship resistant, but the one that I care more about in terms of the argument for those systems is in that if we're going to build trillion-dollar systems, allowing we the people to have access to benefit from the value that's created there.
Now, when you're talking about building these trillion-dollar systems,
versus what happens is, when major business is built, it usually has a relatively small cap table.
Okay.
Right? And that cap table is going to be owned by founders, early employees, and institutions. And by the time we, the people, have access to it, it's in the public markets, and most of the terminal value has already been extracted. We're the exit liquidity, not necessarily the investment opportunity.
Right.
And so one of the benefits of this style of architecture is the idea that everyone, if they're paying attention to innovation, has a chance to profit, from that overall system. And I think that is, as we think about the impact that AI and robotics and, the landscape of work is going to have, and we talk about concepts of universal basic income, I love the idea of data sovereignty, owning your medical data, owning your digital DNA, owning all that data, and being able to, with informed consent, participate in marketplaces and profit from your data. Because, gold was the most precious resource in the world for a long time. Then it became black gold.
Right.
We're in Texas.
Right, sure.
Oil money,
right?
The most precious commodity in the world today is your data.
Data, sure.
And the idea that we don't own our data, if the founding fathers, if we knew the value of data back when this, when the Constitution was being written, right? If we understood how, what DNA was, and we understood what our medical information would be one day, we would probably have ownership of it.
Sure.
And I think that, some of the most exciting things is how do we put money or value into the hands of people? And I think that data sovereignty is one that doesn't just solve a problem for the United States. It's a global problem. Obviously, where you live affects the value of your data, but your data is less valuable. $1 a day might be all you need.
You talk about infrastructure investment in AI and cryptocurrency. Something near and dear to our hearts is mining and that type of equipment, which has been a real challenge now in regards to tariffs, bringing all that equipment in that's manufactured overseas. Do you see any kind of relief or break on AI-type farm equipment tariffs so that we can actually continue to put those things here in Texas and other places around the country where it makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got David Sachs in place. We have a government that clearly recognizes the importance of America's leadership in these fields, AI as well.
Yeah.
The semiconductors or the chips are less of what's going to determine the long-term winner than your access to abundant, low-cost energy.
Right.
And so, there's a lot of people that complain about, this mining is, bad for the environment. I would argue the opposite. You need massive growth or need for something to make it financeable.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to finance that next evolution that is going to change, the energy system if you're not seeing mass consumption. Right. That consumption has to shift to then create the market to drive, the innovation.
Right, and the investment.
I've been involved in really innovative tech, and if that industry is not seeing growth, there's no demand for it. No one will fund it. And so it's a contrarian sort of view, or it's counterintuitive, that hitting the gas like that will actually produce the bridge to the next generation of whatever we do.
And
so I think that we're going to be seeing energy independence in America is clearly going to happen.
Right.
It's essential for AI, but you're also seeing the major semiconductor producers are building fabs now in the United States. Now, these things take a few years to come online, but, it's happening.
So we're seeing it now. We're seeing the groundwork getting laid.
It's already happening, yes.
They talk about Texas as being a leader in these conversations, and I look around the state, and I'm waiting. We're watching. We're wondering exactly where it is, and we're hoping to build out some of that ourselves with our coin in the future, too. So it's really exciting.
Texas is probably the best positioned of any state.
For sure. And as you get into things like immersion cooling with, keeping your infrastructure from overheating, it changes the conversation as well, where now you can place all these things in a location that has, high temperatures like Texas as well. Do you have any experience in actually building out that type of infrastructure? Is that anything that's...
Yes, these are less known stories, but when the first ASIC came out, Avalon was the first ASIC miner.
Yeah.
I think I had 10% of the first ASICs in the world. So, for a moment there, I was probably the largest miner. We went on and built the largest mining operation, I believe, in the United States up in Washington State, where you have subsidized hydroelectricity.
Right.
It was in Wenatchee. We were capped at subsidized energy at 10 megawatts, back when 10 megawatts was a lot.
Yeah.
We're talking 2013, 2014. Yeah. 10 megawatts was a lot of power.
Sure.
Cornered the market on all Ethereum mining when Ethereum went from $1 to $2 to $4, and built the largest Ethereum mining operation. I was the exclusive distributor of KNC Miner for China. I was an early investor in Bitfury. Was very active in the mining markets until we got into cloud mining. For those that have been around a long time, Gaw Miner and other things. I got out of the business because I saw that, well, first of all, it was a futures contract. And second of all, it was clear there was going to be a lot of Ponzi-like, activity. And I just said, okay, I paused completely from mining at that point. And then I came back into mining when I saw capital markets emerge.
Yeah.
Where we became big enough in terms of our power consumption and our access to capital that we were becoming a source of financing energy infrastructure.
Right.
Like we can go into a country. So, I mean, a big part of what like Bitcoin mining was, for example, is we can take stranded energy.
Yep.
Energy where there's excess capacity, and rather than that energy being wasted, convert it into a transportable instrument that is effectively energy.
Correct.
Or we can build an overbuild capacity, knowing that we're going to need something 4 times greater, 10 years from now, but we can build that today, and we're able to utilize that energy in the short term, right? You're not wasting energy. And so once we got to the point that we were able to finance energy infrastructure and we were becoming public companies, I got involved. I sit on the board of BitDigital, BTBT, which we pivoted entirely out of our Bitcoin mining. Now it's an Ethereum treasury play.
Yeah.
And spun out all of what was our Bitcoin mining, and that is now a new public company, Wi-Fi, that is entirely focused on high-performance computer AI. The AI mining, if you're to be a successful high-performance compute operation, it's the identical skills to being a crypto miner.
Right, exactly.
I mean, meaning if you got good at crypto mining and you understood that business, you are very well positioned to play in the AI race. The key to that business is finding old buildings, old industrial infrastructure
that already
have big power connections,
right.
And then repurpose.
With energy,
meaning if you're looking for an opportunity out there and you live near like an old town with a lot of industry, looking for steel factories, things that are no longer being utilized, and repurpose those things, modernize those things, bring them into the future.
With the energy conversation coming front and center, do you see that causing a shift in the crypto space back towards a proof of work type of coin preference, or do you see proof of stake continuing to be kind of the way to go?
This is can be a controversial debate depending upon who you are. I'm not sure the market needs that many proof of work based systems because of the cost.
Right.
Proof of work provides what we believe to be the most secure system for securing value.
Yeah.
But depending upon what that system is, you don't necessarily need that level of cost of infrastructure to secure that system. And so generally, proof of stake systems, DAGs, alternative methodologies are better for the vast majority of other applications.
Right.
Proof of work systems are essential for things of substantial value.
Right.
When your network's function is to protect value, not necessarily to protect data or markets or chain of custodies. Then again, there are all of these systems being built on top of Bitcoin as a potentiality for everything running on top of that. We were Mastercoin, if you were around a long time ago, Counterparty, Colored Coins, and Mastercoin, which is now called Omni. We were the 3 first layer 2s. Mm-hmm. This is all 2012, 2013, 2014. So I've been in the layer 2 conversation since the beginning as well.
But when we're talking about securing value, you definitely would agree that proof of work gives us the greatest connection between energy and securing that network.
I don't know what the future holds, so I'm always kind of like open to innovation. But I'd say back to proof of work, it's the most proven.
Right.
It's the proven system that works right now. And I don't think that Bitcoin and these systems are going anywhere. But the main value of that architecture is in securing high value.
Got it.
And I think its application still is yet to be proven for the many other applications of this technology.
Speaking of other applications, what do you think is missing? Is there anything out there that is next or really needed that has a hole in the market right now that young innovators out there that are watching should be paying attention to or looking into?
Well, I mean, there's endless applications. I mean, still continue to be a big fan of NFTs. NFTs have actually started to have a rebound. I've been saying that for the last 6 months. NFTs are, incredibly interesting. Let's just walk away from any non-fungible token, but let's just talk about the art markets and the community markets. For the longest time, if you were a digital artist, if you were a digital creator, you had no access to the economic benefits of your work product because nobody valued something that could be copied and pasted infinitely.
Right.
Until it sat in a system that had a chain of custody and you understood its scarcity, people were not going to ascribe value to it. That market emerged, and like any time we get a new emerging market, it usually has a problem in its first and second iteration.
Right.
Because the market gets out of control, and then it has like the internet in 1999, 2000.
Bit of a bubble.
It has a bubble.
It bursts.
It bursts.
We learned.
But that doesn't mean that there wasn't something there.
Right. Sure.
And the reason we didn't see the NFT market come back is we watched the meme market emerge.
Right.
And the reason the meme market emerged to the degree that it did is because it sucked all the oxygen out of the room, because memes clearly were less likely or more difficult to regulate, whereas NFTs were.
Right.
And so everything got behind memes. Now that we're in a positive regulatory environment, I said, this is a good time to go look for the baby that was thrown out with the bathwater, art projects, right, that actually have a historic significance, right? The sort of things, whether, your CryptoPunks as you've seen lately,
right?
Markets were completely down and decimated, and I go, that market is very real.
Well,
it's going to have to go through its iterations of an evolution of us not, becoming fools that will be parted with our money and, buying God knows what garbage.
I try to remind people that, NFTs are just this generation's collectible. It's a crypto collectible, the way we used to collect baseball cards or Beanie Babies. Back when we were younger. Correct. People today collect NFTs, and it's unfair to really
we look
laugh
like
at them.
boomers.
Right, sure.
But that's the boomer art discussion, yes.
But today it's NFTs, and so the mysteriousness and the misunderstanding that surrounds meme coins and NFTs, I think, is really just a symptom of the larger misunderstanding of cryptocurrency in the first place. And that's really our mission. Our mission is to educate people, bring them up to speed on what we missed out in terms of the financial technology that crypto presented for us. Get away from the dark web stuff, get away from the strange parts, and focus on what we really have, which is a more honest and accountable monetary system, however that may manifest in the free market, whether people use it for fun or they use it for games or gambling or as a form of money. It's a great technology that still today, I think, even with the adoption rates that we see, is largely misunderstood. And I think that we have an opportunity to bring that message back now that, like you said, we're on the second or third or fourth iteration, and encourage people to take those blinders off, take a moment, understand what they've been missing in the crypto conversation, and learn about it before they get dragged into it later, maybe kicking and screaming.
Yeah, and so one other area that I find interesting now that we've got a government that is so in favor of innovation around these sectors, I'm very interested in health, in the healthcare system and the data architecture, the interoperability, the integrity, the trust, the consent, the permissions around, call it a health chain.
Sure.
And with that, I'm also very interested in the food chain.
Right.
As we think about agriculture.
There are many chains that could use a little breath of
well, now that we have regulators
transparency
that are seeing this, yes, now this is the moment, because these are regulated industries. You can't go play in that field until we are where we are. To try and do that 5 years ago, other than some completely volunteer system that would say fringe.
Right.
We have an ability to rethink the entire architecture of these markets to, again, align with the principles and the philosophies, right, of privacy and the many things we can run through. But I think those markets are interesting right now.
That now that we've kind of cleared the path for more innovation in the crypto space, we'll see better things come out to bring a little bit of transparency and accountability to some of those chains that really need a fresh.
And then RWAs, real world assets, real estate, bringing all these other giant markets on chain. Obviously, security tokens we mentioned, equity markets, debt markets, right? I mean, this, again, this is this technology is just a new database architecture that provides for the principles that we're talking about, and I think that these principles are applicable everywhere.
You've done so much trailblazing in the cryptocurrency space. What's next for you? Where do you go from here now that you've, I guess, looked back and said that so much of your work has been successful and has really paved the way for so many other people to now run down and create new and exciting things as well. Where do you go from here?
Well, I think to skip to the future side of it, the part that I think is appropriate to where we are today as well is as we think about governance in general, as we think about our elections, as we think about the infrastructure that underpins that. If we want to talk about, because I'm talking about where I think the opportunity is today, but And that's back to as we become informed, right? As whether it be Ron Paul's work and where we started here, as where we talk about crypto, the things that we're talking about here, it's each one teach one. Right? It comes from an informed population, an educated population. Someone that's informed enough to understand why it matters, and that these rights are precious, and that you have to use them. And so I think that we're making that progress. I mean, we're all here celebrating a great man who's done an extraordinary job for our country and in so doing the world, in asking the tough questions, raising the flags, and that work is never done. And with each generation, the onus is on us, to do that work. And I think that's what we're even doing here, right? It's called we need to inform the people.
And I think that as they become informed and they realize that when you take honest money and
What's that? Scott Porton, do you know where he would be?
How's everybody doing? So I flew down from Washington to be here. I was so grateful to get the invitation to be part of this celebration. And Dr. Paul, he had such a huge impact on my life. And, in 2012, the night of the Texas State Convention, I was doing a show in Fort Worth, and Ron and Carol came, and it was my birthday. It was on June 13th. And Ron and Carol came to my birthday party and signed my birthday card. So I thought the least I could do was return the favor. So here I am. This song is called The Message of Freedom, and I wrote this for my oldest sons when they were only 3 and 1.5. It was a letter that I originally wrote to them on a piece of paper on an airplane, and right before I recorded the album that it went on, I pulled the paper out and looked at the lyrics, or looked at the writing, and I saw song lyrics inside. And so I feel like this really is a great way to open things up. Here we go. This song goes out to my friend Ernest Hancock. Sons, as I write you this letter, of days past and days yet to come, and the message of freedom. The message of freedom. I stand at the edge of the page,
pages of history and lessons unlearned. It feels like these pages are remaining unturned, but boys, it's no mystery. Children, I'm sorry to leave you this world in a state of disaster. It was given to me in a similar state, and I woke up so late in the game. Now it's spiraling faster. 'Cause freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Listen close, for our souls may depend on the actions we take and the causes we choose to defend. So treat every man as a friend and live your own lives in their divine processions, and transform your world with your selfless expressions, and reach out your hands. In time you'll understand. Children, one day I'll be gone, and you'll have to remember these words and be strong as you cling to each other, your family, your faith, and your father's song. You've known this all along. 'Cause freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Oh, the message of freedom endured every tyrant or second-rate despot the world's ever known, and for one simple reason, the people have kept it alive. Oh, and with no end in sight to the level of violence that men in high places will sink for to silence the will of the people. In you, it must survive. 'Cause freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Oh, freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be afraid no more. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, to be purchased with chains from our necks to our feet? Forbid this, Lord, I know not what is left. Just give me liberty, or give me death.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that's the point that I arrived at. How did I get there? Well, you know, Ron Paul played a major role in helping to develop me to that point. But this next song is really the reason I'm here. And I want to send this out to my my friend Bobby Gray from Texitcoin. I wrote this song in the middle of the night in December of 2006, and I did not know anything about anything back then. I was politically agnostic, had no idea. I could not even had a conversation with any of you. I would have thought you were crazy at that time in my life. And I would call this a divine intervention. It was like God just woke me up from a nightmare I was having about George Bush. And I got up and I went into my office and I just started typing, half asleep, eyelids half shut. And a few minutes later, this song appeared. And the first time I played it in front of an audience, I had a sold-out show in Annapolis, Maryland. And this was the moment that I felt like I could really debut this song. And I was like worried everyone was going to hate it. But instead, I got a standing ovation for this song. And this lyric popped into my head when this was happening, that it was from a Bob Dylan song. It said, I'll know my song well before I start singing. And so it was like the Lord was saying to me, you know, these people know what this song is about. Now it's time for you to go and learn. And I did, and that's when I found Dr. Paul and got this incredible, you know, surge of motivation to just make singing songs about truth and freedom and anti-war my main thing, and it completely changed my life forever. So this is the song that started it all. For Bobby. He told me this was one of his favorite songs. I've been walking a tightrope between fact and fiction. Been wrestling with demons in small bottled prisons. Been talking to sinners who claim to be Christian. Been shouting at leaders who claim to be listening. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the need for the fight. Like a moment of blindness in a lifetime of sight. And I am caught somewhere in the middle. I saw a president blind to the needs of his people. Saw a camel that passed through the eye of a needle. Saw a group of old men whose money was evil. Saw a cross breaking free from the cage of a steeple. Saw beggars and cripples dying in squalor. A son whose sins had exceeded his father. Saw a nation of sleepers whose dreams were forgotten. And a bushel of apples from a tree that was rotten. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the need for the fight. Like a blindfold when it's time to walk toward the light. And I am lost somewhere in the middle. I heard the echo of suffering in the valley of laughter. Heard the rumble of earthquakes far under the water. I heard a court jester whose forked tongue was twisted. He told us of dangers that never existed. Heard voices that claimed to be moral and righteous, whose
lies and deceit were all dark and contagious. Heard talk of a country that valued its freedom, but when I protested, I was arrested and beaten, and a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the weight and the height, but if nobody's listening, is anyone right? And I can't seem to find the key to the riddle. I met a young woman with a baby inside her. I looked, but there wasn't a safe place to hide her. I met an old man with a face like a mirror. He showed me his sadness so I could see clearer. Met an arrogant leader who robs us and cheats us. He pretends that his orders come directly from Jesus when he sends out our children to strange foreign soil to kill for the right to monopolize oil. I'm raising my voice against the house of derision that murders our freedom with short-sighted vision. I'll sing a new song about civilization and the palace of wisdom and the death of a nation. I'll lift up the veil that's hiding the holy and remind all the people that change happens slowly. I'll scream out a name to the echoes of heaven and pray that the world don't end up where it's heading. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. listen to the words of a man with a rifle in his hand. Don't be mistaken. I believe in peace, but I won't be taken. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm ready to die, but not for a lie. See the signs up here, you know it's gonna happen here. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, this is my last one. And this one was part of one of my top 5 moments. If anybody remembers 2000, was it 11, I guess? 12? The South Carolina debate. When they gave Dr. Paul 90 seconds of speaking time the entire debate. Do you guys remember that? So I think that was the night that he quoted Jesus as being the person we should follow in terms of our foreign policy. and I was just like, man, did I back the right horse here? And then they treated him so terribly, and he kind of blew off the pundits and came to our event afterwards, which I thought was just so cool. And that was the night I put this sticker on the guitar, and I debuted this song for him there that night. This was a song that I wrote for his 2012 campaign. It's called The Light of Revolution. And I had been talking to somebody from the campaign about writing a song, and you know, what should it really be about? And they said, just try to encapsulate, you know, his message in a song. So this was my my attempt at doing that. And it has been such a pleasure to play for you all today, and I hope you have an amazing time. And happy birthday, Dr. Paul. Have you heard the people calling who are hungry in the night? Have you heard the prayers of soldiers who are weary from the fight? Have you heard the voice of wisdom in a time of pure deceit? Have you heard the path to freedom is a road you rise to meet? Have you heard the bonds of slavery are forged with paper chains? And the red sun that is rising sets on all of us the same. Unless we stand together now, we all will surely fall. And I heard the call in the words of Dr. Paul. Have you ever seen a country bent and broken on its knees? Or a line 10 miles long of hungry homeless begging please? Or a banking institution funding both sides of a war? Or its chairman spouting lies upon the House committee floor? Have you ever seen a talking head on television sway the people through deception, telling lies to earn his pay? Oh, can't you feel the ground shake these institution walls? Well, I watched them fall when I stood with Dr. Paul. Now let the people learn to reason. Now let them stand up on their own. Now let the light of revolution bring it home. Now let the rights of men come shining bright and self-evident and true. And let each one of you be counted as you stand for the one who stood for you. Well, they say that truth is treason in the empire of lies, and the enemies of freedom are all cleverly disguised in temples made of marble where the corporations reign, and the only ones who benefit stand far above the pain as the people battle poverty, depression, and disease, and a crisis turns to meltdown and the liquid starts to freeze, 'cause the printing press is roaring, leaving trillions in its wake, and history won't forgive those who don't learn from their mistakes, as the rights of individuals are stripped down more and more, and we all can finally see the hidden face behind the war. Unless we stand together now, this fate will touch us all. We stand free and tall as we march with Dr. Paul. We marched with Dr. Paul. Well, I marched with Dr. Paul. Whoa. Thank you guys so much. My name is Jordan Page. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic job, Jordan. We love the music. Thank you for playing today. All right. We'll keep the party rolling. Our next guest is the president of Free the People. He was a key player in the Tea Party movement, and he is the host of Kibby on Liberty and the author of Don't Hurt People, Don't Take Their Stuff. Please give it up for Matt Kibby, everyone.
Can you hear me? How's everybody doing? One more time for Jordan Page. I think it's particularly important that I get to follow a comedian and a musician, both entertainers, both performers, and you'll get what I mean in just a second. My path to Ron Paul, my origin story is slightly different than most of you because it happened before you were born. I was a young student at a small college in Pennsylvania called Grove City College in the early 1980s. Perhaps one of the only places in America, maybe one of the only places in the world that would actually use Ludwig von Mises' Human Action as Econ 301 textbook. And my professor was a guy named Dr. Hans Sennholz. And Dr. Hans Sennholz was a serious academic. He got his PhD from Mises, and he translated Barr work for you Austrian dorks out there. But in his own words, he was a performer. He's like, if I want you to be interested in economics, Austrian business cycle theory, I have to be a performer. He'd say this in his thick German accent. And somewhere along the way, I don't know exactly the story, I want to ask Dr. Paul himself. Somewhere along the way, he found Ron Paul, or Ron Paul found Dr. Sennholz. And Dr. Sennholz, along with Murray Rothbard, was one of his mentors. And Sennholz kept telling me, there's this young congressman, you've never heard of him. His name's Dr. Ron Paul, and he's talking about honest money and he's talking about the destruction of inflation, and he's talking about peace. So my introduction to Ron Paul was before the internet, so I couldn't just go on and watch his YouTube videos. I had to work my way to Washington, D.C. I would eventually work for an organization where he was the founding chairman, and eventually I would get to meet him when he was in Congress. Remember his name back then? Dr. No. Because he was alone, and the best he could do inside the halls of power was just vote no. It's not quite like that anymore, is it? You have more people in politics, not that many. Sometimes they disappoint us, but I know a few. Shout out to Ron's son, Rand. Does a pretty good job. I feel like Congressman Thomas Massie has his thumb in the dike all alone right now. And I spent a lot of years trying to make politics a better place, trying to do good policy in Washington, D.C., mostly unsuccessfully. But the thing that I learned from Dr. Paul that has affected my entire career is that politics may be a dead end when it comes to public policy, but it's a great way to turn people on to ideas. I don't even know if Dr. Paul knew this, but every time he gave one of those talks in 2008, in 2012, at this point, social media is a thing. At this point, you don't need the mainstream media, the corporate media to tell you what to think. You can go out and figure it out for yourself. This guy with this intense sincerity, that was his performance. And it wasn't a performance at all. He wouldn't call himself an entertainer, but there was something uniquely refreshing about somebody in politics that sincerely believed what he was saying, that sincerely believed in the American people, and sincerely believed that government was screwing up the lives of Americans and America, the country that he loved so much. His performance was his realism. We use the word authenticity now. It's abused because most people that claim the label really aren't that authentic at all. But what he taught me is that politics, the stage, can be a soapbox to turn people onto ideas. Harkening back to his mentor, Dr. Hans Sennholz, my professor at Grove City College, you could use a performance to get young people to Google this guy. What is Dr. Paul talking about? Ludwig von Mises? What is the Fed doing to our money? What is this foreign policy that aggravates our worst enemies and creates a cycle of death and destruction that continues and continues? Ron Paul did that. And yes, there are acolytes of Ron Paul in Congress, in the Senate, in the House, and there will be more before we're done. But the biggest revolution is you guys and the ability of all of us to understand the ideas that make the world actually work and to do something with them. Politics is downstream of culture. So we need more entertainers, we need more performers, we need more comedians, more politicians who are willing to speak truth to power, more music, but we need you guys to never lose hope and be as optimistic as Dr. Paul is to this day. Thank you so much.
Keep it going for Matt Kibby, everybody. Thank you, Matt. All right. We have got an all-star panel coming up for you next. Right? Dr. Paul, he fought for liberty in the legislature for so many years, as Matt alluded to, oftentimes being the only voice of reason, which means voting no because he's actually reading the bills and sees what's in them, right? And so we've got 3 liberty legislators coming up who are fighting on their own front, who have fought on their own front to try and be that lone voice of reason, oftentimes in their own capitals. And so on this panel, we've got 3 great folks. We've got former State Senator Eric Brakey out of Maine, current Executive Director of the Free State Project. We've got former Congressman and champion for civil liberties and privacy, Justin Amash. And we've got current Congressman and Texas firebrand, Mr. Chip Roy. So let's give him a warm welcome. Come on down. Now, I know they're back there, so I guess they just can't hear me. I'll go get them. That is really good soundproofing. Let's give a round of applause to the Dow for the soundproofing.
Mic on? Oh, there's Chip's mic. All right. Can you all hear me all right? Yes? No? All right, sounds like you can now. All right. Well, hello. So glad and honored to be here to celebrate the good doctor's 90th birthday. And glad to be here with all of you. My name is Eric Brakey. I am a former retired 3-term state senator from Maine, and I got my start in politics as the Maine state director for Ron Paul's 2012 presidential campaign. And now I left Maine recently to go run an outfit called the Free State Project in New Hampshire. We're building the libertarian homeland. It is my real pleasure today to have been asked to moderate this discussion between two great champions of liberty who have taken the fight in their respective careers into the belly of the beast, into the swampiest of the swamps. We have, well, both to my left, though maybe politically, I don't know, Chip Roy might be a little to my right, I don't know, we'll see. But I have the great former congressman from Michigan, Justin Amash. And current congressman from Texas in the Austin area, where I was briefly his constituent when I worked at Young Americans for Liberty, Chip Roy. If you'd like to, I guess, just say a little bit first, introduce yourselves, and then we can get into the topic, which is carrying the torch of liberty in legislative bodies, which we've all had some experience with, though these guys at a swampier level than I have.
Well, okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, okay. Good. It's hard for me to tell up here. So I'll say I'm like an OG Ron Paul person. I'm from the good old days, Gen 1 Ron Paul. I got introduced to Ron Paul a long time ago and was a supporter of his when he ran for president the first time. And I was running for state house at that time. And I was so excited to have a presidential candidate there on the ballot that I could vote for in that primary at the same time that I was running for office. And I got elected to the state house, fortunately. And, you know, Ron was a big inspiration to me as a person who would stand up and do the right thing regardless of party, regardless of the pressure, was willing to go it alone. I went into the state house, was often on the losing end of 109 to 1 votes. I think I broke the record in the state house for most 109 to 1 votes. And people told me it was going to be to my detriment that I was doing this, but then the very next cycle I got elected to Congress because people trusted me, because they believed that I was there to do the right thing, to fight for them, and wasn't just going to go play the game. And so I served in Congress. I was fortunate to serve in Congress with Ron for a term, and that was really like a magical experience. You know, to be there with him on the House floor, to get to go talk to him, ask his opinion on things. So, you know, I owe a lot of who I became as a legislator to Ron Paul, and I'm just honored to be here today so we can have this conversation and celebrate his birthday. Happy birthday, Ron.
Well, it's great to be here. I drove down from Austin because it's just such an important event to honor Ron Paul, who it's, you know, as someone who as part of the Freedom Caucus, as part of conservatives on Capitol Hill. I can't tell you how many times right now you keep hearing the phrase, man, Ron Paul was right. Right? It's just happening all the time, whether you're talking about the Federal Reserve or whether you're talking about the current state of limited government, and how much he had an impact on the overall philosophy. And I was just talking to some of the guys at Reason Magazine, Nick and others, about, where are we right now in terms of Tea Party, in terms of MAGA, in terms of the legacy of where we currently stand, the Freedom Caucus, and all these various forces. And look, at some point, people have to recognize the legacy of Dr. Paul. I mean, is so significant because it endures, and because it's based on principle, and it's because it's based on philosophy that I think will sustain generations. It doesn't ebb and flow with a given moment. And that's something I just want to say. I did not get a chance to overlap with Ron in the House. I'm proud to serve with Rand he's in the Senate. We're always conspiring together. And I was proud to serve alongside Justin for 2 terms. And, it's fantastic to be here. I don't want to drone on and on. I will just say this, one kind of little opening. I do represent the area, Kerrville in central Texas in the Hill Country. And obviously we had the floods that we just dealt with. I just want to appreciate all the prayers, all the support, and just give a shout out to what it means to come together as a community and not look and go begging for the federal government to come solve all your problems. We've had $100 million raised and counting coming into the Community Foundation of the Hill Country, people all across the country, volunteers who came in to help. It's the right way to do things, to support your community. It's focused on local government and state government, and not looking to faraway governments like the federal government to solve your problems. So it's a good testament to what the spirit of Texas and the right way to do things. So I just want to thank everybody for your prayers and support.
All right, my first question is for Justin. Justin, I remember the first time I ever saw you in person. I was a young liberty activist at the 2011 CPAC. A bunch of Ron Paul ragamuffins. We all showed up there to vote for Ron in the CPAC straw poll. And he won, actually, that straw poll that year. And showing that Ron Paul had the support of the youth of the conservative base. And I remember there was this divide at CPAC. There was like this event that night where all the old school, kind of the more kind of establishment young Republicans, they went to go like eat a cake with Ronald Reagan's face on it, celebrating his birthday. But there was an event with Rand and Ron and this new congressman from Michigan, Justin Amash. And I remember, Justin, you came out, you gave a great speech. I remember this was the Tea Party era. There's just been this big sweep through Congress, and I think a lot of optimism. You seemed pretty optimistic yourself at the time. I wonder how your perspective from that moment through the years that you spent in Congress. I know you'd already had the experience being in your state legislature. What lessons from that moment on did you kind of learn about being in the center of Congress?
Well, it's tough. I mean, Ron was there doing the work for so many years, often by himself, with no help, no one there to back him up. I was excited to get in there and be that second voice of reason, to help Ron, to be the other person who could stand up. And then, fortunately, Thomas Massie came along soon after that, and he was just a godsend. I was like, okay, Ron's on his way out, and thank God Thomas Massie has shown up.
He seems to have a lot more gray in his beard since you've left Congress.
Yeah, he's looking. He's looking good though, Thomas Massie. Since so he was a godsend, to have that other person there who was willing to fight, stand up, and do the right thing. The thing is, when you're over there, it's such an uphill battle. I mean, you are outnumbered by hundreds of people. Like, just to get 10 people to vote the right way takes a monumental effort. You really have to pull out all the stops. So just to get 10, 15 people, and the hardest part when you're there is realizing that a lot of the people who tell you they're with you, they're not really with you. So you might start with 20 people who say, we're with you, we're 100% with you. And they'll tell the leadership team, yeah, we're sticking with Justin and Thomas, and we're going to do the right thing. And then by the time the actual vote comes around, it's just down to you and Thomas back in those days. So it's a very difficult challenge. And, you know, I feel for people like Chip, who's over there, he's fighting the good fight. Thomas is still there fighting the good fight. There are a few others, but it really is an incredible challenge. And I think that it's going to require all of us working together, trying to build this movement. You're not going to be saved by members of Congress, okay? You're going to have to save yourselves, right? It's going to have to be people at home saying, we've had enough of this, and working together to find a new way forward. And that might mean trying to elect better representatives, but it also might mean doing things in your community to really change the mindset and the culture so that it's a lot easier to get people into Congress who are doing the right thing. And I just found that over time, as I was in Congress, it became more and more challenging. I feel like people were pulling further and further away from what was right. And by the time I left Congress, I felt like we were mostly just going through the motions every day. Chip knows this. You can't even really amend legislation anymore. There's very little you're able to do on a daily basis. And it's really discouraging for people who want to fight the good fight. It's very discouraging because we can't even get our ideas on the floor for a vote. So we can't even make the case because leadership says, no, you can't have that vote. So that's very difficult.
And Chip, I'd love to ask you, I know that certainly one of the balancing acts for any state legislator with principles is trying to find that balance between our idealism, the ideas that we believe in, and being pure to those. And certainly I think Ron Paul represents kind of that model of I'm sticking for what I think is right no matter what, versus, you know, some people have pointed to Rand Paul as taking more of a pragmatic approach and trying to find the way to thread the needle to advance the ball, even if maybe you're getting 80% of what you want instead of 100% of what you want. How do you, in your role as a congressman currently serving, how do you try to find that balance between idealism and being pragmatic in terms of your work in Congress?
Well, you know, that, first of all, let me just say in agreement with Justin about how it is in Congress. And if you go back to the speaker fight of a couple of years ago with respect to McCarthy, all of our efforts at the time were designed to try to open that process back up, to increase amendments, to be able to get more votes on the floor, to get more representation in committees, to have more ability to amend. And frankly, it worked for a bit. And it occasionally kind of still works by virtue of how we populated the committees. We've forced some changes. So there are some improvements, but it's still, the town is pre-wired to kind of preset move things through. And so you don't really have open debate. So Justin's right, but we're making some headway in getting people to understand that, but it hasn't fundamentally changed to be an open system where you can just offer amendments on the floor, which then goes to the question at hand. And it's probably the most difficult question. At least for me, trying to figure out, and particularly right now, when you figure out, all right, what am I going to push for? And then if you push for those things, if you get some or a large portion of them, do you vote then for something you don't otherwise like? That happens, like pretty much every vote I take is that. And so you're going, all right, well, you know, I mean, we can sit here and go through a debate on, let's say, the big beautiful bill, right? And at the end of the day, when you're pushing up through 3 o'clock in the morning, the vote, you know, after you have been one of 4 people who killed it in the budget committee, to force Republicans to recognize that if you're going to cut taxes, which I support, that you need to have spending reductions go along with that in a package. And we were able to deliver that as a principle, although you didn't get the spending cuts that I wanted, the total number. But we get $1 trillion of Medicaid cuts when I was told by the White House, we're not touching Medicaid. Or when we deliver about $400 or $500 billion of reductions in the, you know, green new scam subsidies, when we get work requirements on Medicaid and on food stamps, going, all right, well, we fought like hell to get these things, but it's like, you know, 30% of what I wanted, right, or a fraction of what I wanted. If I walk away from that, then what? And you start working through the, you know, the path from that point forward and what will happen. And will a bad deal be cut by moderates that will result in tax cuts we don't all love and spending that we don't all love and just perpetuation of the same system? I'm summarizing a lot really quickly in a complicated bill. That's the debate. And you have to just look at it and go, all right, well, did I get enough here to be able to say, I can say, well, I can look myself in the mirror and think that I made this stuff better by pushing us in that direction. There are things that we've done that I'm proud of. There are things that are a continuation of the same system. There's a reason we're $37 trillion in debt. You know, I'm sitting there in the Rules Committee putting up charts showing what we're going to be doing to deficits and front loading and the spending that's going to increase deficits with savings in the out years. Justin knows, well, that the out year savings never materialize. So you're putting forward all this stuff and you're trying to push it, and then you push that and you leverage that to get something and you get it. Then you go, well, now am I obligated to support it because I was in the room demanding I get X, trying to move the ball down the field. That's where we are right now. And you know, different people land on different, you know, results, but ultimately at the end of the day, we are so far away as a Congress, okay, from actually taking seriously our obligation in the spirit of Ron Paul, whom we're here to celebrate, to actually balance the budget, that I can't even put it into words. Like, it's so far off that people like me are left going, all right, the Titanic, there's the iceberg. I'm just grabbing the wheel, and my own party is pulling the wheel in the wrong direction, and you're grabbing the wheel and pulling it as hard as you can, and you're just hoping we can miss the iceberg. That's where we are.
It's a pretty bleak picture.
Yeah.
Justin, I want to ask you, now you, as established, you have the experience of both serving in Congress and also serving in your state legislature. And I know that the example that, while there are many paths to advance liberty, Ron Paul certainly established an example of one way to operate on the political path. And many people inspired by him, like you, like me, like so many others, have run for office one way or another, some running for federal office and succeeding, some running for the state legislature. And I guess from your experience, if you were to advise, let's say there is a principled, liberty-loving person right here in the audience today who's actively considering running for office, and they have a choice to run for the U.S. House or run for the State House. What advice would you give them?
Well, if you're just starting out, I'd run for the State House. I wouldn't run for the U.S. House. First of all, campaigns have become so much more complicated at the federal level. The amount of money you have to raise now to run for office, especially as someone new who doesn't have a lot of experience, is incredible. You have to overcome enormous pushback, all of the funding that's going to come in from super PACs and others who are going to be pushing not for you, but for the establishment candidate. And a lot of times the establishment candidates these days are disguised as conservatives. So they come in and they'll talk like they're conservative, and they're pushed as though they're the big conservative. But the truth is they're backed completely by the establishment, and the people in Washington know that when they get in there, they're going to fall in line, and that's why they're supporting them. And this is especially dangerous if you're running against a candidate who has no political experience, so you can't prove that they're going to be bad, but you know who's pushing them and who's backing them. So it's an uphill battle. I would say you have to start local, start at the very highest level. You'd start as maybe running for a state office, like a state representative or something similar. And the nice thing about those offices is that you can go door to door. You can knock on all the doors in the community. You can meet all the people. You can go to all the events. It's a lot easier than when you're going in a much larger district and you have to meet all sorts of new people, and most of them don't even know who you are. So start with the people you know, try to build a good reputation, and understand that you're in it for the long run. You know, it's not just this one battle. You're trying to win this seat so that maybe 5 or 6 years down the road, maybe 10 years down the road, you'll run for a federal office. So you have to think about the long run. And I think we do have to build up those individuals who are sort of the next generation of Ron Paul style legislators. We have to build them up at the local level so that they'll be there later on. And then you hope and pray that when they finally do make it to the federal level that they stay true to their principles, because that's a whole nother challenge. And that's increasingly difficult as well for people to do. You see people come in, and in the first 6 months, they're like, I used to have this all the time. They'd come up to me, Justin Amash, I'm such a fan. I'm going to just vote the way you do. I'm going to look at how you vote, and I'm going to vote that way. I'm like, okay, let's slow down here. Let's talk. And, the first 6 months they're like that. I've had new members of Congress asking for my autograph. And then 6 months later, they're completely voting with the leadership team. And they don't even talk to me anymore. So this is what happens in Washington. And so we have to first, as I said earlier, let's change the culture. All of you have to help do that at home. You talk to your neighbors, your community, you go to your churches. That's how you change the culture first. And then you try to build from there to have a political system that will actually, be producing liberty results for everyone.
Chip, same question for you. To the hypothetical, we can applaud Justin. Yeah, sure. To the hypothetical liberty person in the audience today who's thinking about running for something, what advice would you give them?
I mean, I agree with Justin, not just for the practical reason of the difficulty of running congressionally versus state, and it's more because your better chance of affecting your community and being able to make it a freer and better place is massively higher at the state and local level. And, places like Texas, and I don't know what the mix is of Texans versus non-Texans in the room, it's probably a significant number of Texans. But, Texas is a great state, and I'm proud of this state. But Texas isn't as free as it needs to be. It's highly regulated. It has lots of issues that have got to deal with the size and scope of the Texas government. Texas isn't as safe as it needs to be. Texas isn't as, as strong as it needs to be with respect to our school systems. You can go down the list of things that we need to improve in Texas. Like, that's where I'd start, because that's where the rubber meets the road in terms of whether you're living free or not, whether you can open a business or not, whether you can send your kids to the school of your choice or not, whether you can, be safe and secure in your homes and be able to have your Second Amendment rights protected by local law enforcement authorities, or have DAs and prosecutors who are treating you fairly, and all of those things that you need to do at the local level. Those things impact your life directly. Basically, what we're doing up in Washington is trying to minimize the damage, keep Congress out of your life, and try to minimize spending. That's basically what we spend all of our time doing. And look, I want to say on the more positive, right, because it does merit saying that this movement of the last 15 years, which I'd call post-Tea Party, Freedom Caucus, MAGA, this movement pushing back on some of the old, call it establishment Republican Guard, is real and is taking hold. And I think there's some generational recognition of what needs to change. And, for example, we got a massive expansion of direct primary care and the use of health savings accounts in that bill that we passed. We were able to get some significant reforms with respect to the tax policy on silencers and with respect to short barrels, but we weren't able to get where we wanted to go on the NFA generally, right? We were able to get incremental gains on some of these things that 5 years ago we would have been laughed away, right? We made serious changes with respect to those subsidies that were going out that undermine our energy system. All of those things are things that are real and responsive that literally we couldn't get any of that stuff done. We have a group of people that's able to hold the line. Take FISA, for example. I didn't think FISA should have been reauthorized. I voted against it. But by using the rules of the House and what we've done through the Speaker's vote, we forced it to a 2-year reauthorization instead of 5. We forced a whole bunch of reforms to it, but we got beat on the warrant question. Well, guess what? Because we made it a 2-year fight, that's back up next April. The old guard would have demanded that for 5 or 10 years, and we wouldn't have seen the light of day. So my point of bringing that up is we're making the incremental gains. So stay in the fight and do the fight state and locally, and then at the federal level, just stay on the issues we care about, making sure our liberties are protected. For example, we'll be fighting FISA again next April.
With the last few minutes, I want to ask Justin, watching your career over the many years, I was particularly impressed when there seemed to be, especially around issues of civil liberties and privacy, that you were able to pull together these large bipartisan coalitions that always looked just on the cusp of actually
changing something, and then always, interestingly, it would seem to fail by like 1 vote. And you know, after a while of seeing like, wow, it seems like the important things fail by 1 vote a lot. Like
that Warren Amendment failed by 1 vote on FISA.
What can you tell us as we kind of to peel back the onion of Washington D.C.? Why do so many important things fail by 1 vote?
Well, first, to go back to the discussion of bringing together coalitions, you know, that's something I saw Ron Paul doing. Ron Paul was willing to work with anyone. If he had to work with Democrats to advance privacy, he was willing to do so. If he had to work with Democrats to stop wars, he was willing to do so. And that's one thing I learned. You can't just say, okay, I'm a Republican, I'm only going to work with Republicans, I'm not going to talk to Democrats. If you do that, you're not going to advance your cause, because a lot of times the parties overlap on many of the issues. In fact, on most important issues, they're actually quite aligned on a lot of things, aligned in the wrong direction. And then there are some issues where you will find people on both sides of the aisle aligned in the right direction. And so you have to be willing to put those coalitions together. And so I wasn't afraid to cross the aisle, to bring Democrats over and say, hey, will you work with me on this issue? Now, the truth is, when you do that, the leadership team gets really nervous. The thing that scares them the most is when you put together these coalitions that cross normal partisan divides, where you're able to bring people together who aren't normally aligned. They don't know how to handle that. They like to make Washington into something that is just clear-cut. Republicans do this, Democrats do that. And then they sell it that way. So as soon as it starts to cross party lines like that, it becomes very difficult for the leadership team. And then they have to pull out all the stops to try to stop you. And they will usually, through a bunch of incentives, peel off enough people so that you lose by 1 vote or 2 votes or something very small. And they have that power because the leadership teams can decide your committee assignments. They can decide whether you're a chairman of a committee or a subcommittee. They will decide whether you have a primary opponent. They will decide all sorts of things that affect your ability to move forward. I remember Kevin McCarthy running up to me and telling me he wasn't going to take me out to steak dinners anymore. And I was like, what do I care about the steak dinners? What are you talking about? But apparently that works on a lot of people. You know, they want to go to the steak dinners. And this is like early on where he told me this. So, you know, they will find ways to get at you, but we have to keep pushing forward. Ron Paul was hopeful in his message. I think there is that hope that we can work together, that we can come together, set aside all the partisan nonsense, and work together to move forward for liberty. And I really believe we will have that future. I think that we can do it as a group if we all work together. But it's going to take people at home bringing it on and working hard in their communities.
Anything you'd like to add to that, Chip?
I mean, Justin just said it very well. And look, I was trying to get to it a minute ago, and we're coming down to the last few minutes. But we should not ignore the great strides that we've made on issues of liberty. We have done extraordinary wonders defending core components of liberty. And we have increasing and growing coalitions on a lot of those fronts. I walked through the FISA issue. We made a lot of strides there, I mean, against the establishment. And I think we've made some improvements, and we're now standing in a place where next spring maybe we can go where we need to go on that. The Second Amendment and gun rights and other things that we've been able to make progress on. So make sure that, going forward, that's the core, and we're here to celebrate Ron. You know, that whole notion of liberty and limited government is the core of who we are as Americans and who we are as Texans. That's who we are. And if we lose that, we've got nothing. Okay? We've got nothing other than our faith in the Lord Almighty. But in terms of this earth, living free, is critical to our ability to be able to prosper and to be able to take the fruits of all of the people who have come before us and then pass that down to our kids and grandkids. We're fighting for it. Justin's fighting for it now out of Congress. I'm fighting for it in Congress. If you're in a state legislature anywhere, keep fighting for it, because that's the enduring principle. I think we're making progress, to Justin's point. And we've, there are things that I've saddled up with Democrats on, authorizations of the use of military force and trying to end those, because we've got several of those bills and we're trying to work to do that. Whether it's, we're trying to, this maybe not a core liberty thing, but I'm actually trying to restrict the ability of members of Congress to trade stocks, because I think it is a conflict of interest for while they're doing their job. So, I've got more Democrats on that bill than I do Republicans, and that's what I'm working on right now to try to get it passed this fall. So there's a lot of things we're doing to make Congress better, more effective, and make this country freer. So God bless Ron Paul for being such a great inspiration to all of us and for his service, and God bless all of you for being here to celebrate him.
Thank you. Well, I want to say thank you to Congressman Amash, thank you to Congressman Roy for this conversation, and I also just want to do one quick shameless plug, which is in New Hampshire, where the Free State Project exists, we have succeeded in electing nearly 100 Ron Paul-style Liberty legislators to the state capitol there. We are constantly looking for folks to come and visit the events that we do, but you don't even have to do that. I want to ask you, in the transition right now, if you want to hear about what's going on with all the liberty stuff and the, happening in the legislature in New Hampshire, go during the transition to fsp.org and sign up for our newsletter. So hopefully Sean Tima won't get too mad at me for plugging things. But let's give another round of applause to two great congressmen here with us today.
A practicing physician and former four-term congressman from Texas, has been a freedom fighter all his life. One of his achievements in Congress, the American Eagle Gold Coin, a giant step towards sound money. And this year he is running for president on the Libertarian Party ticket to give the American people a real choice.
Moderate use of government would be for government to mind its own business, to let people alone, to let the economy operate, and to let other countries live as they so choose. But I think the real radicals have been in charge for the past 50 or 60 years, and that's why we're facing so many problems today.
As a student, I'm sick and tired of the government telling me how to live my life. I want to be sure that when I graduate, I'll be able to live my life the way I want, and that's why I support Ron Paul.
There are many people who think that they can make a better world by telling people how to live, whether it's telling them what to eat or what to drink or how to act in the bedroom. And we have laws on the books and more laws proposed, and people being told by the government how they should live. And I think the American people don't want to have any part of it. And once they see what's happening, I think they're going to have to look at the views of the Libertarian Party and say, what does the Libertarian Party say about this? And clearly, we have a clear answer for it, and that is to say that the people ought to be left alone.
I'm a real estate broker, and I'm going to support Ron Paul because he's for the gold standard. The gold standard will stabilize our dollar and our interest rates and allow the young people of this country to buy their dream home again.
But the solution is really very easy. It's so easy people don't want to believe it. We should have a gold standard. Simple as that. We should take away from the politicians the power to create money out of thin air.
I know what wars are like. I don't want to see us involved in another one. And I know Ron Paul will keep us out of war. And that's why I support Ron Paul.
It isn't a policy of isolationism. It's a policy of withdrawing forces. It's a policy of non-confrontation. It means that we wouldn't be taking missiles and weapons and nuclear bombs and sticking them under the nose of anybody who seems to look different than us and aggravating them and agitating in order for us to get the military budget passed. But the policy of non-intervention, the pro-American defense policy, is something that was designed by the Founding Fathers. It's a good policy, and the American people ought to have a chance to vote for it again.
Are we having a good time? Are we having a good time? Fantastic. I don't know if there's been as much liberty in one place in a long time as there's been today, and there's still so many more great speakers to come. So I'm going to pass the baton for a little bit to a new MC. I'm going to bring up my good friend, the founder of You Are the Power, Mr. Spike Cohen. Come on down, Spike.
How's everyone doing? Great, good. No, I'm sorry, I thought I was at the Ron Paul birthday party. How's everyone doing? There it is. Okay, good. I am in the right place. I was starting to get nervous. I am so honored to be one of the speakers at Ron Paul's birthday party, and I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what it is I'm supposed to say, and part of the problem is, why does anyone care what I have to say? Ron Paul is here. Like, what am I going to say? So I figured out there's something I'm going to say that's going to, if I need to get you on my side here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say what we're all thinking here, which is, I agree with everything that Dr. Paul is going to say here today. Thank you. Thank you. Like everyone else here, Ron Paul has had and definitely has had an incredible impact on me. Like many of you, I first heard about Dr. Paul during the time of the war on terrorism and the Patriot Act and all of that nonsense. Some of you are too young to have been born during that or to remember that. So I'm going to say something that a lot of this isn't going to make sense to you. But back in my time, back when I was young, politicians used to say that they were going to limit the size of government and that they weren't going to start any new wars, and that they weren't going to run up any more debt or raise taxes or spy on you or anything. And this is the weird part. They'd get elected, and then they would do all of those things. I know that might sound foreign to you now, but they'd get into office, and they had more wars, they ran up more debt, they ran up more taxes, they created new spying apparatus and all of these terrible things. And Dr. Paul was the only consistent voice in Congress, one of the few consistent voices, period, who was saying, if you do these things, all of these terrible things are going to happen. If you have these wars, it's going to destabilize entire regions and create blowback, and we're going to have more wars as a result of it. If you keep spending money like this that we don't have, it's going to run up more debt. There's going to be more inflation. The price of everything is going to go through the roof. If you keep coming up with new boogeymen to attack and creating new agencies and new spying apparatus and all of these things are inevitably going to be used against us. And the political establishment at the time, pretty much across the board, bipartisan, said that he and anyone else who was saying this were a bunch of kooks and a bunch of radicals, and they were a bunch of isolationists, and they just wanted the terrorists to win. And we know what happened. It turned out Ron Paul was 100% right about every single one of those things. And so, even at the age of soon to be 90 years old, Dr. Paul continues to be one of the leading voices for liberty and common sense in this country. And so the one thing that we can learn from that, besides the fact that if Ron Paul says something's going to happen, it turns out it's going to happen. So we've learned that. He's right about everything. But the other thing that we can learn from that is that it's now our time to continue to spread that. This isn't just about saying that Dr. Paul has done incredible things. It's about what you can do. That has inspired so many people in this room who have taken Dr. Paul's legacy and continue to run with it. It's definitely inspired me with the work that I do at You Are the Power. And so I will say this, Dr. Paul, you are one of my heroes. You are a champion for liberty in this country. More importantly than any of that, you are my brother in Christ, and I could not be more honored to be a part of this. God bless you, and God bless the movement that you've continued to be the champion of. Thank you all so much. Now, I've got an incredible speaker that I'm going to be introducing next. He is an absolute powerhouse. He has been challenging the Hollywood establishment and bringing back family entertainment, family-friendly entertainment. He also was one of the co-founders of Endorse Liberty, which was a super PAC that actually helped Ron Paul in 2012. He is one of the board members of the Libertas network, and he's also the co-founder of Angel Studios, which is the force behind The Chosen and King of Kings and the Tuttle Twins and Dry Bar Comedy and many other incredible programs. So give it up for Jeff Harmon. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jeff Harmon. I'm probably the only person speaking today that's only ever met Ron Paul once at a walkthrough in Idaho that I drove 4 hours to see him during the campaign. But we also did a super PAC for him that was funded by Peter Thiel with millions of dollars to try to win Iowa. But we were so afraid to collude with the laws that we just never ever actually talked to the campaign. I am a co-founder of Angel Studios. One of our shows is Tuttle Twins. And Tuttle Twins is the story of these two twins. The cartoon version of the story, there's the books and the cartoon. The cartoon they have a Cuban grandma who takes them around history in her time-traveling interdimensional wheelchair. And she lets them meet people like Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, John Adams, Harriet Tubman, Karl Marx, Frederick Bastiat. And they go and meet them, and she teaches them principles of economics and freedom. And the most popular episodes on this show, how many people in here are aware of Tuttle Twins? Okay, good. The most popular episodes on Angel are about inflation and hard money. They've been viewed many, many times. The series has been seen over 400 million times worldwide. We're in 4 seasons. It was crowdfunded. It's been funded now it's on season 4, $20 million of seasons. And this year, President Milei in Argentina, his team reached out to us. And they said they had been trying to get rid of public TV, but they couldn't. And so they put in Tuttle Twins on it to teach the next generation how to get rid of public TV. And because our version of Karl Marx is more truthful, there's a lot of people in Argentina that are in the media, they're erupting. It's one of the top shows. Tuttle Twins has become massive. My experience with Liberty started a long time ago with an uncle who started a private school in a little town called Burley, Idaho. And he started a school that taught us, and he would read us articles from Lew Rockwell and Mises Institute. And years later, when I saw Ron Paul debating Giuliani in 2007, it was like a spiritual moment for me. I was a student, and I donated, and I wrote a little blog post about it, and then my uncle called me and said, Lew Rockwell just posted your blog. And then I met up with Connor Boyack, who sold 6 million copies of the Tuttle Twins books, and he and my brother started this series of Tuttle Twins. And I met Steve Skousen, who suggested that we co-found Endorse Liberty, the Peter Thiel-funded super PAC. And just like my uncle's private school, it failed. It failed as in there wasn't a building anymore, but the ideas that he taught to the students in that little school have now created a top 10 US studio in America in box office, Angel Studios. And this huge show. And Ron Paul's campaign may have failed, and he didn't become the president. But as you all know, the movement is in many ways bigger than it's ever been and more decentralized and more powerful. And there's a quote from Samuel Adams: it does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. So I just want to thank Dr. Paul for what he has done, and there's a reason why we call him a modern-day founder. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Our next speaker is a man who has done more than just almost anyone else in spreading the ideas of sound economics and the Austrian school. He is the founder of Freedom Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mark Skousen.
All right. There's an old Maori saying, a noble man cannot be lost in a crowd. That's why I wear a hat. No. No, I'm talking about Ron Paul. You know, there's 435 members of Congress, and Ron Paul is better known than any of the other congressmen who are not in power, if you think about it. And as you know, I do Freedom Fest every year, and we do it in Las Vegas almost every year. We're going to be meeting next year in Las Vegas. And if you drive from LA to Las Vegas, you look to the left, and there's that sign, Ron Paul Revolution. It's still there. So it's pretty impressive. To me, Ron Paul is a wilderness prophet. And in the Old Testament and the New Testament, we're talking about a Jeremiah. In the New Testament, John the Baptist. And they preached a gospel that was not adhered to. They were not victorious. They lost many battles, and yet they are known today. So I want to mention one thing I did in preparation for this opportunity to honor Ron Paul. In 2007, we had the best debate ever on foreign policy, and it was Ron Paul and Doug Casey versus Dinesh D'Souza and Larry Abraham, with George Gilder as the moderator. And we had C-SPAN 1 and 2 both covering it. And you can go to C-SPAN today and just type in Ron Paul foreign policy, and up will come that debate. And I encourage everyone to see that debate, because you will see Congressman Ron Paul in the top of his game. He makes the points that are so memorable that we need to review that and see why he has been so successful in convincing people of a non-interventionist policy in foreign policy. I remember one quote in particular, in referring to the Middle East. He said, "We remember nothing. They forget nothing." Pretty profound statement. Now, Matt Kibby mentioned that Congressman Ron Paul was known as Dr. No in Congress. And there's actually a website on Wikipedia that lists all the policy views of Congressman Ron Paul, who said no to the Department of Education, no to foreign aid, no to the UN, no to the IRS, no to estate and gift taxes, no to Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, Sarbanes-Oxley, no to the Patriot Act, no to the war on drugs, no to the Federal Reserve. I thought for sure everyone was going to start cheering, "And the Fed." Exactly. But he was also Dr. No, K-N-O-W, right? And he said yes to the gold standard, yes to constitutional government, yes to lower taxes, yes to free trade, yes to the debt ceiling, and yes to the right to life of the unborn. Now, I've said everything that you're all applauding, and now I want to cover something that's a little more controversial. Because Congressman Ron Paul and I disagreed when it came to investment strategy for many years. I've been a bull, and he has been a bear on Wall Street. And that's a point of difference. But I've always argued that you can't have bulls without bears. You have to have them. And there are many times when his predictions have been proven wrong and yet eventually proved right. And there's an old saying that I have in my book, The Maxims of Wall Street, that says, to be right, you have to be wrong for a while. It's very seldom that a prediction is proven to be correct. So all my life, I have a whole bunch of books in my library on those who are prophets of doom and gloom and warning, like Jeremiah, warning about excessive government spending and the national debt and a stock market crash and a bear market. And it reminds me of my favorite story that occurred in 1975. I was at a conference where a very popular speaker, Jerry Smith, was a speaker, and he had written a book called Silver in the 70s, Silver Profits in the 70s. And he made a prediction. He said, silver will double and then double again. And I said, wow, that's a great statement. And it turned out to be correct in the 70s. In fact, silver went up 10 times. So everybody listened to what he had to say. And I'll never forget, in 1975, he was in a group of 1,000 investors. And here was his prediction. I wrote it down. It was so dramatic. He said, in 5 years, the dollar will be worthless. And I thought, wow, that's quite a prediction. Well, years came and gone, and there was a lot of inflation. The dollar was still with us, and in 1980, 5 years later, I was sitting next to Jerry Smith at dinner, and I turned to him and I said, Jerry, what about that crazy prediction you made that the dollar would be worthless in 5 years? He said, Mark, you misunderstood what I said. What I really said was the dollar would be worth less. There are some really important principles here that one of the things that really surprised me, because Ron, if you were involved in gold and silver deposits, that was his major investment at the time, as he was bearish on the stock market. But listen to this. In the 21st century, which sector has outperformed better? Gold or the stock market? It's been gold. So something is going on here. And I'll never forget that a statement by Sir Harry Schultz, who said, never underestimate the size of a panic. That's Ron Paul's message. Never underestimate the size of a panic. But the second part is also very important. Never underestimate the power of the politicians to bail out financial institutions. So while Ron Paul was very good at predicting the financial crisis of 2008 and is predicting future trouble with our national debt, and he is so right about that, it's just a question of time. So I will end with my quote from Warren Buffett, who made the statement that I thought was really profound and one you should never forget. He said, the light on Wall Street can go from red to green, from green to red without stopping at yellow. Happy birthday, Ron Paul.
Mark Skousen, everyone. Our next guest, our next speaker, he started his career in finance and saw the dark underbelly there, and he became so frustrated with the lockdowns that he actually started a podcast called Liberty Lockdown, where he focuses, on the evils of central banking, political corruption, central banking, cultural decay, and central banking. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Clint Russell.
Everybody has been so liberal with the time on the mic that I have now been officially double booked, and I'm supposed to be recording with Dave Smith, Scott Horton, and Luke Rutkowski in the back room right now, so I'm gonna keep this extremely short. Mark Skousen shouldn't have gone that long. You should be mad at him. I'm never getting invited back to Freedom Fest. Anyways, I love Ron Paul. How could I possibly recap the impact that he's had on my life in 3 or 4 minutes? It's not possible. I remember my early memories of '99 and 2000 when I was graduating high school, and my favorite pastime was to corner drunk people on the patio and argue about privatizing roads and legalizing drugs. So basically what I'm saying is I've been a Ron Paulian since birth. He inspired me in ways that I can't possibly quantify. And I think that the biggest lesson that he's imbued upon me is that I'm so overwhelmed with rage at all of the corruption I see around me on a regular basis. And if not for the inspiration of Ron Paul, I do not think I would be able to survive the rage without dropping dead of a heart attack. His happy warrior spirit is a constant reminder that even in the face of abject evil, we still must find joy in this fight, lest maybe we shouldn't be in it to begin with. I think that is the thing that inspires me most about him, is that he continues to find joy, even as he is surrounded by duplicitous scumbag in DC for 50 years, media apparatuses that were lying about him and demonizing him, and yet he still maintained that country boy's smile throughout all of it. Happy birthday, Dr. Ron Paul. Let's have at least a decade more, brother. Appreciate you.
Clint Russell, everyone. And our next speaker has been spreading liberty since before most of us were alive. He's the president emeritus of the Foundation of Economic Education. He has spoken about freedom and sound economics in dozens of countries. In fact, he was recently awarded the Poland's Grand Cross for his work in undermining the communist government back in the 1980s. This is how long he's been doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Larry Reed.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm literally out of breath. My plane was 90 minutes late, and I just walked in the door. So I guess that's pretty good timing. But I appreciate the opportunity to be with so many friends of Ron and friends of Liberty, and appreciate your giving me a few minutes to offer some thoughts. I've written them out because at my age, you never know whether you'll remember what you plan to say or not. So about 100 years ago, there was a British Prime Minister, a very forgettable one, named Stanley Baldwin, who once made a statement that the man we're honoring here today would never make. In fact, it expresses a shameful sentiment that is the perfect opposite of everything that Ron Paul proudly stands for. Baldwin said, quote, "I would rather be an opportunist and float than go to the bottom with my principles around my neck." Can you imagine Ron Paul ever saying anything like that? Right, damn right. We're still not sure what Baldwin's principles were, which is a big reason he remains forgettable. He went to the bottom with nothing around his neck but a lousy reputation. There are many adjectives that should appear in front of the name Ron Paul. Friendly, personable, generous, passionate, consistent, faithful, etc., etc., but none more appropriate than this one. Principled. Nobody can ever say they don't know what he stands for. We love him because we know his views aren't expedient or demagogic or transitory. They flow from deeply held, well-informed, time-honored principles, liberty being foremost among them. In one form or another, I hear people suggest that an open mind is somehow superior to possessing an informed opinion or embracing a solid principle. Opinions and principles are connected, but at least they ought to be. Principles are foundational, and opinions are based at least in part upon them. So think of principles as first, opinions second. That's Ron Paul, a man of principles whose opinions flow from the principles that he holds. Principles are guidelines, fundamental truths. They include axioms and morals and ideals and laws of nature and human behavior. They are as bedrock as it gets. You have an opinion on something because somewhere along the way you've adopted a principle or two. Another word for principle is conviction. Tragically, too many people lack the courage to embrace principles and convictions or are afraid to tell the world what they are. Not Ron Paul. He never shrinks, never has shrunk from speaking truth to power because it is one of the core principles that define his life. To be principled is far more than just uttering platitudes or high-sounding maxims. To be principled means you put your actions where your mouth is. It's a sign of good character. To be unprincipled should never be a compliment. If you dodge and weave to avoid principles so you can claim to have an open mind, you're simply demonstrating how empty your mind really is, and perhaps your soul as well. Thomas Jefferson once advised, in matters of style, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand like a rock. Well, Ron, if you're in the room at the moment, I don't think you and Jefferson ever actually met, but I think he had men like you in mind when he said that. Ron, a million thank yous would still be insufficient to express the depth of gratitude that lovers of liberty feel toward you. Happy birthday, and may you bless the world with many, many more. Thank you.
All right. Are we still having a good time at Ron Paul's 90th birthday barbecue? Awesome. It is incredible to see so many liberty lovers in one space at one time. This is just so incredible. I'm really glad you all came out. So, we have got a panel coming up soon, but first, I would like us, if I have the attention of Mr. Technical Director in the back, can you show me the money bomb? $169,000. That's tremendous. That's tremendous. If you have not yet contributed, please consider chipping in what you can. There is no amount that is too small. All proceeds go to the Ron Paul Institute. We accept credit card, fiat. We accept any crypto that is humanly possible to think of, and so much more. So check it out, ronpaulmoneybomb.org, and we can give Dr. Paul an incredible birthday present. So, we have a panel coming up soon. Mr. Technical Director, are we going to run the video first? All right, we're going to run the video.
Hi, Ron. I really wish I could be there with everyone celebrating your 90th birthday, but unfortunately, I am preoccupied trying to solve some government-created problems. You know how that is. But I wanted to take an opportunity to say that you have been an inspiration and a hero of mine pretty much my entire adult life. You know, all the years when you were in Congress, I always regarded you as my congressman, even though I never lived in Texas, because you are the only congressman that truly ever represented me. And I can't think of a time where Congress needed your wisdom and your integrity more than it needs them right now. And I am so grateful that you raised a great son in Rand to be in Congress, to carry on your legacy and to fight for what all of us believe. Rand Paul definitely has great genes. But I want to commit one thing to you right now, Ron. No matter what I'm doing, no matter how preoccupied I am, I will definitely be there for your 100th birthday. Anyway, I hope I see you soon. Have a great one, and here's to you. Happy birthday, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Peter Schiff, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, but did the courtesy of sending in a video. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next round of panelists, where they're going to talk about tales from the campaign trail, right? Those who are on the road and playing a great role with Dr. Paul in 2008 and 2012, really what put Ron on the map to the rest of the country. You know, we owe these folks a lot of gratitude, not just those who are on the panel, but for those of you in the room who were part of those campaigns and those who couldn't be here today, who really brought Ron to the forefront of this country and to the media. So in no particular order, we've got Connor Boyack on this panel of the Libertas Institute and Tuttle Twins. We have got Mike Maresco, who, among many things he did on the campaign trail, rode his bicycle across the country to promote Dr. Paul. We've got Stephen Asqui, who is part of Giga Fund and who made a lot of efforts to raise money for Dr. Paul on the campaign trail. It was a huge part of the reason his name was so out there and so well funded. And also Mayor Glenn Kane Jacobs of Knox County, Tennessee, who stood up during the lockdowns and for Dr. Paul during the campaign. So, without further ado, let's get the panelists on the stage, please.
I'll stand. Okay, I'll be at the podium, awkwardly hovering over my panelists. This is great. How's everyone doing? Applause is what you hear when you go to normal conferences. I want everyone chanting "End the Fed" instead of clapping your hands like this. Thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. We got to reminisce. Well, that's what we're here to do with these distinguished panelists, is to have fun reminiscing, get a little bit of a nostalgia boost. So I want to start with bicyclist extraordinaire Michael. As we think early days, 2008, the campaign was so decentralized, which was a unique feature of Ron Paul's campaign compared to anybody else. And I can think of no one better than Michael, who kind of resembles the decentralized nature of the campaign. So Michael, I'd love for you to kick us off. Share a story from your experience, early campaign days, 2008.
Early campaign days, it was, I went into my first, I was a non-political person. I went to my first meetup group, and it was libertarians arguing about libertarian things. And I decided that, okay, this has got to change, so we need to get out on the street. So that's what we did. We walked around Oahu first, carrying a "Who is Ron Paul" sign and Google Ron Paul sign. Built that meetup group. But then I found Ron Paul forums. And that was really, really exciting. And the biggest thing, meetup was huge too. What Phoenix and New York City was doing on Meetup in the beginning was enough to inspire me to leave Kauai. It was, there is going to be a revolution going, and the internet is doing something that has never been seen before. So I realized, I mean, Dr. Paul cured my apathy, and but it was the Meetup, and it was the rising up of the Ron Paul revolution that really gave me hope for America. And that is continuing today. So, and then, you know, the early things, I mean, it's a money bomb day. So people don't really probably know how that first money bomb went, but I mean, it went really well. But what we were doing, somebody had hacked Ron Paul's MySpace, and we got all of his followers, and we broke that up into groups of 600. There was a huge list, and we built it up to groups of 600, and we were all individually contacting people. Ask him to send $20 on this one day and contact everybody you know and ask him to send $20 on this one day because there's an honest politician running for president. So I'm hoping everybody is doing that today, telling their friends to donate to an honest politician for a money bomb to continue Ron Paul's legacy.
I love it. Okay, thank you, Michael. As we think about those early days, one of the pivotal moments for probably many people in this audience, in fact, I'd love to just, for kicks, raise of hands, for whom among you was the Giuliani moment like a pivotal moment in your awakening? Do we have anyone in the room where that applies? We got probably 20, 40, 50 people. So Glenn, I want to go to you because the debates were kind of an instrumental aha for you with Ron Paul. Can you share that story where you had that epiphany?
Yeah, sure. Did you say MySpace?
MySpace.
I feel really old. Wow. Holy cow. Yeah, the debates were very important. And when you watch the debates, it gave you, it's kind of a microcosm of the overall media treatment of Ron Paul. We all remember this. You know, he would come in second in a caucus, and on the news it'd be like, so-and-so came in first, and this guy came in third, strong showing. Who came in second? He wouldn't talk about that, right? So I don't remember what debate it was, but you know, in case you guys don't know, these things are all television products, so there's that. But all the candidates walked to the center of the stage, and they're all glad-handing and shaking hands, and that was a good one, that was a great one. The only one that didn't was Ron Paul, and he was standing off to the side at his podium, shuffling his notes. Now, I'm sure that all the political commentators are like, yeah, no one likes old Ron Paul. He's not part of the Republican establishment. And that was what clicked was, no, he's not part of the Republican establishment. It showed you who was in the clique, who was in the club, who was in the establishment, and who wasn't. And the one guy that would stand alone, that would stand on a stage being ridiculed, like what happened with the Giuliani moment, but he would stand up for a principle. And of course, he wasn't standing there alone. He was standing there for millions of us, and soon enough, millions of us would be standing with him. But for me, it was just a microcosm of just his principle and his willingness to stand on that principle no matter what.
The debates woke a lot of us up. I distinctly remember the Giuliani moment. It went as viral could be back in those days. And impacted many people, Steve, including you. So I'd love for you to talk about how you first connected with Ron, and then let's fast forward briefly to the 2012 race where you set up a super PAC. Give us that kind of progression of events.
Yeah, so the debates were the first time I'd heard of Ron Paul. That I'm someone who's always been skeptical of politicians and frustrated by government, and I saw this person in the debate that the stuff he was saying made sense. And I didn't understand how he got in front, like the mainstream media let him be on stage there. But I thought that, so I started to follow him then, and I became interested in trying to see if I could help. That I had like some internet marketing expertise. I didn't have any experience with politics, but I thought that if I could figure out, maybe my skills would be useful there. And if I could help, I would want to. So I first talked to the campaign in 2008. Nothing came of that. But in 2012, I was talking to a group on a conference call with a group of Ron Paul supporters and trying to figure out how to help. And I heard this other person on the conference call that was Jeff Harmon, who later started Angel Studios, and I was impressed by him. And I asked him if he'd be interested in starting up a super PAC with me. And I said, I'll put $500,000 of my own money, and I think some of my friends in Silicon Valley will come support us as well. And do you want to do that? And after one more phone call, he said yes, and we decided to start Endorse Liberty, never having met in person. And then a little bit later, we went to San Francisco, met with a lot of my friends there, enlisted their support. That culminated with a 15-minute meeting with Peter Thiel, where I was sharing what I was doing and asked him if he'd join me in supporting Ron Paul. And he said yes. He committed to another $2.5 million. And and it ended up being very helpful in us then launching Endorse Liberty. And a lot of people this would be surprising to a lot of people, but up until a year after the campaign, I had never met Ron Paul. So this is just me wanting to see how I could help, that this person was so impressive that I thought that if, I can't complain about how things are unless I'm willing to do whatever I can to help.
So I want to pick at that a little bit. This phone call you mentioned, where you met Jeff Harmon, where you guys decided to go start this super PAC together. Who organized that phone call? Was that a campaign thing? Was that a volunteer thing, or what was that?
It was actually another super PAC, the Revolution PAC, that both Jeff and I were interested in volunteering for that group, and so we were talking to a lot of people who were supporters there, and in the process of that got me thinking, like, actually, this, I should probably launch a PAC that putting together an internet marketing team, and then the people I know in Silicon Valley, that I thought we could probably come up with techniques to get very, very good results.
I want to come back to you in a minute, talk about the effectiveness of the ads that you were doing. You guys were doing some very unique, interesting stuff. I asked that follow-up question in part because, Michael, it connects me back to your story and that of many others where super PACs are independent of the campaign. These are people just of their own initiative standing up. Your story of biking around the country, I think it was twice, right? Was so interesting to me because seeing that unfold, it was kind of this Forrest Gump moment of like, what's this guy doing and why is he doing this? And so that was disconnected. You end up biking with Ron Paul, I believe, here in the community. I'd love for you to tell that story.
Well, I mean, I got on the bike again to get people to, I really just wanted to set an example of getting out into the street, and then it turned out I was able to string meetups together and connect one another. And I had never been a cyclist, so it was a little intimidating, but I had a lot of support. There was the decentralized nature. I mean, I had a breakdown in Louisiana and in the middle of nowhere, and I posted to the forum, and 10 minutes later, somebody said, "Oh, I'm an hour away. I'll stay right there. We'll come and pick you up." And they picked me up. They brought me to a bike shop, got me fixed up, and I was on the road again. Our decentralized nature was amazing, and it really continues. So then I get down to here, and I just decided I wanted to see what this Ron Paul guy was like. I wanted to know what his constituents thought of him. Because I had read Lou Rockwell's archive. That's when my apathy was cured. So I wanted to come to the district, and it was amazing because everywhere before that, it was always, well, who is Ron Paul? Well, Google Ron Paul. I get to the district, and I go in and I pitch a store or something to leave some flyers, and they're like, oh, yeah, he delivered our kids. Everywhere in Texas 14 loved Ron Paul. It was just so much different than everywhere else in the country I've been. So I was really glad I had come through here because it gave me the confidence to promote him that much stronger, knowing he was loved by his constituents that much. And then I get a call one day from a local meetup, and it's like, would you like to ride with Ron Paul? And I was like, well, of course. But it was very surreal because I'm not a political guy. I'm not a student of libertarianism. I'm not any of that stuff. I believe an honest politician with principles can inspire people to do amazing things. And that's what happened. So the next thing I know, I'm riding through Lake Jackson with Ron Paul on my side, and I didn't know what to ask him. It was surreal. And then we ended up at the local newspaper. They did an article, and then next day I found out I was on the AP picture roll of the day. And it really, so I thank the local meetup, Bruce Bullock, who actually arranged that, and that supercharged my activism. And that was the decentralized nature. It was a local meetup supporter who had a connection and made an idea, and it really powered us on, and that again inspired more people. So Decentralized for the win.
What's amazing to me about that is that the Ron Paul campaign never could have planned or thought up these ideas, right? Like, this was just spontaneous order of true emergent ideas bubbling up from the community. Glenn, I'm going to go to you next. I want to know the time where you first met Ron. I think it was in Tennessee. I'm going to, as the moderator, indulge for just a moment to share my first time. In 2007, I got married and went on my honeymoon to Lake Tahoe. And we're 2 days into the honeymoon when I get an email saying that the Ron Paul campaign is making an impromptu stop in Salt Lake City near where I lived at the time. And I turned to my newlywed bride of all of about 36 hours or so, and I said, honey, what would you think about, I didn't mention, his stop was on the last day of our honeymoon. And so I turned to my newlywed bride and I said, do you mind if we cut our honeymoon a day short? And to her eternal credit and showing that I picked the right person, she said yes. We hustled home, was able to meet the living legend for the first of many times, and spread the word to so many other people about not only who he is, but the ideas that he stands for. Glenn, I want to go to you. Tell us about that first time that you met him, but I am also curious, how long were you aware of him beforehand? Like, had you kind of been reading his stuff, or give us a little bit the pretext and then tell us about the meeting?
Sure, you're talking about also the grassroots nature and a really spontaneous order of the campaign. Where else would you find a campaign where just someone decided to paint a blimp and float around? I mean, just amazing, all just really cool stuff that set the campaign apart from anything previous or since. I actually came upon the ideas of liberty in the late 90s, and I found Ron Paul that way. It was John Stossel had done a documentary called Mr. Stossel Goes to Washington, and one of the people that he interviewed was this crazy congressman from Texas who said everything I believed. And I was like, wow, and from there, once I became aware that there was someone in Congress that I agreed with, obviously there was a very strong, philosophical attraction. The first time I ever met Dr. Paul was at a rally in Nashville, Tennessee. Previously to that, I thought I was the only person who believed like I did in among the millions of people that live in East Tennessee, maybe throughout the entire state. But I'm driving I-40 West to go to Nashville, and it's amazing. You see the bed sheets on the interstate overpasses with the Ron Paul revolution. And prior to the rally, they had a luncheon for, to meet Dr. Paul. I'll never forget, I had already maxed my campaign contributions. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. And I was like, wait a second, I can't pay this money because I am not going to break the law, with the campaign and everything. And, so I called someone, I was like, I'd really like to meet him, and I've already given, okay, cool. So when he came walking in, y'all, I'm in entertainment, so I know a lot of celebrities and deal with a lot of celebrities. I don't get starstruck very easily. When he came walking in, I felt like Thomas Jefferson walked in the room. I'm literally speechless. I couldn't even talk. And one of the reasons, Dr. Paul would always say, it's not the messenger, it's not him, it's the message. But it was the messenger too. Because of his humility, his ability to relate to people, that went a long way. So it was a lovely time. Then afterwards, I thought I was the only person in my state that thought like I did. And then I found out there are 5,000 people willing to give up a Saturday to go to Nashville to go to a campaign rally.
And all of them shouting, "And the Fed."
Yes, and also, and these were not, but they were not your typical political people. They were people from all, just all walks of life. One of the cool things, though, was when you're walking into the rally, they were playing Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. I was like, I don't know if Dr. Paul knows that song, but cool.
Took some creative liberties.
Yeah.
Us poor people were spray painting bed sheets, as you point out, hanging them from freeways, holding signs on the side of the road, painting fences along interstate highways as best we could. Steve, your efforts were deep contrast to that kind of very grassroots. You guys were spending a bunch of capital, optimizing all these ads. I would love to get inside that a little bit. What was that like? Because what you guys were doing in 2012 was very sophisticated for the time. The other campaigns were just doing traditional media, all these ads that they thought were effective, but you guys were like doing this rapid fire testing, trying to figure out what's the most effective ad. So I would love to know, you guys tested even a lot of videos, a lot of campaign messages. So in addition to peeling back the layers there, I would also love to know, what do you think was the most effective ad during the 2012 race? What video would you point people to say this is what converts people to Ron Paul and his ideas?
Yeah, so in launching Endorse Liberty, I had no experience with politics, so I was trying to figure out what would be the most effective ads. So my background before was had an internet marketing ad agency, and so I came up with a way to do a lot of testing to figure out which ads were most effective. And I tested all of the ads that all of the other campaigns ran, all the professional ads, the ads that the Ron Paul campaign had, and then I also tested the most popular grassroots viral videos. And I was really surprised to find that the professional political ads had almost no impact on causing people to want to vote for a candidate. But some of the grassroots videos were extraordinarily effective. And one in particular, it would be about 11% of people were supportive of Ron Paul before they saw the video, and about 40% wanted to vote for him after the video, which are unheard of numbers for political ads. And so I thought, okay, that's the video. We should put our resources behind that. And so it was a husband and wife team that talked to them, got their permission to share the video, and we worked to make some additional variations in another new video. But I think that was it was a 15-minute video, and I think that Ron Paul doesn't speak in sound bites, and so having the longer form video was helpful in delivering the message, and also people could tell that it was a work of passion versus a slick campaign ad, and so I think it felt very real, and that was one of the reasons that it resonated.
Do you feel like those learnings from almost over a decade ago, like for people running for office today, or people carrying on Ron Paul's legacy in their, county government or running for state office, what learnings could we extract from what you guys were doing at Endorse Liberty?
I think that some of that is definitely applicable. One of the thoughts I had with the longer form video was that if we can capture someone's attention at the beginning with something very compelling, and then you have, as long as it's engaging, you have an opportunity to deliver more and more of your message, versus just trying to have something where you only have a few seconds. But you have to capture people's attention very quickly. There's some ways that a lot of things have changed a bit, like the specifics of the different platforms, or TikTok didn't exist, stuff like that. But and I think also the idea of testing and figuring out does this message resonate, that when someone sees this, do they get what you're saying, and do they want to support the candidate?
I recall Tom Woods over the years, and I'm going to butcher it, he says it better than I, but where's the legacy of Newt Gingrich, or where's the Mitt Romney fan club, right? You don't see these people who are flash in the pan. Where's the legacy of their ideas? There is none. So Michael, as you think back to your involvement with Ron Paul, you mentioned with MySpace, you were going, I don't know if you said it here on stage, maybe you did, but you told me earlier that you and other volunteers each took a list of 600 people who were following Ron Paul, and you were like DMing them, or whatever we called it back in those days on MySpace when you had the animated GIFs and music playing on people's pages, and I'm aging myself now. You would go and you would DM these people, and you were asking them directly to donate, right? As you think about that, and then you look about today, what stands out to you about how people responded to that message? Were they doing it? Why were they so eager to do it? What was that like to kind of be part of that decentralized communication directly to other people outside of this top-down campaign structure? Tell us, what was that like for you to be in the middle of talking to all these people?
Well, I didn't get a lot of feedback from the people I mentioned. I mean, I got some people coming back, but we were sending out a lot. And what I would do, and what my friends that we were talking together do, we would make sure that we read the page first. We weren't just going into their message thing and copying, pasting something in there. We were looking at their page and finding their interests and writing something that would relate to them. And it worked. It really did work. And it was the collaborative nature of the Ron Paul forums that enabled that. It was our able to connect and our ability to talk to one another and say what's working, what's not working. And so yeah, it really worked. It was crazy. I was pedaling on my bicycle the day of the money bomb itself. I was trying to pedal my bicycle, but every time I was in the desert too, so every time I got to an underpass, I'd get in the shade, of course, and check my phone. I had a smartphone back then in 2007, and I would check my phone and I would see this going, and it just got harder and harder to concentrate. I think I only made maybe 50 miles that day because I was like, I got to find a hotel and just watch this. It was something else. All of you who participated in those early days I thank you guys so much.
Final word, Glenn, I'm going to give to you. I think if Dr. Paul were on the stage with us right now, he would want us to think forward. As fun as it is to reminisce about the past, it's about spreading the message, pushing it forward. So Glenn, you mentioned you've been connected to these ideas for a long time, and then we had Ron Paul come on the scene. He was the Thomas Jefferson. For everyone in the audience, for those of us who were involved in the campaigns, what are your thoughts on how do we push those ideas forward and what comes next?
So the Ron Paul organization was brilliant in understanding to play the long game and using the campaign to spur a movement as opposed to the campaign ending when the election did. And as a political candidate, the way you look at things is, your name appeal with your base or your base is your name appeal, how many people, or your name recognition, how many people know you, but then also the passion with which they will support you. Okay, so it's broad but also deep. Ron Paul had the deepest attraction among any with his base. And he was able to take that and to form these various organizations which now are carrying this work on. And a lot of it's actually happened underground. You don't think about the changes that have been made. Like some folks will say, oh, nothing really changed. You look back, I can tell you things changed immensely because of the organizations that were formed and because of all of you. The most important thing, I believe, is the spontaneous order. That's what the campaign actually relied on, was people doing their own thing, riding bicycles, painting blimps, doing all these things to promote an idea. The centralized part will always have its place, but ultimately, to me, it's providing resources which all of us can actually go out and promote these ideas. That's how you win in the long run.
That's a great message to end on. Glenn, Michael, Steve, thanks for joining us. Please help me give a round of applause.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
I would ask the congressman to withdraw that comment and tell us that he didn't really mean that.
Congressman?
I believe very sincerely that the CIA is correct when they teach and talk about blowback. When we went into Iran in 1953 and installed the Shah, yes, there was blowback. The reaction to that was the taking of our hostages, and that persists. And if we ignore that at our own risk. That if we think that we can do what we want around the world and not incite hatred, then we have a problem. They don't come here to attack us because we're rich and we're free. They come and they attack us because we're over there.
All right. So at Young Americans for Liberty, every few months we have new staff come in, right? Especially young folks straight out of college. If you can believe it, there are kids graduating college today who were born after 9/11, right? It makes me feel old. But we make sure that everybody watches the Giuliani clip at least once, because this clip is so significant, because as we know, people in this room know, this was the moment where Dr. Paul could have backed down. He could have hedged on his answer, right, to go with a complete anti-war, non-interventionist stance at this time, in this place in 2007 during the Bush administration, but he didn't. He stood true to the truth and to his word, and he created a cultural, complete ripple effect where people thought about foreign policy in that day and age for the first time differently. Many people were awakened in that clip, and we owe it to Dr. Paul for standing tall in these moments of toughness. And speaking of standing tall in moments of toughness, especially when talking about the hard truths of foreign policy, our next speaker and guest MC is someone who has been consistent for decades, who has logged so many interviews with people speaking truth to power, is a great writer, and was recently featured on Tucker Carlson. Please welcome to the stage, Scott Horton.
All right, hi y'all, thank you very much for that. Very kind of you. All right, let's see. Oh man, I can't read this. I grew old, now my eyeballs don't work anymore, but my handwriting is still small. I'm gonna have to make an adjustment. There we go, all right. We are here to celebrate the greatest American ever, Dr. Ron Paul. And I mean that when I say it too, because what it is he taught more people about freedom than any other person who ever lived, really. And he's a better man than any of the founding fathers. Even if you take the greatest ones who wrote the greatest things, they have flaws that our guy is not saddled with. He's a wonderful man. And when he taught people about freedom, he didn't just teach them about freedom, he taught them about real libertarianism, Austrian school economics, and non-interventionist foreign policy, the full package. And most importantly, he showed by example that one need not identify at all with the political left to be anti-war. And that was the crucial part of the Giuliani moment, and there was a lot to it. But what it really was he was setting the example. He was saying, see, you do not have to move left. You do not have to identify with Michael Moore or Jane Fonda or the guy that played B.J. Honeycutt on MASH. He was good on the war. But you don't have to identify with them because look at me. He's a Texas Republican congressman. And he said, I don't believe in any of this stuff, and you don't have to either. And overnight, like 20 million minimum, 30 went, oh, perfect. He gave him a hall pass. I don't have to believe in that. Ron Paul said, if I like my identity, I can keep it. I just don't have to believe in these lies anymore. What a relief. And so he changed the country overnight in that moment by doing that. And of course, by his consistency, leading up to that moment and in all the time ever since then. And think about what was going on in that Giuliani moment. He was feeding the American people the most bitter pill of all. It wasn't just that he was telling us something true. He was saying that America was attacked because Bill Clinton had been bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi Arabia for 10 years in the lead up to September 11th. And that was what it was all about. They don't hate us because we're good. They hate us for our criminal foreign policy. And as he said, if we ignore that, then we ignore that at our own peril. And we, as he put it, being a congressman there, taking responsibility that he really did not own for the federal government's behavior, said we're putting the American people in danger by ignoring this truth. And now that's something that nobody who didn't already know that's something nobody wanted to hear. It's a terrible thing, but people knew it was true when they said it. Bill Clinton, we used to call him the mad bomber. He did nothing but kill people for 8 years straight. We all know that. So it made sense to people. They knew it was true. And they realized that here's this guy, this congressman, who the only reason that we have an opportunity to hear him say these things is because he's running for president. And then here, apparently, like there's no other explanation for it, right? Other than he respects us enough to tell us the truth, despite what they would have him say. That's what it was. And so then we respected him back. And he is a great guy to match his principle. He's a doctor, not a lawyer. And he's a great family man, as everyone knows, still happily married to his high school sweetheart. And he has always set the greatest example of courage, honesty, and deep knowledge about every issue that he discusses, which is everything of importance to our national society. Now, my first Giuliani moment was actually 10 years before you guys. It was in 1997. And I was just up late in the middle of the night watching C-SPAN. And I saw a rerun of Dr. Paul speaking to an empty House of Representatives, just him and whoever's filling in as the speaker. And he said, "Mr. Speaker, I hold here in my hand reports from the British press today. It says that President Bush was selling chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein right up until the invasion of Kuwait in 1990. And I think that's just so important, and I want to enter that into the congressional record." And I went, whoa, what? And I already knew that was true, but did I know that a congressman would say that? I did not know that. And then I looked, and at the bottom of the screen it said, Ron Paul, R, Texas. And I went, whoa, because we all know that the Bushes are from Connecticut, but Bush Sr. nominally, he made his career here. He was in the oil business in West Texas and was closely identified with Houston and Texas politics. His son was, at that time, had just won for the governorship a couple of years before. So here's a Texas Republican who's willing to say that about the current Texas governor's father, the previous Republican president. That was really impressive to me, and that was the first time I ever really took notice of Ron Paul. I had heard him one time on the radio before that, but I didn't understand what was going on. It was the middle of a conversation. But that was my first real Giuliani moment that I experienced all by myself. And I have a great anecdote about the actual Giuliani moment, but I don't have time for that one. Well, my friend Mike about threw the TV out the window when Giuliani tried to pick on our guy before Ron Paul stood up for himself, and we all cheered, and it was great. And then also, when I first found antiwar.com, my friend Shauna said, "Hey, look at this website, antiwar.com." I'm like, "Oh, great, but what is that, like some kind of socialist thing?" And she goes, "No, look, they run Ron Paul." And that's how I knew these are my guys. And anyone can go and check the record, antiwar.com/Paul. We got 555 articles by Dr. Paul dating back to the 1990s, dating back to the days of the Kosovo War, and up to and including last week, with the most detailed knowledge on every single issue of foreign policy, and of course domestic policy as well. You got to check the archives at LouRockwell.com and at the Ron Paul Institute and the other places for all of his great opposition to domestic tyranny as well. And now, before I go, I wanted to say something I thought was kind of funny and maybe a little tragic, that at one of these birthday parties, it was just at Dr. Paul's house a few years ago, and I actually had a chance to just sit down and talk, just the two of us, for, I don't know, seemed like a long time to me. It was probably just 10 minutes or something. It was pretty great. And then one of the things that Dr. Paul said to me, he goes, "You know what I like about you, Scott, is you are always so polite, and you never get angry or say bad words or yell at anyone." And I thought, man, that's really great, Dr. Paul, that you respect me, but I guess it's kind of sad that you apparently really don't know anything about me. But I'm very flattered, and I still am, that he thinks I'm a good person at all and respects me at all. And I'll try very hard to do better and live up to Dr. Paul's great example. Of course, those things are what we all love about Dr. Paul. And so thank you, Dr. Paul, and happy birthday, and many more. All right, and next up is Josie, the red-headed libertarian. She is a fearless voice in the fight against censorship and statism. You probably follow her on X, where her takes are sharp and her reach is massive. She turns memes into weapons and arguments into awakenings. Give it up for Josie, the redheaded libertarian, everybody.
Can you guys hear me? Good, I'm Josie. I have this fear that I'm gonna walk out on stage and faceplant in front of all of you, so I asked for a chair. And I didn't. Please clap. Thank you. All right, so if you follow me on X, you know my superpower is turning everything into revolutionary history. So I was thinking, I'm like, well, I could do a speech about Ron Paul and talk about how he's against foreign entanglements like George Washington and John Adams, could talk about how he opposes large government, you know, and we have a Bill of Rights. And for that reason, I'm like, you know what, I kind of want to take this in a different way. I kind of want to talk about, I kind of want to do an homage to his What If speech from 2009. So I wrote something down because I'm a really terrible public speaker. Thank you. Yeah. So in an homage to Ron Paul's 2009 address on the House floor, I ask you today, what if Ron Paul had become our president? I want you to picture a crossroads in 2008. A single moment where the stars aligned and the timeline hopped and America chose a different future. What if, instead of endless wars and ever-expanding government, America had embraced Ron Paul's principles to shape our policies and our destiny? What if we had chosen peace over war? What if, under Dr. Paul's leadership, we had brought our troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan, focusing instead on securing our borders? What if troops were never authorized to go to Somalia, Libya, Syria, Pakistan, the Philippines, Mali, and Niger? What if we weren't funding a stalemate in Ukraine and an ethnic cleansing in Palestine? What if Ron Paul's vision of peace, trade, and diplomacy dismantled the military-industrial complex? What if we were no longer burdened by the cost of empire, both in money and in lives? What if we had embraced sound currency? What if we ended the Fed? Come on. Thank you for the chant. All right, imagine an economy free from inflationary policies where savings hold value and hardworking Americans aren't crushed by rising costs. Imagine a fiscal responsibility that could have slashed the national debt and fostered prosperity, grounded in real wealth, not printed money. In 2008, our national debt was $10 trillion. Now it's what, 38 trillion? Imagine if we closed the deficit, cut spending, and started paying that down 17 years ago. What if we had totally avoided DEI, ESG, in the woke decades sparked by the Obama administration? That'd be pretty sweet. What if Dr. Paul had successfully dismantled the health bureaucracy, thwarting the exploitation of the COVID-19 pandemic? Could we have been spared some of the most egregious violations of our rights and the greatest wealth transfer in our lifetime? What if we had prioritized liberty over control and temporary safety? What if, under Ron Paul's guidance, we had shrunk the federal government. The good doctor would have vetoed renewals on the Patriot Act, ending warrantless surveillance as he worked to dismantle bloated bureaucracies. What if we had a nation where privacy was sacred, personal choices were respected, and the government served the people, not itself? What if we'd ended the drug war? Come on. Drugs won. Sorry, guys. What if we'd followed Dr. Ron Paul's lead and ended the costly crusade against nonviolent offenders? What if we had a society where individuals made their own choices, free from government overreach, where markets thrived without corporate welfare and crippling inflation wasn't distorting our economy? What if we'd chosen liberty over security, peace over war, and prosperity over debt? In that world, Ron Paul's America would be a beacon of freedom, a nation where soldiers returned home to their families. Economies flourished on honest money, and liberties were fiercely protected. Though we didn't take that path in 2008 or 2012, Dr. Ron Paul's idea, they remain the clarion call today. They're a holy grail that we're never going to stop searching for and trying to find. As we celebrate Dr. Ron Paul's 90th birthday, let's recommit to his vision. Let us inspire and demand a government that serves the people, a government worthy of the principles that Dr. Ron Paul has championed for decades, the principles based in our founding fathers. And I thank Dr. Paul for lighting the way. May God bless America. May God bless all of you. And may we continue to honor his extraordinary legacy. Happy birthday, Dr. Ron Paul.
All right, you guys. Next up is one of the great successes to come out of the Ron Paul revolution, Gary Franchi. He is the founder of the Next News Network, one of the largest independent, liberty-focused news platforms on YouTube. He's been pushing anti-establishment journalism since long before it was fashionable, with millions of followers and a refusal to play along with the mainstream narrative. Please welcome Gary Franchi.
It's a birthday! Come on! Have we sung Happy Birthday yet? Have we sung it yet? Or are we saving that for later? All right. All right. My pronouns are Ron Paul. I just want to say, I've always challenged authority. I just never thought it would go this far. Never did. After seeing one man's film in a dark movie theater in St. Charles, Illinois, the same town that those Texas Democrats fled to, you know that? We just caught them in my freaking town. They came to the wrong town. Oh, yeah. Well, it was in that town that I saw a film. And I had no idea how much my life would change after seeing it. Ron Paul's message, captured by the late, great Aaron Russo, lit a fire in me. That fire eventually led me to confront the ultimate authority. On the grounds of the White House, in a face-to-face exchange with the Treasury Secretary of the United States of America, I asked him directly about the illegal income tax on the grounds of the White House. And in that moment, in that courage, it traces all back to the bold truth that Ron Paul was never afraid to speak. Everything that I do now, I owe to God, my family, who's sitting right here, my wife, my 3 boys. They see it every day. My wife couldn't do it without you, Angie. my production team who's streaming this right now, behind the scenes, the millions of followers around the world who've joined me on this journey, Aaron Russo and the great Ron Paul. But let's not forget the youth. The seeds of liberty that Dr. Paul planted decades ago. If it weren't for those seeds, freedom would not be ringing as loud as it is right now. And it's ringing loud. Ron Paul woke up millions of Americans, red pill after red pill, on the presidential debate stage in real time for the world to see. And I'll never forget watching those debates and the debate parties and seeing how he would answer questions. He could take a question and he could just answer it in terms and wake up everybody who was watching. And we're watching these things. We know millions of people are getting woken up. It was one of the most remarkable moments to see him debate after debate. And that's why they had to tamper how much mic time they would give him. But he gave us the tools, and he gave us the wisdom, and he gave us the truth. Not just about what's wrong, but about how to save the republic. And he still does. The Ron Paul revolution is alive and well today. And when Jordan Page was called by God and given words, he handed us our rallying cry for life, liberty, and the pursuit of freedom. Dr. Paul, your voice lives in our subconscious. It's a part of us. It is our North Star. So when the world loses its way, we know how to find our way back. May Ron Paul's message live forever, and may it continue to empower people just like me, just like all of us, to challenge the status quo and dismantle the machine. And one last thing, a message to Donald J. Trump. Fire Jerome Powell on his ass now. And hire Ron Paul and the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. So Congressman, I know you're watching, and I know you're 90. You got one more job to do. God bless everyone here. God bless the great Ron Paul. Cheers.
All right, you guys, that's Gary Franchi. They're going to let me introduce one more before I got to go. I want to say how great it's been to be here with you guys and see so many old friends and new ones. And we have a great future ahead of us. This whole movement does. My last speaker that I'm introducing here today is our friend Jack Hunter. He helped craft Ron Paul's message on Capitol Hill. He's a political commentator, speechwriter, and fierce critic of the war machine. He's also one of our most recently added writers at the Libertarian Institute. You might know him as the Southern Avenger. Please welcome Jack Hunter.
Did any of y'all listen to that debate where Dave Smith absolutely murdered Douglas Murray? A couple years ago, did anybody watch or listen to the debate in which Scott Horton absolutely murdered Bill Kristol? Well, what I was going to originally talk about was something along those lines, but Dave Smith did it better earlier than I did, so I'm changing the subject. But what I was going to say is, People like Scott and Dave Smith didn't get to talk to people like Bill Kristol and Murray at one time. I'm not saying that was right, that's how it was. Ron Paul and his campaigns were a big part of getting us to this place where that does happen now. Him being as bold as he was and the language he used and who he would tell off. What I want to talk about instead, being here at this event, I've changed my mind. My Ron Paul journey, I'm always interested to hear how people got here. I was working in conservative talk radio in Charleston, South Carolina in 2007. I was an anti-war Pat Buchanan conservative. Working in talk radio, I quit calling myself a conservative because people would say, oh yeah, Dick Cheney. I'm like, no, that's not what's going on here. And so I'm talking with a friend over dinner about who's running for president in 2008. And he goes, well, Ron Paul's running. I go, well, we all like Ron Paul, but what is that? Like, that's not going to do anything. So I'm already an anti-war person. It wasn't a wake-up moment. But I was watching that Ron Paul Giuliani moment. And I'm like, he just said what? On a Republican Fox News debate? And then Rudy Giuliani said, and everybody in this room knows he was talking about 9/11 and what happens with interventionist foreign policy. And Rudy demanded a retraction. You better apologize. I can't believe I just heard that. I would hope that the congressman would apologize. And instead, Ron Paul doubled down and began to explain the CIA term blowback to this Republican audience that did not want to hear it. And all the experts said this is the end of Ron Paul's campaign. And I kind of wondered that too, because I'd been in this environment where everybody was neoconservative, and here comes this brave libertarian telling them they were all wrong about the things that were most important to them and the GOP at the time. And of course, that's when the campaign exploded. Me working in that small market, I was one of the few in conservative talk radio saying, McCain's not the guy, Tom Tancredo's not the guy. The real conservative in this race was Ron Paul. Well, it was. For anybody who understood what that meant, Dr. Paul himself would say, well, I'll be like Ronald Reagan. I'll talk to our enemies. You know, he'd say smart things like that that might register with the audience. Well, lo and behold, I ended up working for the campaign in 2012. I think I introduced Dr. Paul 3 times in 2008, just because, like, who do you go to? The local hosts. Well, they all didn't like him because they were all neocons, so there was little old me. And I'd put these commentaries on YouTube, and they'd blow up because of the movement. So it was an honor to work for him in 2012, but the biggest thing that's hit me here today, and why I changed it and gave a little bit of my backstory, he changed all of our lives. Everybody sitting in this room and standing out there in some way, great or small. I have so many friends and people I haven't seen in years that I'm seeing today that we spent many years together, whether it was in the campaign or just at rallies or just all the crazy stuff we did. Does anybody remember the Granny Warriors? Yeah, they had a pet monkey. They would always give me water before I spoke. Like, so much crazy stuff is coming flooding back to me that I just loved. It's such a big piece of me. And y'all are all part of that story, and we all have our own stories with each other. So I don't know what else to say, but happy birthday to Ron Paul for bringing us all together for many reasons, but most importantly, the best reasons. Thank y'all.
And now, Mr. Technical Director, if we can get the entire crowd to say with me, show me the money bomb. Will you show us the money bomb? All right, 3, 2, 1, show me the money bomb. 173,000, that's tremendous. That is tremendous. If you have not considered chipping in yet, it would mean the world to Dr. Paul, the Ron Paul Institute. We take fiat, we take credit card, we take crypto, we take everything you can imagine, and we'll turn it right into supporting the Ron Paul forward-thinking legacy and keeping his message going. So, ronpaulmoneybomb.org. We encourage you to donate in-house and at home. So, our next guest MC is hilarious. She's a karaoke fan favorite. She is the host of Kennedy Saves the World, Fox News Media, MTV VJ extraordinaire, one of my personal favorite people to watch on TV. Bring it up for Kennedy, everybody.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Great table. Good to see you all. I would stand behind the podium, but I don't want to deny you the caftan. Thank you very much. It is from the Helen Roper collection. And part of the embrace of freedom is embracing dressing like an 80-year-old woman in Palm Springs. Which I do happily, because we have to celebrate freedom in all of its forms at all times, because we are the fun ones. You look at the statists, and they are so dour, and they are so hysterical, and they're so anxiety-ridden. And they look at people in the liberty movement, and they're like, how can you be so calm? And it's like, because we know we're right. And we're not only fighting for the right for us to party, we're fighting for the right for everyone to party. Because regardless of party, we are here because of Ron Paul. And when I look around the room and I look at the luminaries who are gracing this stage, I am so deeply inspired. I was talking to Dr. Paul a few moments ago, and he realized very early on in his career, not only did he love liberty and freedom so much, he wanted to grab them both by the horns and ride them all the way to the very top of politics, which is where people leave you the hell alone. But he also realized that when he went out and talked to college students, he was talking to people who had fertile minds and deep curiosity, and it is very easy to write young people off as progressive statists who feel like the government should do every single thing for them. As the mother of Gen Zers, I will tell you, there are so many people out there who are ready to receive this